Way back and gone. Goodbye into the second level and section 240. A long home run for Shohei Ohtani. And the Dodgers now lead by the score of 4-1.
The call from the Nationals Radio Network. Patrick Corbin, 5 1/3 innings with shutout baseball. Game 2 is tonight. Jake Irvin at 6:45 on the Fan. In the NBA playoffs, Minnesota over Phoenix, 105-93. Indiana surprises Milwaukee, 125-108. Dallas over the Clippers, 96-93. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We may or may not be on the internet in a video format. I can't really tell. But what I do know is we're going to talk to Neil Greenberg, our guy, Neil Greenberg, sports analytics for the Washington Post. Greenberg, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing super. How are you?
I'm good, man. I want you to know I was basically like a native New Yorker for the last couple of days. I was taking the subway. I was eating pizza. I really fit in. I watched a number of people kind of just pee on the sidewalk. It was
that's a rite of passage.
Yeah.
Did you fold
You
your
have to
pizza?
do that to make sure you fit in.
I did not pee on the sidewalk. I did fold
You're not
the
a
pizza.
New Yorker then.
Got
It
plenty.
wasn't Sparrow pizza, was it?
It was not. I actually made a point. I went to John's on Bleecker, and then I went to, is it Joe's on Carmine, like right there in the village, the two spots.
We used to,
it was good.
when we used to ditch school, we'd go in to get our haircuts on Bleecker Street.
There you go.
That was like our big outing as kids.
When we used to ditch school, we would buy Milwaukee's Best from this little deli in Friendship Heights that once let me use my sister's fake ID. So they were very, very strict about
Or were you looking very much like your sister?
maybe. You wrote something that I read that I enjoyed, where you kind of did a legitimate deep dive into success rates of drafted quarterbacks. I believe you limited it to the top 5, but maybe it was even further limited than that. Let me give you the floor and kind of explain the piece.
Yeah, so obviously the local team has a top 5 pick, top 2 picked, and we're looking at a quarterback there. I think there's a lot of optimism around the pick, even if we don't know who it's going to be with any certainty. But the hit rates to get a franchise quarterback, using a draft pick even that high is not as good as maybe you might think. I mean, it's a coin flip essentially to get a franchise quarterback, and I'm talking about a quarterback that you draft, he plays well, you extend him a contract. As we're seeing with the Zach Wilson trade, from the Jets, that that draft class in particular wasn't very good. And those weren't even, top 5 draft picks. But, we can look back historically and, we see Peyton Manning's and we see Ryan Leafs. We see, Jamarcus Russell's. I mean, there are chances to bust even when you're picking that high. And for me, it was higher than I expected going in. And I think that's, something that you really do have to, you have to set your expectations accordingly. And, even analytics that are around there, Aaron Schatz has his Q-base projection. And, the bust rates for even the top pick is, Caleb Williams is, relatively high. And the chance of him being an elite quarterback are relatively low. And, I think just everyone needs to take that into account.
I agree. So can we dive in specifically to these guys and kind of what you think, what the data tells us about the fellas in this draft?
Yeah, so Caleb Williams obviously has the best chance to play at an elite level, which is for the particulars of Aaron's post, and he's done it for many years. It's how many total yards above a replacement player per attempt would they have? They look at a bunch of factors, the combine, some comparable players coming out of school, et cetera. Caleb Williams, chance of a bust, almost 30%. Chance to be an elite player, 20%. That's pretty high. I mean, the chance to bust with the number one overall pick being 30%, to me, I think is very high. Drake May's bust potential is a 50-50 chance. That's exorbitant. Jaden Daniels, 38%. I mean, these are large chances to bust.
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about what would happen to a franchise if they took a swing on a franchise quarterback with a top 5 pick and it doesn't work out, we've seen it here. I mean, it could literally set the franchise back years in terms of getting back to respectable contention, such as making the playoffs.
Have you all gone back and watched those based off of what the bust percentage was and how many people lived up to that or went against it?
I have. And, I remember doing, like I said, Aaron's done this for many years. We looked at, I remember I did a story about this with Marcus Mariota and how, even his bust rate was relatively high. And a lot of people said, that's silly. I mean, he's going to be great. And he was okay. I mean, he spent his first, 5 seasons with Tennessee, but then bounced around. And I wouldn't necessarily, maybe I wouldn't call him a bust per se, but I think we can all agree he hasn't been the franchise quarterback that you would expect to get at that level.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I mean, these are just percentages, and it's only one person's projection. And, we've been listening because of where we are. We've been hearing about this number 2 pick for months,
Yeah.
and who's the better play at number
Since the
2, and we
season
know
ended.
all the goods and bads for each player at this point. But I do think the contracts show, how well a player has been perceived, and historically they line up pretty well with what Aaron's been doing in terms of, are these players franchise quarterbacks? And I'm not even talking about like guys at like Peyton Manning level or Andrew Luck level. I'm just talking about a guy that's better than average. The franchise isn't trying to actively replace him. They sign him to a second-year deal. He starts the games, and he's good. Not great, but good. Even that doesn't happen as often as perhaps some people might think.
I'm with you. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here. You can follow him on X and Instagram at @ngreenberg. I don't know that we've asked you this, but I did notice a funny tweet you had where somebody claimed that J.J. McCarthy would be the analytical pick. I find that hard to believe. I think whatever sort of metrics you're looking at that Michigan team that was just so loaded on all sides of the ball, like I just feel like that would skew the analytics to me. Who would you pick and why?
That's a great question. I'm so glad I don't have to make this pick. I think Jaden Daniels would probably be my choice. There's concerns, obviously. The sacks are certainly a concern. We've seen how much that can manifest itself at the NFL level. I don't know if there's necessarily a safe pick, but for me, I think Daniels is, his completion rate was high. He had a very solid yards per attempt. He can rush the ball. Not to say that he's the next Lamar Jackson, but to be able to have that dual purpose type of skill set, I think is important in today's NFL. And I think also, and I think I said this when Marcus Mariota was signed, he has a little bit of that too. I mean, he's not a spring chicken, so he's not going to be running all over the field, like perhaps he did in years past. But, Mariota could run a little bit, and I had said then when they brought him to Washington that maybe that was a little bit of a tip as to what type of skill set they're looking for, because with all the new faces and up and down the organization, and then you have a new quarterback coming in, like you only want to install the offense once. And I don't think you want that big of a difference, if Mariota starts and then the quarterback comes in later, or the quarterback's playing and then you have to bring in Mariota later. Like, you want one system, and I think Daniels probably is most similar to Mariota in terms of being able to do that part of it.
When I said that, people flipped out.
Yeah, they did, and it seemed like, hey man, Neil's siding with you. But ultimately, what is it that, because we've talked to people now that have said that Jaden should be compared more to Caleb and not the other guys in the draft, that they are above them. What are your thoughts on that?
We don't know anything. I mean, it's so hard to say who's who, and you brought up a good point in terms of who they're playing with. I mean, in college, athleticism is a big differentiator, right? Like, if you have very talented wideouts, they're going up against cornerbacks that perhaps aren't as talented. That skill gap is much, much narrower in the NFL. I'm just guessing like everybody else. There's, even with Caleb Williams at number 1, there's no consensus number 2 pick. I mean, would you be surprised? Like, would you be shocked, just for argument's sake, if Bo Nix outperforms Jaden Daniels or J.J. McCarthy or Drake May, over the next 2 or 3 years? It's not likely to happen, but would I be shocked? No, because, it also depends on where they go and what kind of scheme and who's around them, et cetera. I mean, I'd be just guessing at this point.
And that's fair. I mean, that's probably what most people are doing, honestly.
Yeah.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg, I want to switch a little to Caps. The Rangers are really good, and I don't know that Washington can win this series. But that call, the non-call on Panarin, was such horse dung that I do think it impacted the game. I'm curious where you land on that.
I don't think it was a bad hit. Like, I don't see the problem in it. Now, I will say if Tom Wilson's the one making that hit, he probably gets, the penalty, and we're talking, is he going to get a phone call, et cetera. I just didn't think it was that bad. I just don't think it was that bad of a hit. I don't think it was a head-hunting hit.
Not in real time, though.
But Neil, and we will be giving away tickets at 12:45 to the game coming up. So for the Caps, my question is, you making that comment, if Tom Wilson did it, it would be a penalty. It shouldn't be like that, especially in the playoffs.
No, it absolutely should not. But I see where people are going with it in terms of, they locally, especially, fans are seeing it through a prism where, it's not an equal playing field, right? Like, they don't treat all players equally. I personally had no problem with the hit. I don't think it was as egregious as many others. I understand why people think the hit was as bad as it was, and I also agree that it also depends on the player. Again, I don't think there was anything wrong with it. I don't think there's been a lot of stuff wrong with what Tom Wilson has done, except with the major infractions where it's pretty clear and obvious. I do think, his reputation precedes him in a lot of ways, and that's to his detriment. But again, I didn't have as big a problem with the hit. I think the Capitals' bigger issue is figuring out how they could be more successful on the power play than the Rangers are on when the Capitals have a power play. And obviously Ovechkin needs to get going, but as far as that hit's concerned, I don't think it was as bad as most.
All right. Can they get? I mean, at some point we got to credit the Rangers penalty kill, which they've been really good at all year. Ovi can give you more. You need that, but I mean, Oshie doesn't look all the way right. Like, how did they get back in this series? That they're going to have home crowd Friday night. Can that make the difference?
Yeah, it's not only the home crowd. They're going to have the opportunity to get last change in the face-off circle, which means that, Carberry's going to be able to get the matchups he wants a lot easier, specifically getting him away from getting Ovechkin away from Lindgren and Fox, and trying to open him up a little bit. I mean, it's no secret Alex Ovechkin has struggled getting a shot on net in these first two playoff games. And that's really going to be a heavy driver of it. Can Washington get a matchup that frees Ovechkin up to get him scoring? Because let's face it, the Capitals' turnaround happened when Ovechkin's turnaround happened, right? Like there were other things that Carberry did very well. The goaltending was very good, et cetera. But a big part of it was Ovechkin being Ovechkin again. If the Rangers can bottle him up, obviously that's going to be a significant problem for Washington. But this is it, right? I mean, I'm not calling Game 3 a must-win game, but we need to see a different game plan for Ovechkin, and to be in a little bit softer matchup. That will help him in the next two games. Then they got to figure out what to do once they get back to MSG. But that's what I would be looking for. Can Ovechkin at least be freed up with better matchups? Because that at least gives you a game plan going forward. If he can't, well, then, they're done and we're probably looking at a sweep.
I thought Game 2 was a must-win.
Yeah, I mean, you get down 3-0.
But Carberry,
well, yeah, you're an underdog. You always got to steal one at home.
Yeah.
They played a lot better in the second game than the first. But the Rangers are good. I mean, the Rangers are good. They're good at doing a lot of things, and one of the things that they're good at, especially on the penalty kill, they're not necessarily only looking to kill the penalty. They're looking to score as well. And, that's a wrinkle that you don't see a lot of teams do. And it becomes very difficult when you're on the power play, when you need to focus on scoring, but also, you need to focus more on defense in situations where maybe you don't have to against most other teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to watch these games and wonder what how they get back in it, because I don't think it's just Ovi. I don't know that anybody's really playing their best outside of, I think Strome, Wilson, and Carlson are playing at a pretty high level. But everybody just seems, the Rangers just seem really, really good. I would say Friday is a must win. And then Sunday could be a lot of fun. We're giving away Game 4 tickets, Caps Rangers on Sunday. We're giving those away at 12:45. I'm going to ask you a question, Greenberg. Do you like Deep Purple?
Deep Purple, the band or the color?
I guess both. You could answer either way.
Yeah, I mean, I respect where they are in like the lexicon of rock and roll. They're probably not like my first choice coming, like a band from England. That's probably the Beatles because of my dad, and then the Who. But I mean, yeah, you got to respect them for what they did.
I didn't even know they were British, so thanks for clearing that up. I got one more question for you, but right now, caller number 10, you win 2 tickets to see Deep Purple, the One More Time tour, Saturday, September 7th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to see Deep Purple in September. Listen, I was in New York last night for Spencer Carberry's presser. If it was me, I feel like I may have gone 2 different directions on 2 different things. He was, and kind of continues to be, very calm when, whether you think it was the right call or not, it was certainly confusing, and one of his guys had to go to the locker room, and it hurt his team on the Panarin hit. And he was very calm in his explanation to all of that. And then, kind of surprisingly, I think he was a little more critical of Ovi than folks maybe expected. What do you make of Carberry through 2 games and his first chance in the playoffs?
I mean, I think he's doing fine. I think he's being honest about it, and obviously he doesn't want to anger the officials, right? I mean, because they could do something if they wanted to that puts Washington in a precarious situation. But as far as Ovechkin's concerned, I think he was pretty honest about it. And he kind of talked about what I was talking about earlier, which is they got to get him in better situations, right? I mean, he's obviously struggling, but he's struggling because the Rangers are making him struggle. And that's something that we've seen the Rangers do to Ovechkin over the years. He can't score if he can't get shots through. So blocking shots for him becomes a potent neutralizing weapon, and has been for years. So I think that he was honest about it, and it'll be telling, as I said, this next game. Like, can he do what he needs to do for Ovechkin? And then if he does that, does Ovechkin take advantage? Because it's never just the coach's scheme. It's never just the player. There's a gray area in between. But I think if he does free Ovechkin from the top defensive pair of the Rangers, and Ovechkin doesn't produce, then we may be having some other, more difficult discussions around what Carberry says in his pressers. But I never expected him to go after the officials after the hit, because you just got to move on and just be a little more, just have to focus on the game ahead of you.
Fair enough. All right, so you got Jaden coming to town, and the Caps doing what Friday night?
I have the Caps winning. I do think having home ice, home ice specifically has a wrinkle that other home advantages don't, in terms of the last change and getting the matchups that you want. So I think if the Caps are going to win any game, it's going to be this one. So I think that they pretty good chance.
Greenberg says they're winning. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you making time for us.
All right, talk to you soon, and we'll finally know the pick, which will be nice.
Finally, thank goodness. That's our friend Neil Greenberg. We interact with Neil all the time. We have Neil on every week. I text him. It's because I believe in the work he does. I believe that he is intellectually capable of backing up what he predicts. Mm-hmm. And I believe that, frankly, he just does a good job. That's who I like to consistently deal with in my life. And I would put Paul Henry in that category. There's a reason I have worked with Paul repeatedly on my home, and that he has done significant work over the years to my house. It's because I trust the service, I trust the quality, I trust the pricing, and I trust the people. And working with Paul Henry has been terrific for me. Brian, I know it's been terrific for you. If you call this month, you got a little bit of April left, 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum, and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
Paul is just like you are with anybody coming into your house. If you don't trust him, you don't allow him in your house. You don't open up your house for him. Paul came to do my work in my house, and he was there for some days, and I just basically left him there. Nothing, I had to worry about nothing, because I knew that they would take care of the things they're supposed to take care of. When I got back to the house, everything was how it was supposed to be. And, Paul does a great job. He replaced all the windows, all the doors, and the house began to feel a lot better. And one thing about it, it just passed by tax time. You know what? You get some new windows and doors in your house, that is a tax write-off. You're going to get energy efficient windows. Hey, and I think the government actually loves that. So Paul can also help you get you some money back when it comes down to tax season. So call Paul right now to receive 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
This update is brought to you by Lido Pizza. Lido Pizza never cuts corners. The Capitals fall in a heartbreaker 4-3 to the New York Rangers in Game 2. Vincent Trocheck and Mika Zibanejad, goal and assist apiece for the Rangers. Tom Wilson, a tally and an assist. Game 3 Friday night at Capital One Arena. LA Dodgers 3 late to beat the Nats 4-1, including a dramatic 450-foot Shohei Ohtani homer that exited at a career-best 118.7 miles per hour. Patrick Corbin 5 1/3 innings with shutout baseball. Game 2 tonight, 6:45 on The Fan. In the NBA playoffs, Minnesota over Phoenix 105-93. Indiana surprises Milwaukee 125-108. Dallas over the Clippers 96-93. Lido Pizza is going wacky on Wednesdays in April. Bring your friends and family to Lido Pizza on Wednesdays and get a free appetizer with any $25 purchase. Head to LidoPizza.com for locations, menu, and more information. Lido Pizza, of family value since 1955. I'm Byron Currett on The Fan.
All right, B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We've been talking about it. The stream is certainly coming and may be here. We're kind of trying to figure that out as we go here, if we actually are streaming or not.
I mean, we're streaming. There's no question.
Okay. So apparently we're streaming at the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Are you guys on?
No, just you two. On YouTube.
People need Jeff and Landfill.
Nah.
Yep. That's only for right now. Our cameras are coming.
Oh, boy. Here we go. All right.
Rob Milne, we need you to call back 800-636-1067. You are the winner of the Deep Purple tickets. Please call us back. Rob Milne.
Everybody tell the truth. Who knew Deep Purple was British until Greenberg said it?
Well, I'm not going to say I knew that. I'm just going to say thank you, Greenberg.
Jeff, were you aware that Deep Purple was from England?
I wasn't aware that Deep Purple was even a band until we started giving away tickets.
Landini, did you know they were British? I feel like Landfill may have known this.
Sure.
He didn't know.
That doesn't sound like he knew. So, as we're now streaming, I'm looking at the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. And there's a thing on YouTube where I think they're basically trying to compete with TikTok, which may or may not be banned at some point.
Mm-hmm.
This is bizarre. So everybody knows what YouTube is, a huge video platform where you can go watch videos, or more and more, you can watch live streams. And I'll look at the camera. I assume this camera's mine. Hello. But to compete with TikTok, which continues to become more and more powerful, YouTube rolled out these things called shorts, where it's like under a minute vertical
short stories.
It's like, it's kind of like Instagram stories have become all that, right? Are you aware who apparently dominates the YouTube shorts for the 1067 The Fan page?
Jeff?
Not Jeff. Think about all the people involved in 1067 The Fan.
Ryan Clary.
Not Ryan Clary.
I don't know that.
Toby.
Not Toby. Landville, you got a guess?
You said 1067, so minus 980?
No, I will include the whole bunch.
Rooster.
Nope. Not the Junkies, not Grant, not Danny.
Hoffman.
There's like 1,000 videos from Denton Day.
Doing what?
Commanders 60. And I mean, maybe these are old. I'm guessing somebody was like, yo, Denton, we need to put some videos together. You're the guy for them. I don't know. That's my best guess.
I guess. I don't know.
There are some Logan Paulson ones. Maybe these are all old. Let's see what's been most popular. Denton, man. Denton moving the needle. We have Denton Day joining us at 1:00.
Get to find out.
We can ask him.
Ask him directly.
Ask him directly about his his decision to be the leading voice of the YouTube shorts on the 106.7 The Fan webpage. I didn't know today was the day we were starting this. So Timothy Park says JP always dresses casually. One, Timothy Park.
That's not casual, Timothy.
You've never been to a radio station.
That's T-shirty.
I look nice compared to the way some folks roll around here.
Not necessarily. You look
I'm
about
like 50-50. You generally dress nice. Most people don't. I'm wearing jeans and a T-shirt. Like, this is pretty standard. But I have to dress nice with some regularity because who knows what I'm doing afterwards.
Yeah.
I think, when Timothy Park also says we want to see Jeff in landfill. So you got to give the people what they want, boys.
Yeah. You don't see Jeff in landfill, you can't see us.
All right. A lot of folks are excited to see this. Kenneth Gaines says, good morning, my guys. Good morning, Kenneth.
Bonjour.
You read Right Way Security? Read that one, Jeff, because you're in the other room. He can't punch you.
Need some shades for the shine on B Mitch head.
Pucker up. That's what I say to you.
All right, man. So people are watching. Cool. We appreciate you guys watching. Landfill's mad about something. What happened? We need a camera in there too, so they get the full experience. Landfill dancing. Jeff, how much of the stream are you in charge of? Like when we go to break, do you have to turn it off? Who turns it off?
I turn it off.
So you're gonna have to stay in the room now.
Stay put.
I'm locked down.
This is a very new role for Jeff. It's a new role for all of us. I occasionally pick my nose. I don't think I can do that anymore.
You can't do that anymore, though.
It's all on YouTube.
Yep.
Also, I mean, now that I'm going to show the world. Jeff got me a package of blueberry almonds this morning. These were banging, Jeff. I just ate them. Now, almonds are supposed to be like the healthiest thing you can eat, like a superfood or whatever. These joints are clearly just covered in sugar, but they taste great.
You can have the pack you gave me as well.
Y'all told me to bring them in here for y'all one day, and I did.
Glad to try.
And you know
I
what
never
B-Mitch
told you
did?
to bring that in.
You know
for
what
us?
B-Mitch did? I tried to give him a pack of my nuts, and he threw them back at me.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Landfill asked you to bring that in here. I didn't ask you to bring that crap in here.
I'm gonna open the phone lines up at noon.
Right.
A lot of concerns for some about Jaden Daniels apparently wishing he could play in Las Vegas. Well, the odds makers are sure telling you he's going to play in Washington, in Raljon to be exact. Do you care that he has a preference? Not that he's demanding to go.
I don't think he said he had a preference. He's just letting you know that he likes.
We're going to talk about it.
The coach.
We're going to talk about it when we return. We will open the phones at noon. Right now, though, got to tell you about the great folks at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. They got Kias, they got Toyotas, they got Ford, Buick, GMC, Chevy, all of it, man. Go check them out. Great people. They'll take great care of you, and they have great financing options, which is more and more important in this crazy world.
And they have that great Oarsman Lifetime Edge. They give you over $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loaner car with every major maintenance and that Oarsman Lifetime Engine Guarantee. And if you're trying to sell a car, that's great news. Not just good news, great news. You go to Oarsman, they will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's very simple. They like to keep their customers happy. Take it from myself and JP, 2 extremely satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A number of things I want to point out here. Good news is that the people in charge of the Heisman, or whoever the hell's in charge, finally came to their senses and are bringing Reggie Bush back. He gets his Heisman back. He gets to be at the ceremony, be honored.
He should have gotten it back a long time ago.
Reggie Bush, one of the most electric college football players I've ever seen. And if you think about some of the other dudes that got to hold on to their Heismans that Reggie Bush had to give back, what a joke. I read this tweet now from one Johnny Manziel. Johnny Football says, "Thank you to the Heisman Trophy for doing what's right and welcoming a storied member of our history back into the fold. There were many voices throughout this process that stood on the table for Reggie simply because of the kind of human he is. I look forward to being on that stage with you this December. Reggie Bush, you deserve it." I agree with Johnny Football. I think that's pretty well said.
Yeah.
I would also point out that if Johnny Football never lost his damn Heisman, how on earth did Reggie?
Yeah, but the thing, Reggie lost his Heisman, but what did USC lose?
Right.
I mean, it's amazing how
they
you
had
can
to take some banners down.
You can say that this guy has to lose his Heisman because someone, adult, who was overly zealous that wanted to really take care of him. How you gonna take care of? How would you have a person that doesn't have much turn down everything?
Right. And
then the school still benefited off of him, but he couldn't have a trophy.
Well, and then I don't know if you saw this, that
the damn NCAA, those folks right there, whatever can happen to them.
Well, let's go a step further. So Arizona State is where Jaden Daniels started his college career. Herm Edwards was at Arizona State. Herm Edwards just got, I believe, a 5-year show cause penalty. Show cause is about as severe as the NCAA can give. It means you have to show cause why you should be fired, why you should be able to be hired before the end of your penalty, right? And to which I respond, if you were giving recruits impermissible benefits 5 years ago, and today all things are permissible under the NIL rules,
throw it out the window.
Who gives a rip? Right? Like,
yeah.
And apparently Jaden Daniels' mom may or may not have gotten impermissible benefits. I don't care. They've since changed the rules that everybody does.
Yeah.
That to me is just a big old miss. All right, we're going to open the phone lines up at noon. We got a lot of people now chiming in via the stream. All right. Our very own Cody Betts says this is awesome. He's watching, but he wants the camera in the aquarium. I think it's only equitable.
Yeah.
In an era of
There's
equity.
4 people on this show. It's not just 2 people.
Ike Dog has a very good question, B.
Mm-hmm.
Ike Dog 1025 asks, can we get odds on the day Jeff forgets to cut the cameras off during the commercial break? I said,
that make a difference. What's his name? Who?
Ike Dog.
Ike Dog, don't worry. Because I got to get up, I'm going.
What's up, dog?
I say, no, Ike Dog, you said.
Yeah, but what is up, dog?
I don't know.
What's up with you?
Stupid. What I'm telling you is, this thing's not going to keep me stuck in this damn seat when I got somewhere to go.
You and I are movers. We are not sitters.
We have a discussion about this whole thing anyway.
So a lot of this, I don't know that I need this. Another thing for me to look at, but a lot of comments. Jeff, you never should have showed me this chat. There's a lot of people chatting during the show here.
What is it on?
YouTube. The 1067 The Fan YouTube
Don't
page.
send it to me. You know, I don't pay attention to all that stuff.
Tay says, I want to see Landfill's face when Charlie calls, which I thought would be funny.
Hey, that's the one day we needed for sure.
Shout out to Kay Holland, who says, dream come true, favorite show on The Fan, finally being streamed. Eric Baxter points out, where'd you go, Eric? This thing moves because I guess a lot of people are commenting.
Yeah.
Eric Baxter said, JP slapping a White Claw before noon live is crazy. I want to point out this is a Celsius, sir. This is not a White Claw. I do not drink White Claws generally.
JP, he's killing it.
I like this. This dude said B-Mitch had damn near 12 miles of return yards.
Man, that's a lot of return yards.
Right? Robert Hodge says, wish you guys could come on TV after the Junkies. That ain't up to us. We just got streaming. It's 2024. We'll see what happens.
2034. We'd have that done.
Yeah. RJ's chiming in. Richmond John, commercial breaks are longer than Denton's college football gambling odds.
Hey, Richmond, don't be sitting there and talk, man. We get paid off of that.
Somebody, was this you, Jeff? Somebody from 1067 The Fan commented, "What's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. Please be respectful in the comments."
Yes, that's me.
You think they care about that?
Yeah. I
Hey,
don't.
man, I'm just covering our behinds, man. We put the disclaimer out there. Other than that, I'm going to have to put people in timeout because I can do that.
Let him fire at will, dude. This is we do
that
not need
too.
protection.
Oh, yeah, of course. But certain stuff we got to,
I'll let you. Yo, people are booing you, Jeff, because you're being a narc.
Boo, Jeff, boo.
Jeff's getting booed in the chat. Caleb Nowakowski says L for Jeff. I don't know that this is accurate. I don't know that he's an expert, but someone named Cairo Atos says 100 plus on the first stream is crazy. I don't know what that means, but
that's the views we're sitting at.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. Nick Kurtz says snitches get stitches. All right.
Jeff, snitch.
Phone lines. I guess we'll take damn comments from the chat too.
Hell yeah.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Apparently, once upon a time, Jaden Daniels would have liked to play for Antonio Pierce, his coach in college. Jaden Daniels has also said he grew up a Niners fan. Do you have any concerns about any of this, that Daniels had a past and maybe now is reflecting on his life is going to be in Washington? Do you think any of this matters as it relates to making the pick or as it relates to how he will play? B. Mitch will tell us how he feels when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Phone lines open.
Potties. Good news for Reggie Bush. The 2005 Heisman Trophy is back in his possession. The Heisman Trust announced today the formal reinstatement of the trophy to Bush amid what they call enormous changes in the college football landscape. Capitals fall in a heartbreaker to the Rangers in Game 2, the final 4-3. Charlie Lindgren uncutting it to 1 goal late.
I mean, it wasn't over until the horn ended there. I thought we did a good job of pushing. We got that big third goal that we obviously really needed, and we didn't give up. And I think we can gain some momentum from that.
The Dodgers scored 3 late to beat the Nationals 4-1, including a dramatic 450-foot upper deck home run that traveled a career best 118.7 miles per hour from Shohei Ohtani. Patrick Corbin was good, 5 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball, but Mike Rizzo told the Junkies today he expects outfielder Lane Thomas to go on the injured list with an injured left knee. Thomas had an MRI today. Game 2 is tonight at 6:45 right here on The Fan with Jake Irvin getting the call. Tired of dirty potties on your job site? It's time to upgrade with Potter's Potties, your local solution for clean, portable toilets and office pods. And remember, for a job site as spotless as your reputation, choose us. Be proud to walk into Potter's Potties knowing you can sit down again. I'm Byron Currett on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. We're streaming on YouTube, man. Come check us out. Landfill's in the chat asking for song requests. People are worried that Jeff can't fall asleep anymore, but he's not on cam yet, so maybe he can get away with it.
Yeah.
Richard John said, did not have Jeff Walker, the B. Mitch and Finley Show boxing insider, moderating the chat in the office pool. And then Cody said, I cannot believe CK created another thing to distract JP during the show. So it's a work in progress.
It must be
here.
beneficial.
It's going to be a work in progress here. Some news. Amon-Ra St. Brown just got paid, sir. Stud wideout for the Lions. The Lions are really building something out there. The Lions have drafted really well. Keep in mind, Washington just hired away their assistant general manager to be Adam Peters' assistant general manager here, and Lance Newmark. Amon-Ra St. Brown got a 4-year extension worth more than 120, which is
he deserved it.
Those are the fake numbers. The real numbers is probably 2 at 77. It's a lot of cash, man.
You say the fake numbers? 2 at 77 is 38.5 a year.
That's the fully guaranteed.
38.5 a year.
Yeah, I'm saying whatever you hear the non-guaranteed number, that's not a real number.
Yeah, but I think nobody really care. I mean, if think about it, if he were to play 2 years and then go to another team or stay at that team,
sure,
he's gonna make a bunch of that money. So I mean, I know some of them are put out there to be whatever, but when there's a guy like him that produces,
I also think because it's an extension, it's a little. I don't think it's 38 a year. I'll try to crunch those numbers, but here's what I want to discuss. Jaden Daniels, for a while, we've had to deal with all the silly stuff, and then his camp didn't necessarily help with the emoji herd around the world and various liked tweets, but we're damn near the finish line here.
Mm-hmm.
And does any of that matter? Are you in on Jaden, out on Jaden? If you wanted them to draft Drake May or J.J. McCarthy, has the stuff here mattered, or is this all just the pre-draft stuff that happens every year? I want to take the phone lines. Our guy DNC, who I don't think we've talked to in months, is on the line with apparently a hot take. DNC, what up, man?
Feeling good, feeling great, man. How y'all doing, man? Don't mind me. I'm at the laundromat right now, man. I appreciate y'all taking my call. Hope y'all doing
appreciate
well.
you calling us from the laundromat.
We're going to send you some clothes to wash.
Yeah, getting ready for my son's track meet today, man. So he's been doing well at track, so getting ready for that. But my hot take is this, man. I never really been high on really a lot of the quarterbacks. The one I really had a favorite, he's a late round guy, Joe Milton. But I got a feeling, man, Jaden Daniels is going to go number 1 to the Bears, man. Everybody feels like the ticket is punched, man. But I feel like Jaden's going number 1, man. It's just something telling me. I think I'm going to put the bet in on FanDuel.
Let me tell you why that's not happening. Okay? That's what I'm going to do. Okay? You haven't heard of Chicago talking to Jaden Daniels, huh? Or anybody else but Caleb. So when you're going to pick somebody number 1, you're talking to those people the whole time. If you're not bringing people in, you're not going to just all of a sudden draft the guy number 1.
That's why it's a hot take. I appreciate you guys, man.
Appreciate you, DNC. It's good to hear from you, man. I don't think that's happening. Yo, since you're down there, what's your Drake May scouting report as our North Carolina correspondent?
I really think he's not what people say he is as far as compared to Josh Allen, because Josh Allen has a more physical game. But in regards to his passing traits, I think he's more accurate than some people lead him on to be. And I feel like, honestly, he has above par pocket presence, which will make him an actually great quarterback. And I think he does need maybe a year to sit, or maybe just, just the right either or the right system, or just the right just a year to sit. And I think he's going to actually be a great quarterback in this league for real.
Thank you, buddy. Take care. Good to hear from you. Drake May's footwork in the pocket reminds me of Scotty Scheffler on the tee. Like, it works for Scotty.
Yeah.
And, it's unconventional. Maybe.
Yeah, but you're talking about 2 different sports.
But dude, people say they want to clean it up. Like, what happens if you try to change it and then it doesn't work?
Well, the thing about it is not to try to change, it's trying to make him more efficient. A lot of movement when you got to get ready to let that ball go can affect you in the pocket. But Scotty Scheffler, it works for him. Don't work for anybody else.
Sure. Kind of works for my boy John Bennett. Jaden is in Columbus. Now,
this is Jaden Daniels.
Is this Jaden Daniels? I figured he'd be in Detroit by now. Jaden, you there?
You're up, brother.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
I think I think it should be Jaden Daniels. Yep, my name is also Jaden. But I think it's also fair. I think I have all my best friends, all my good friends, all Skins fans, I guess Commanders. I think the consensus, all my boys are in a big group chat. It looks like ownership, we get the two big decisions, head coach, now the quarterback. It looks like seems like the tendency so far, I know we're new owners, or they're new owners, is we tend to get too cute. Like I listened to Pelissero the other day on a podcast, Tom Pelissero and Schefter. It's clear that there's a lot of hands in it. Pelissero was saying on a podcast that there's a lot of hands in the decision. Magic's a part of it. Josh Harris wants to have a say. Peters wants to have a say. Pelissero even alluded Kingsbury and Dan Quinn. It just seems like a lot of things were trying to get a little too cute. Jaden Daniels had no idea, apparently, that there were going to be other quarterbacks there. But then the next day after the Top Golf visit, Peter says he already has a good idea who the quarterback's going to be. So why even maybe spook your number 2 pick if it's going to be Daniels? And obviously him and his agent didn't take it the right way. It just seems like we're trying to get a little too cute with some decisions, in my opinion, where you already knew the day after Top Golf who our quarterback was going to be. Why invite 3 other quarterbacks there? You really think interactions and 7 irons were going to change? I don't know. Just see, and Pelissero and Schefter both said teams do this, but they've never heard of it being done with quarterbacks.
But that's the major problem that I have. Everyone always want to separate the quarterbacks, and then when the quarterback acts like a diva, you want to get mad at them. They should put their asses with the rest of the players. They should do the same thing to them they do with everybody else.
Here's my thing. I don't care about if he's a diva. I want him to be good. Aaron Rodgers is a diva. The Packers didn't care. They won a Super Bowl. Okay. I could care less if Daniels is a diva. I want him to be good. If he went to MVP,
but you didn't want him to go to Top Golf. You act like that. You think that's something being wrong.
I wanted him to go, but Pelissero and Schefter said that hasn't been done with quarterbacks.
Pelissero and Schefter, know what Pelissero and Schefter do, and I respect both of those guys. None of them sit inside a building where their decision is going to get their asses fired.
But that's
just fair.
They make comments, okay? These other people have to make a comment and also make it work. That's the difference between
Daniels
them.
and his camp felt some type of way.
Well, and guess what? Everybody, it's been quarterbacks that come and did not like something. Aaron Rodgers didn't like sitting behind Brett Favre. Look how good he is now. Who cares? They got to get over themselves sometime and do what everybody else do. Find a way.
I get you. I just think with the two biggest decisions, with the head coach and now the court, it just seems like it's a little cute.
How did they get too cute with the head coach?
Well, everyone and their mom thought it was.
It doesn't make a difference about who.
I think
doesn't make a difference who people think. What
Ben
people
Johnson
think.
Pulling out at the kind of the last minute.
Agree.
They were on a plane to Detroit to talk to him.
But you don't think the head coach think it was a little wonky? You don't think it was a little
It was a little wonky.
hectic?
That's fair. I agree with that.
Was it wonky before? Was it wonky before? It was wonky once he decided that he was going to pull himself out of it.
That's a great question.
It wasn't wonky before. So, I mean, come on, dog. We got to stop trying to sit up here and judge them based off of what happened prior.
My last point was before Top Golf, you never heard anything about Daniels, really wanted to go here. Drake May and JJ haven't said anything. The only guy who is slotted to go to us is Jaden Daniels. And
that's not true.
After this top,
it's been 3 people in the last 3 months. It's been 3 different people at 3 different times.
And what was the point of the Rossini tweet today? She even doubles down.
Do you think we care what the point of the Rossini tweet is?
I also think you got to consider the Rossini tweet today could certainly be coming from other teams that are like, if I had to guess, I'm going to call this a very educated guess. The Commanders brass have had conversations with Daniels and Daniels representatives, and everything is pretty much cool now. But other teams are still pointing out, he actually wants to be here. Like, I don't think much of it matters. I'm with you on the wonkiness of the coaching search to a degree. I think Ben Johnson pulling out is what made that look really sideways. I think this process, Drake May came out and said how much he enjoyed it. Now, maybe Jaden didn't enjoy it, but maybe Jaden's not a golfer. Who the hell knows?
I got you. I just think with the two biggest decisions we've had so far, it's clear to say they both have not been smooth. They just both haven't been smooth.
I don't think it's fair to say that about
I've
this
saw
yet.
a lot of decisions prior to this staff coming in be very damn smooth, and none of that stuff worked. I almost said the wrong word. None of that stuff worked.
Well, think
once
about
the season started. I'd rather it be a little clunky now and be smooth later.
The last 2 times they've had the number 2 pick. The last 2 times they've had number 2. Go back, what would that be, 12 years ago now?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knew it was Robert as soon as they traded up. The whole world knew it was Robert. They were probably selling jerseys, right? It was only 5 years ago now, 4 years ago now, that everybody knew it was Chase Young. And those processes were super smooth. There was never a question. Both players understood. Everybody understood everything, and neither of those worked. There's not a definitive answer to figuring. Dude, I mean, hell, we talked about this.
One was offensive rookie of the year. One was defensive rookie of the year before they got hurt. I mean, I agree they failed. It did. 100%.
They failed. All right, but hold on.
I agree.
Jay, with the Jets, everybody on earth knew it was Zach Wilson. There was never a debate. How'd that one end up? Like, there's no right way. We got to let some other callers on.
All right, Jay,
it's a good call. Thank you.
Yep.
B-Mitch, Finley, and Bait and Jaden show.
I mean, I think the coaching conversation there's some reality there.
Where's the reality, though, Jay? They went out and they were trying to hire somebody. The dude backed out. You can't blame them for him backing out.
Yes, I agree with that. But it was also just a different process that went different directions.
But I'm saying it went different directions
I don't
because
think it's fair
if
to
a
say
guy
that
I'm
the
trying to
draft
go
process
after
has
say,
been clunky
I'm
yet.
not going to go, I'd rather stay here. Am I supposed to chase him or move on? And they moved on. So I think they made professional decisions.
But there's plenty of suggestions that they then tried to get McDonald, who was like, nah, man, I'm too far down the road with Seattle. It wasn't a seamless process.
They changed their direction to go after somebody else who has something going on. Fine. But you went and you got somebody that seems to be as influential as any. But we still stuck on a coaching decision? I think we moved past that crap. I think they got the right decision.
When they got Peters, it was so locked in and so fast and so impressive that was that's how we thought all the operations would run.
But see, I didn't think that. I just think you end up getting Peters, and then all of a sudden you allow that guy to go out and make the decisions. Everything is not going to work smooth.
I think the draft stuff, the speed bumps, if you will, of the draft stuff have largely been driven by the lack of real information, right? Like the draft cycle is just wacky no matter what. I bet in Chicago, there are people that still don't think it's Caleb or that Caleb doesn't want to come to Chicago. Like this stuff's just, I mean, think about if you're Drake versus JJ and the ups and downs. Think about New England right now with the number 3 pick. Nobody knows what's going to happen there. Some of this is draft related, not Washington
That's the main
related.
thing right there. Nobody knows. And to absolutely lose our minds over every little comment that's made, that shows how stupid we all are. Because my ultimate thing is once they draft somebody, then I really give a damn about how they get that person and make that person get to the height of what they should be. Me changing my mind based off of every comment that's made shows me being a stupid person.
I think it's a reactionary process where people kind of
a lot of people
out.
react. A lot of people don't react. But you know what? At the end, if you react at everything that goes on, then where are you? When is a person ever showing what they truly believe in and what they stuck with? Because everybody's comments should not influence you.
But what matters here, fans should ride the roller coaster. Who cares? Live and die by Twitter. What matters is Peters. And by and large, his comments have stayed the exact same.
Everybody that makes a comment should not be given that glory or that glamour of them being a person that's make you change differently. I don't buy everybody's stuff. I know. Listen, I said it every year. This is lying season, so I take most things as a lie coming out, and we seem to change our direction every time someone says something. I can give a damn about everything that everybody says because you know what? We ain't gonna know till tomorrow anyway. And then if we've been talking about one way and it's another way, gotta change course anyway.
Let's take another call here. Zeke is in Southeast. Zeke,
hey
what up,
guys.
man?
What's
Hey,
up?
right. Man, I cannot wait till tomorrow night when this is all over. You're right, Brian. I don't know why people listen to all this noise. People, you don't know who put that out. I haven't heard, well, if you can show me, JP, because you talk about a video or audio that Jaden says, I do not want to be a Commanders. If you can show me that, then I'll have some concern. Otherwise, it could be anybody putting that out. It could be another team that wants Jaden. I'll be so glad when this is over. We're going to pick Jaden number 2 because he's the best player out there. And everybody's concerned about his weight. And he's the same size as Lamar Jackson, the same size. And we have the number one a top training facility that if we can put some muscle on him, I think we'll have Lamar Jackson number 2.
Dude,
what do you guys think?
I appreciate the call, Zeke. Thanks, buddy. I don't like the Lamar comps, honestly, and I don't for two different reasons. One, I think Jaden's a way better passer at this stage of his career than Lamar was coming out of Louisville. Like if you're not comparing them to who they are now, but just who Lamar was coming into the draft versus who Jaden is coming into the draft. I just think they're different players, and I don't think really anybody.
But he gonna get unless I'm gonna call spade spade. Only reason that people gonna keep comparing to Lamar is because they're both black. Let's be obvious about it. If Lamar was a white dude and ran like he did, nobody would compare him to it. So that's the only reason. Because another way, like I say, lazy comparisons.
I also think nobody can run like Lamar. Like Lamar is a stop, start, make you miss type guy. Jaden's not like that. There's a reason, dude. Lamar never took big hits because nobody could touch him. Jaden takes big hits because he's more of a glider. He's not a straight line runner like Robert was, but he's more of a glider that kind of weaves his way through traffic. But he's not. I mean, the stop, start, cutting ability of Lamar is more in line with like Barry Sanders than it is like another running back. I think the comps I like, I've said it repeatedly, are like Deshaun Watson or going way back to Randall Cunningham. I don't think the Lamar comps are fair. More importantly, though, this is what I think we're all missing with Jaden. And yeah, he takes some hits and he's skinny. I get all that. But a lot of quarterbacks take hits. You could
Lamar
probably take
hurt.
more hits in
Lamar
the pocket.
gets hurt and he stops starts. I'll say this. If he hear anything from this town, be the best Jaden you can be. To hell with all the comparisons. You don't have to be none of those other people.
But dude, what is totally lost, Jaden Daniels completed 73% of his passes this past year.
It's not
at
lost
LSU.
on B. Mitch.
Do you know what Lamar was? The year Lamar won the Heisman at Louisville, do you know what his completion percentage was?
What?
59%. Like Jaden is coming into the league as a passer.
Yeah.
He's a
But
passer.
see, no one wants to give him that credit. A lot of the people that are naysayers about Jaden, they look at him as if he's just a running quarterback.
He's not.
And that's been the problem, too. This guy is a damn passer who happens to be exceptionally at running the ball as well. And you got to learn to give that respect. We got to get past all of the old school mindsets of judging the guy just because he got color, got melatonin in his skin, but he could run and throw the ball. Oh, he's a running quarterback. No, he's a passer who happens to have extra athleticism. And as I told Donovan McNabb, I would tell Jaden Daniels as well. If you got something in front of you and you can run it and get it, and you throw it and it's a pickoff or incompletion, you need to get your ass whipped. Point blank. You have something that every quarterback wish they had. Utilize it when you can.
Now, I wouldn't mind if he takes fewer big hits. We'll keep the phone lines open when we return. I'll be Mitch and Finley.
Nationals-Dodgers. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Rangers yesterday 4-3. The Rangers lead the series 2-0. The Caps are back home on Friday at 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here on The Fan. Tonight, Nats-Dodgers at Nats Park, 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan.
All right, a series of announcements to get us going here. In 15 minutes, we're going to give away Caps Game 4 tickets. That's right, giving them away. Caps Rangers Game 4 Sunday, 8 o'clock at Cap One Arena. Got to tell you, somebody's going to go to that game and cover it. Would have loved a 3 o'clock start, but not up to me, B.
On the Friday?
No, Friday's 7 o'clock. Sunday, I'm saying.
What time is the game?
8.
And you wanted to be at 3?
I'd love a day game.
You got a night game.
Sundays are usually day games. That's all I'm saying. Also, we're streaming on YouTube. Check it out. The 1067 The Fan YouTube page. You can watch me and Brian. Eventually, we'll get Aquarium Cam. Aquari Cam, maybe we'll call it, to get Jeff and Landfill on. I can't speak to when that will happen. But someday, boy can dream. Tomorrow, B-Mitch going to be live in Detroit at the draft. I'm going to be live at DC City Smokehouse along with special guest Doc Walker. DC City Smokehouse is located at 203 Florida Ave, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 2001. Every day, D-City fires up the great smoked meats classics and their signature Mac and Jack cheese.
Mac and Jack?
Mac and Jack, baby. Sounds like something Jeff did in college. D-City has great brews on draft and bottles along with a full bar to go with your half smoke or D-City pit smoked wings. Do I pronounce this D.C. City or D-City? Can I get an explanation on that? Let's find that out.
Is it D.C. then City or is it D?
It looks
City.
D-City.
Yeah, so it's D-City.
All right, D-City it is. We'll be there tomorrow. Me and Doc B will be in Detroit. We're going to keep
I'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Is that where you guys are going?
Yeah.
Cool.
And Tap.
Yeah. Oh, at MGM. Yeah, I saw that. That's where you guys are doing the podcast tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think Grant and Danny are going to be at Dudley's. I'm going to be in Ashburn. I also read something that I found pretty damn amazing. I'm a Amon-Ra St. Brown mark. I just like him. I like his nastiness as a wideout. Siciliano just tweeted this out. Apparently, Amon-Ra St. Brown took the SATs in 3 languages. Took the SAT in English, French, and German. English and French, I can kind of get, but German is very distinct. That's pretty freaking impressive.
He grew up speaking a different language.
I don't know. I'm impressed. I like that guy. All right, we'll keep the phone lines going here. Also important to find out, I'm working on getting like good, clean audio of this. Jaden Daniels.
What did he score? See, you telling me getting it in different languages mean nothing if he scored bad.
I don't know. I assume it was good.
That's just a question that you throw out there. Could have taken me 8 languages. They were all failing scores. Who gives a damn?
I'm reading this from 40A, who's in Detroit. Jaden Daniels, I guess, had a media availability. A reporter asked Daniels, there's speculation you may not want to go to Washington. Do you want to just squash that? Daniels replied, I'm blessed to go wherever I'm called. Whoever calls my phone when the commissioner gets up and says my name, I'll be blessed, and they're going to get my all. Reporter later clarifies, would you be okay being drafted by Washington? Yeah, 100%. We done here? Jeff, we done?
I'm done with
B's been done.
I mean, the next time somebody else read it, can we just not hear it?
Exactly. I've been done with it.
We don't have to read everything that people ask and say.
Well, this is the first time he has addressed it, and perhaps maybe
he
hasn't
addressed it.
Needed to.
He addressed it on what you call him show the other night.
Well,
he said the exact same thing he just said there.
Because Ocho just talked about the receivers, and he was like, "Yeah, those are good receivers."
No,
this is a
he
very
said, he
clear.
said in that show,
shut
he
up.
said about being blessed to go anywhere that he's in that same show.
Yeah, you're right, but not specific. This was he was asked about Washington, and he said, "I'm good."
We got to stop trying to look for exactly how we want it.
He shouldn't have to do that.
He addressed that directly. Then the dude said, "I will be happy and blessed to go anywhere that picks me, and I will give them my best." Same words he just used just there.
I agree. Also, major show announcement here. Rooster is joining us at 12:45. We definitely, if this streaming thing's going to work, we need a Rooster cam. In fact, we should probably go full Truman
He can
Show.
have this seat right here.
When do you have to leave?
Huh?
When do you have to leave?
I feel when I leave, when I'm gone, I'm gone.
I don't need that much Rooster in my life. He needs a camera in the aquarium.
I had him for a whole hour.
I just
at the Green Turtle.
I got this in the chat from Bilal Nas. He said, "JP, not gonna lie, when I first heard this show, I couldn't really stand you, but I realized this is actually who you are. So thanks, Bilal. I don't really know what to make of that." He goes on to say that he loves the show and is really excited. So I'll give him that. Al is in
I couldn't stand you when I first met you. I'm joking.
Feelings mutual. Al, what up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
What's up, brother?
And not much. Hey, yo, first and foremost, B. Mitch, you're my man. I remember growing up down the street from RFK and actually met you when I was maybe 9 or 10. We were on bikes and you were just hanging around and you gave me dap, and I appreciate that, bro. I really do.
Brother.
Hey, yo. So here's my thing right now, and this is what's killing me. I want our fan base to stop smoking crack right now. Just stop, leave it alone, and stop buying into the crack.
Put down the pipe.
Just put it down. Because here's the thing that everybody fails. All of us have had jobs. Hopefully we're working. At least hopefully we're working. And candidates can say whatever they want to say about working for a X company or Y company. But guess what? When they get that job offer, all that crap they may have talked about that company goes away.
Yeah.
Why? Because they're now getting paid. They are professionals. This is what we're looking at right here now. This is a professional thing. Yes, I might want to work for Apple. Yes, I might want to work for Microsoft. But guess what? I don't work for either of them. I work for this company, and I'm going to do my best job here right now because that's where I work.
Yep.
So all of this crap about him wanting to play for Daniels, yes, of course you have affinity for people you know. There's a teacher that you have affinity for. There's a particular job that you have an affinity for because you work there and you know the people there. That's common.
Al, it's a good call, bro, but you just entered like a windmill or something. It was a good call because I agree with him, man. He's
right, though. I mean, it's like... And see, listen, man, I understand the excuse that this is the way the world is today. Not necessarily. Because I would love to see if people really, if you will follow I think a lot of times I see people changing their whole course when they know more than what the person just stated on social media. You don't have to react to everything that's said out there.
Yeah, a lot of this is craziness, nonsense. And listen, maybe there was a period of time where Daniels and his representatives really wanted the Raiders. And dude, we can go back and play it. I interviewed Antonio Pierce in Orlando back in March, and he was very clear how much he wanted Jaden Daniels in Vegas. Maybe there was a period of time where they were hopeful that there was some sort of trade that could be worked out. Yeah. I don't know. This is speculative, right? But maybe that happened and they were kind of holding on to some theory or some thought or whatever. But that period of time has clearly waned. Sure seems you don't want to lock yourself into something because this group has proven they can surprise you, right? Mm-hmm. The Dan Quinn hire, I think, kind of proved that. But it sure seems like Jaden's the guy, and it sure seems like Jaden's cool with coming here. And no matter what, if you're talking about a guy with that athletic profile, the stuff he's had to overcome leaving Arizona State, that Arizona State situation seems like it was an absolute mess. Come to LSU, have the balls to follow up Joe Burrow and the immense success they had, and then to deliver on it.
Go to a coach that's very, very tough.
He's a hard ass.
And play in a conference that's super tough for a fan base that expects the world. And he went through it smoothly. So, I mean, but the ultimate thing is, let's find it. Listen, if they could get rid of most of the social media sites, I'd be happy as hell.
I think they're only getting rid of TikTok.
Okay, well, get rid of that one, get rid of some more of them because, people need to get back to the world and start knowing and just reacting off of things you see instead of everybody what somebody says. We make people be like bigger than life just because they say something. Oh, Lord, he said something else yesterday. Then he comes back today and go opposite of it, and we jump.
Well, what I've said repeatedly is in the void of real information, reported information becomes real. And so much of this, outside of the emoji and the liked tweets, which I don't even know that I want to go down the liked tweets path, but like that was something somewhat real. And
most of these things that have popped up, Jay, got some smell to it. It's a bunch of.
The emoji was real. The emoji happened.
He put emoji out there, and does anybody know what the emoji meant? No, but we had 700 million damn meanings of what it was.
The emoji heard round the world. Now the mouth heard round the world. Chris Russell joins us next. Plus, we're giving away Caps tickets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable, whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
Surprise, we're streaming, apparently. We found this out about 6 minutes before it started happening. People are watching, though. And listen, if you've heard me and B talk about the Prison Cell studio from which we operate
now you see what we're talking about.
B, listen to this. My man Josh Pratt says, their studio looks terrible, LOL. Jason Clark said, LOL, agree, Josh. It looks like an abandoned building.
See? Why you think I don't like this type of stuff?
James King.
Because you give a bunch of idiots some way.
I think they're just telling the truth. James King said they could be broadcasting from a dumpster. They drop knowledge every day. That's all I know.
There you go, James.
Tay
to
says,
hell with those other two dudes that's complaining.
Just know JP wasn't joking about the studio. For once, I'm telling the truth.
You finally get right on something.
Now, in just a minute, we're going to welcome somebody in that has a much better studio than we do. But before we do that, we're going to give away some Caps tickets. I know you all have been waiting. Game 4, Sunday night, 8 o'clock. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You'll win a pair of tickets for the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Home game 2, game 4 in the series, 8 o'clock, Sunday, April 28th at Capital One Arena. Limited tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Now, everybody on the stream chat is making fun of our studio. Chris Russell's a really big deal. Okay. The Rooster.
His studio is better than ours.
The Rooster has a significantly better studio than the Prison Cell with which we operate from. And Chris is kind enough to make some time for us. Hello, Rooster.
Good afternoon, boys. I would say that's the end of what I'm better at and what I have better than the both of you, period. I do have the better studio. I don't have anything else better than the two of you.
Kind of a big deal, Landfill. Better
Hey,
studio.
JP, that comes in our next time we negotiate. Yeah, we're gonna have the studio.
I would say you should do that. You should say I'm Brian Mother.
Nah, I don't use it like that.
I would
unless I have to.
Well,
That's when if you ever hear me saying it, I mean that business.
There you go. You could be in the 1580 studio, which is where they run the Nationals broadcast out of. I mean, that first of all, it's a sauna in there. And
Where's
two,
that?
it's
Where
about
Vic
1/10 of the size of what you guys have. Yeah, where Vic.
I don't want to go in there.
Yeah, you can do that.
I think if they're going to be putting this terrible studio on the internet every day, I feel like you could spend $500 to make it look better, or some enterprising contractor could probably get a spot. Like, I feel like this is a pretty easy fix.
Well, now that we're Odyssey Sports instead of just Odyssey, maybe that's the ticket. We're ramping things up. We're going to spend big budget, like Home and Garden, and we're going to have some plants behind you guys.
Let me also say this.
Hey, somebody wake up Rooster. He's drinking.
I think he's drunk.
Not yet.
You
Not
been chugging
yet.
Heineken in your
Not
car
yet.
again,
I got
Rooster?
some Scotty's vodka waiting for me at home tonight.
Attaboy. Roostizzle, how ready are you for the draft to get here and just be over?
The only thing that I am not ready for is the built-in storylines and what we're going to talk about after the initial thrust of the draft wears off, like mid next week. We need stuff like that to kind of electrify the audience and to get people to care and to get people kind of interested and buzzing. So that's the only part that that sucks, that goes away. Everything else can go away. I don't care about any of it. I mean, we have a job to do. Our job is to inform, entertain, whatever, talk to the fans, talk about what is out there. All of it sucks. All of it is confusing. All of it is misleading. I have no idea exactly what they're going to do tomorrow night. I wish I did. If I was a better, personality reporter, whatever the hell I am, maybe I'd have more of a clue. I can only guess. But yes, I'm waiting for it all to go away, with the exception of our content goes from like way up here to like kind of down here, especially if the Caps get eliminated.
How about once the draft happens, let's start talking about the next step.
The guys they drafted.
Let's develop these dudes.
I'm with you.
Bruce, can I ask just a quick question of Professor Landini? Landfill, did the Roosters somehow make a draft question about him and his ability to generate content? Did I hear that correctly?
You did, yeah.
Okay, thank you for
I did not make it about me.
Yeah.
I said us, we as team, as talk show hosts, as personalities. We got to fill the air every day. Not just about me. Not just about me. Nothing's just
I'll
about
just read
me.
comments from the chat. That's my new go-to segment.
I've heard that. I heard you're majoring in it. I mean, I was listening to one whole segment. I was like, man, this is a tool JP did not need.
It's not. Well, it's also this just happened, so we're getting used to it. There's an acclimation period.
You look good on TV, though. I'm watching you. I'm seeing you guys, and then I get to look to my right, and I see you in person through a window, and
people are
very impressive. Because as Chad Duke says, I make it all about myself. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. What happened to that guy?
People want to see the poster that's hanging over my head, which is the Prince and the New Revolution poster. Now, Jeff, should we bring back the old?
I don't think you should ever took it out.
Porn store expo you went to poster?
Yes, I think we should have left that up.
Yeah.
It's an adult studio.
That's an adult poster.
JP wanted to leave it up. That's why he bought it up.
Maybe we
I wanted to leave it up. When y'all talking about something, take it out. It may be popped up on the camera. I didn't think no damn camera's
It's
gonna
still
be in
over there, right? Let's get it back, Landfill. Let's see. Beavis might do it right now.
It's over there.
Roost. Is it Jaden?
Yeah, I think so. That's the most likely scenario. I still would love to be shocked, surprised, I guess. I shouldn't say shocked. Surprised and hear Drake May. I think there's a more than decent chance, though, it could be J.J. McCarthy. So I'll touch on all three of those guys. I think it'll be Jaden. That's the most likely scenario. I've had that and stuck by that for a while. Just so is everybody, obviously. And
I also you're not going out on a limb.
No.
He's the second best prospect.
No, I see. I disagree with that. I do
because I'm an idiot.
Well, maybe. I mean, he's the most Yes. He's the most electrifying. He's the most exciting. He's the guy that's going to sell the most tickets. He's the guy that's going to sell the most jerseys, Commanders jerseys that they can't sell. He's the guy that's going to wake up this fan base. I don't know how great he's going to be on the next level on a consistent basis.
What's your concern?
Couple. Obviously, the car crash thing everybody knows about, the body frame, all that, that's been talked into the ground. I mean, he admitted it in an interview. I take too many car crashes, right? So that worries me that it's good that he knows that. Worries me that he hasn't, at least the last time we saw him in a competitive environment, hadn't been able to fix that. So hopefully he will. The bigger thing, strong. I don't know how great he is over the middle of the field. In terms of accuracy, zip, he wasn't forced into a lot of those situations at LSU. He wasn't forced into a lot of 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10 type situations. And maybe he won't in the NFL because he's so good on 1st and 2nd down and because he's so good at making plays with his legs. But I think Drake May gets overlooked from a making plays with his legs type of thing as well. Not only downhill scrambling, eluding sacks, pressure, what have you, and trying to make something out of nothing. But I think by design, I was really impressed by Drake May and how they used him at Carolina, rollouts, keeping his eyes up. Now, his footwork, obviously, still a thing, and mechanics, whenever you're rolling out of the pocket, this was always my thing, roll out, Taylor Heineke, roll out Robert Griffin. You guys know this. It's not easy to roll a quarterback out, even by design, and have them keep their eyes up, their hips turned, their feet in the right position, all the mechanical stuff. But I think Drake May can get there. So I just slightly like him a little bit more than Jaden Daniels.
I'm an annoying, loud voice.
This is true.
I like Drake a lot. I think he's a really good prospect. I think it's more of a dice roll than Jaden. And I think there's a misguided narrative that somehow Jaden is the safer pick. I think Jaden could also be an all-pro player for I just people are like, oh, well, he's got the higher floor. I understand that, but Drake could become. I think we're underselling what Jaden can become. I think he steps in and is good right away. I think the way he gets through his progressions, you're right. There's not a lot over the middle of the field. I get that, but they also ran a lot from the hashes and outside, and I think those are the hardest throws to anticipate and to make.
Sure,
and those are pro throws. Those slot fades to the opposite hash.
Yeah,
and remember how much wider the field is in college. My thing with Jaden that I think has really misinformed the conversation. Does he take too many of the car crash hits? Yes. Is his frame a little slight? Yes. But he's a pocket passer. Like, he is a passer first.
I agree with you what you said on I was on my way in, like the comparison to Lamar Jackson. He is way better as a pocket passer than Lamar was coming out of Louisville. Like, Lamar just, I think, finally hit his stride as a pocket passer this year. Really hit his stride. I don't think it's going to take Jaden Daniels 5 years to do that. I worry a little bit about the zip.
I think he comes in as a really good pocket passer.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he comes in as a way better pocket passer than Drake.
Yes, right now. But Drake also has 2 years less experience.
But
so,
why is it? Why? This is I can't understand. We say right now, what if Jaden, who's already ahead of him, keeps getting better?
That's a possibility.
So I mean, I don't get how we could automatically assume that Drake is just like people like Jaden have failed and had mistakes and got injured. People like Drake have never reached their potential.
That's true.
So I don't know how we can assume that he's going to automatically get there.
I'm not assuming that he's going to get there. I would just say this. I think the ceiling is higher for Drake May, but whether he gets there or not is totally an unknown. It's ever so slight that I like Drake May just a little bit over Jaden Daniels. That's it.
Bruce, what are you doing for the draft tomorrow?
How could I make it about me?
I ask that all the time.
I know
I'm going to be at Command Land doing nothing, just monitoring the draft and eating free food, which is a go-to for me. And actually, I'll be on, I guess, the station from time to time or something. I don't know. Maybe late night.
All right, you really sold that. I mean, people are really going to want to tune in.
Nobody really wants to hear any more from me than they already do.
All right, we got to – you have a show to get to.
Yes, I do. Thanks.
Which I guess you're really going to test if people want to hear more from you. When we come back, we got Denton Day, who apparently dominates the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We're going to get to the bottom of that, and we're going to see if he cares at all about the Jaden Daniels stuff about not wanting to come here is over. He said he wants to come here. You stay here.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Lido Pizza. Lido Pizza never cuts corners. The Lions and wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown agreed on a 4-year extension worth $120 million, $77 million guaranteed. Tomorrow, the NFL Draft in Detroit, round 1. You can hear the live draft show with Grant and Danny live from Dudley's right here on the Fan following Nationals and Dodgers. In hockey yesterday, the Capitals fell to the Rangers 4-3. The Caps will look to bounce back as they head to Capital One Arena on Friday at 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Other playoff hockey yesterday, the Panthers beat the Lightning 3-2. Florida leads that series 2-0. The Avalanche beat the Jets 5-2. That series is tied at a game apiece. And the Predators beat the Canucks 4-1. That series is also tied at a game apiece. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Dodgers 4-1 yesterday. They'll look to bounce back today in game 2 of the series. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear right here on the Fan. It's a rematch of the pitching matchup from last Wednesday. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin. In the game last Wednesday, Knack pitched 5 innings, gave up 2 runs in his major league debut. Jake Irvin went 6 scoreless innings. He enters the game with a 3.13 ERA. Lido Pizza is going wacky on Wednesdays in April. Bring your friends and family to Lido Pizza on Wednesdays and get a free appetizer with any $25 purchase. Head to LidoPizza.com for locations, menu, and more information. Lido Pizza, a family value since 1955. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are joined by a celebrity now.
Forgive me.
Our guy, Denton Day, is here. And B. Mitch decided since we're streaming now, you can watch it on 106.7 The Fan, we should wear sunglasses.
That's what I'm saying, son.
So we're all
Somebody
wearing
said
sunglasses.
needed some shades for my shine, so.
Well, B, I think you're right. We do have to protect our eyes, much like the lunar eclipse. We do have to protect our eyes from the reflection of your head.
The shine, baby, the shine. They call it the shine.
But we also have a celebrity here. Denton Day joins us. Of course, you know Denton Day, the College Sports Insider's insider. Here, Denton, scoot over so you can get on,
realize
on
I'm
this
not,
camera.
I'm not on
here.
camera.
Yeah, we just found out some stuff about you,
God,
too,
you and I got to be real close.
But what we've learned about Denton, for whatever reason, are you aware that you dominate the YouTube Shorts portion of the 106.7 The Fan website?
Oh, yeah, that's all me.
Why?
That's all me.
Why?
Because there was nobody doing shorts during the season, and I was
That's
like,
why you wear shorts?
I'm going to do the shorts during the season. No one else. It was just take command, and I was like, well, let's get a little bit of diversity in there.
Okay.
So it was just,
you saw an opportunity and seized upon it.
Jumped on it. Yeah, people were criticizing me for wearing rings in one of the videos, and I was like, that's what
Wearing
we took
what?
away? Rings. I had rings on my fingers, like a couple black rings. And
Of
like,
all-
what's with the rings?
Of all the weird things you do,
Yeah, you can wear
the
this ring and give them that.
The rings
Yeah, that's
are
what I'm
so
saying.
far down the
Yeah.
list.
That's what
But
I'm
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess you did it. I guess we found out.
I don't know if you saw it over there, but
Brian, the people on the stream, I guess, want you to move towards that way,
The wall.
towards the window.
no, that's all.
From the window
That's an awful angle.
to the wall.
That's an awful angle.
All right. Well, everything's
Right
a work
here?
in progress. Yeah, I don't know, man. You think I know? I'm
Yeah,
wearing
my chair don't
sunglasses.
fit over here.
Jeff, where are your sunglasses? Where's the Jeff cam?
I put on these
coming
sunglasses, which do not belong to me. They belong to B. Mitch, who was generous enough to lend them to me because I rock transitions. And Jeff
You wear
told me,
transition glasses? How old are you,
oh
dude?
yeah, I wear transitions. Sunglasses expensive as hell, bro. They don't pay me that well here.
Hold on. You mean the ones that go from light to dark when you're inside and outside?
Yo, dog.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real
Don't-
problem
hey,
for my
hey.
wedding.
Any gas station you can get some cheap
Yeah.
sunglasses.
Yeah, I
XJP,
know.
he know.
Dude, so I'm gonna give a free shout out.
Did you buy some of them?
I used to always get nice sunglasses and I lose them and break them. And I found this brand knock around.
How many did you lose the 2 pair I gave you? I think 2 or 3 pair.
Yeah, those are gone. There were 2. Those are like 75. Those are
I
nice.
will not waste my money
Yeah.
anymore on you.
Well, dude, I get these knockarounds. They're like $30 and
Yeah,
Instagram.
but Tifoso, that's the name of it? Tifosi, the name of the glasses I got you.
I don't know. I don't
They're
remember.
like riding glasses.
They were like bike riding
Yeah,
glasses.
yeah.
Yes.
And you lost them.
I do have running.
It's $79.95,
but I
dog.
don't have like casual sunglasses.
I appreciate it.
$79.95, dog.
Denton,
Ignore me.
Ron Rivera wears transitions.
All right, that one hurt.
He's going to change.
That one hurt. I was like, there's not a lot you can get me to get off of transition lenses, but the Ron Rivera jab didn't feel good.
Hey, man.
Draft is tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
We're all excited. Finally, the draft is here. It sure seems like Washington's going with Jaden Daniels. No, it ain't over till it's over. Nothing's final till it's final. Ben Johnson texted them on the plane and said, I don't want to interview with you. Like, things can happen. But I know you've been high on Jaden Daniels all along.
Yeah.
What do you make of the criticisms that have become now you got to find criticisms with every prospect, right? Like that's a part of the game. But what do you make of the criticisms of Daniels where there's, I mean, hell, Rooster just laid him out. The frame and, the questions about throwing it over the middle of the field and then maybe the sacks. I think I'm bailing on the shades, by the way. Kind of dark.
The sacks are the one thing that I care about the most just because we dealt with that all of last season, a quarterback that it looked like throws and reads were there and he just wasn't seeing it correctly. And then that would lead to sacks. And then you get into like 3rd and 18s. And when you're in 3rd and 18 with a young quarterback, you're basically punting the football away. So the sacks bother me a little bit. The frame, I think, is kind of overplayed because once you get with an NFL nutritionist, you'll be able to put healthy weight on. So I'm not too worried about the frame itself. As far as throwing over the middle, I think that was more the offense.
I agree with
But 23 sacks last year compared to 43 the year before. That's a drastic change. So something had to change to work in the to the better. I don't know why they're stuck on it because they're talking about last year, not year before.
Right.
And I don't get that.
Yeah, it's weird, B. Mitch. It's like when guys get more comfortable, they play better. And it feels like nobody on none of the critics want to acknowledge that.
What a wild concept.
I know. It's really crazy. So I think once you get this guy into your building and he gets more comfortable, like you'll see if it is Jaden Daniels or if it's Drake May for that matter. But I think you'll see the best of whoever they end up drafting as the time progresses here. I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels. I think it should be Jaden Daniels, and I'm excited for it to be Jaden Daniels tomorrow night.
I tend to agree with you, in all facets. Like guys are supposed to improve. I don't get that staying in college has hurt him. I also think like things that happen over time, if we went back and watched the 2002 NBA Finals, and then you watch the 2012 NBA Finals, they don't look the same.
Right.
What's going to continue to happen with these quarterback prospects, people are making a big deal out of them being older now. They're all going to be older in 5 years because they're getting paid to be in college. They're allowed to transfer wherever they want. This is going to continue. This is not like, I don't think the fact that Nix, Penix, Daniels are all transfers, guys that have bounced around. Hell, even Caleb Williams transferred, but it was in the new era where you didn't have to sit or anything. This is going to continue.
Yeah.
Especially because these guys like Daniels or like Burrow before him, if it's like, all right, you'd be like a 4th or 5th rounder, or you could stay and make $1.5 million, $2 million in NIL money, you're going to stay.
Right.
And the age stuff, I find a reflection on a bygone era, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's Brandon Whedon who was
29
2 years fully off his parents' insurance by the time he was getting drafted, right? Like he could have rented a car for 3 years. He was 28 years old, drafted at 22. It was like the most insane thing. So it's not that. And you're right. Playing football makes you better at football. So if you want to stay in college and play more football, like
that's one more time.
Yeah, playing football makes you better at football. And Jaden Daniels stayed in college. And same with Drake May and same with Caleb Williams. They stayed in college, they played football, and they got better at playing football. Same with Michael Penix for that matter. I mean, he had a hell of a season.
Yeah,
this year.
And he had to overcome like 8 different injuries.
Right.
Like some of this you learn.
You find a way.
I agree. Specific to May, what do you think he is as a pro prospect? And why do you think so many people are convinced that, because there is a legit group out there that's like he's the best prospect because of his ability to do X.
Right. I think they see a lot of similarities to like your Justin Herbert, and they think eventually Drake May can become what they wanted Justin Herbert to be. I never really saw that watching him play. I mean, you certainly see some of the throws that he makes in the arm strength, and that is just magnificent. but I never felt like watching him that he fully elevated North Carolina. And if you're not elevating North Carolina in a bad ACC, that worries me a little bit. I do find it odd, though, that it feels like only in the last 4 or 5 weeks people have come out and said he's going to need a year. Like that seemingly came kind of out of nowhere. We weren't saying that in February at the combine. It feels like that only started happening in March. So I take that with a little bit of caution. I just never looked at him as like this is a for sure top 3 pick when I actually watched him play.
But it happens every year where the focus changes as other people start to rise or fall. And did all of a sudden he starts saying he needs to needs to focus a little bit because a lot of the supporters saw him dropping.
Right. And he entered the season as it was him and Caleb, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do think people held on to that throughout the course of the season. Now, I don't think he sucked.
I think Jaden played his way into the conversation, whereas Drake kind of maintained a preconceived draft status.
Stagnant, and Jaden played significantly better, and Michael Penix played significantly better than anyone anticipated. And that's why they're getting all this conversation now. And I mean, I don't know if you guys saw that report. Michael Penix might go top 10 all of a sudden now because New York seems to really like
him. A lot of people like him. They just scared of the injuries.
I think you could argue he's the best passer in the draft.
Pure passer, I would agree with that. He throws the prettiest ball.
And I think, B, we talked about this a bunch, probably off air more than even on. The bust rate is so much higher than the injury rate. So if that's your guy, go with him.
Yeah.
Like if it's him or Nix or him or McCarthy or him or Drake, and you're like, yo, I think he's a better passer, then go with him.
Go with the guy that's a better
like
passer.
the idea of the position is to throw the ball.
Throw the damn ball. And all the rules lead to that.
Right.
So,
I wouldn't be upset. This isn't going to happen. But I wouldn't be upset if Washington traded back and landed Penix and another first-round pick, and they get like a tackle in the late first round. That wouldn't. I would.
Or they
I
can
would be
just
able
get
to
Daniels
sleep
and use the
comfortably.
2 second rounds and get back into the first.
Right. I'm kind of hoping that's what they end up doing. To be honest.
Landfill, I wanted to ask you a quick question that I think you'll be in a good position to comment on. I believe whenever Denton joins the program, he has to wear sunglasses. He looks cool in them.
He actually does look kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll take that.
What do you think, B? Is that a new rule?
Yeah.
Denton Day. And then we could play sunglasses themed songs and when we kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We don't have to find a walk-up song.
Yeah.
I wear sunglasses at night. It's a great song.
Get him a song from Top Gun.
Or Top Gun. I'll take Top Gun. I mean, Jeff looked at me when I first put these on and said I look like a cop, but I'll much rather take.
You do kind of look like a cop trying to. You look like a narc. Like you're trying to be cool. You're gonna buy a bag of weed and then throw some cuffs on.
He kind of looks like George Michael.
Just look up
Buy
Teddy
weed from a high school
from Snowfall.
Hold on. The George Michael comp, it might be, especially he's wearing a leather jacket or a jean jacket rather. And he's got
A
the
jean
weird
jacket
beard.
with shorts on.
Yo,
Flip-flops and socks.
people looked at you.
There's nothing wrong with that.
People
There's
looked
nothing
at
wrong
you
with
and
that.
their
There's a lot wrong with
concern
that.
was what?
the rings because I wore rings in one of those YouTube short videos.
Have they seen the total package that is Denton Day? The fanny pack and the incredibly weird colors and all of it?
They didn't get the full body. By the way, earlier today I was sitting in the studio before the show, and CK comes running into the studio and he says, "I got something for you." I had no idea what he had. He's like, "I saw this. I thought of you immediately," and he gave me a Capitals fanny pack. So my collection of fanny packs is getting,
Dude, you're a
is
little
getting
too young
bigger.
to be a damn fanny pack guy.
B, look at this. George Michael in the jean jacket does kind of look like Denton in the jean jacket. I'll try to put this on the stream.
I think
It
George
doesn't work
George
at all.
Michael looks like he's wearing the full Canadian tuxedo.
We are not talking about George Michael, the legendary sportscaster, by the way. We're talking about you got to have faith.
Yeah, you gotta have faith. Yeah.
Any dog in the fight at the tackle prospect?
Oh, that's going to be tough. I think if you want to get a great tackle, you're going to have to do what B. Mitch alluded to, which is trade back into the first round. I saw the tweet from Daniel Jeremiah that said a lot of teams are going to be moving up for tackles. I love the guy out of Oklahoma, Tyler Guyton. I love the kid out of Oregon State, whose name you're going to hear a lot. I just don't know if they'll still be around in the late stage of the first round for our team to go get.
Yeah, we had Charles Davis on earlier from NFL Network, and he said the tackle market's going to be hot. He thinks it starts around 15 and gets through the early 20s.
When it's 2.
I think a lot of these guys are going to go. I wonder if they're not almost just forced to stay and play the volume game and try to get – because if you look at some of the guys they brought in for 30 visits, they brought in some guys that project to be like late Friday night tackle picks.
Right.
And at some point you also got to rely on your scouting, right? Hey, we can't do that, and we're gonna have to chill here, and let's find the best guy that we could get at 78 or 100.
Right. By the way, a name that they brought in on the All 30 with the Top Golf trip that I would love for them to get
Big
probably day 3, Eric All, the tight end out
Tight
of
end out of Iowa.
I would if we're sitting here on Monday and Eric All's a member of this team, I'm going to be really thrilled.
I like All a lot.
All around tight end.
Dealt with a lot of
Really?
injuries. I like the kid Theo Johnson out of Penn State too.
Yeah.
I do want a tight end. I think
there's just such a big drop off between Brock Bowers and everybody else.
Yeah, but dude, more and more, I don't know that I would invest. You never say never, right? But a first round tight end, it is so hard to get them to deliver on that draft position compared to the other levels of talent. If you just look historically, the best tight ends, Kelsey, Kittle, Gronk, like these dudes are all
Second, third, fourth round, fifth
Fridays,
round.
early
Yeah.
Saturday picks, and that would impact my mindset. The delta, the gap in value of what you get with a first round tight end for somebody else. Okay, I'll break. Denton, thank you. Brian, are you out of here? You going to
That dude
Detroit?
don't even look at the clock ever. Yeah, I'm out.
All right. Safe travels. Denton, thank you for joining us. We'll
All
see
right,
you next
fellas.
week. Keep the shades on when you're on the program. Nobody go anywhere. I'm going to get us all home.
Hey, everyone. It is Autism Acceptance Month, and we're making a difference together. So join me as I bike to the beach to support local autism organizations. Come out on Friday, August 2nd, and enjoy a 25, 50, 70, or 100-mile ride to Dewey Beach. Ride with me or donate to our team to help us hit our goal. This ride is designed for all riders. You don't have to be a professional rider. Just all riders can ride this ride. Bring your own crew or help us raise money for autism awareness. Visit biketothebeach.org/BMitch to get involved and make an impact today. That's biketothebeach.org/BMitch. Let's do this.
Tizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Tonight, Game 2 of the series between the Nationals and the Dodgers. The Nats going to look to bounce back from the loss yesterday. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. It's a rematch of the pitching matchup from last Wednesday. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin. Knack was making his Major League debut last Wednesday. He went 5 innings and gave up 2 earned runs. Jake Irvin pitched 6 scoreless innings. He comes in with a 3.13 ERA. Again, 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. And the NFL Draft Round 1 begins tomorrow night. You can hear the draft show live from Dudley's with Grant and Danny following Nats Dodgers right here on the Fan. For over 60 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best buying experience in the D.C. area, period. That's Ted Britt Ford of Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln and Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Guess it was enough for me. So did we decide this is going to be Denton's walk-up song? I like this. I'm kind of feeling this, not going to lie to you. Born to roll. I keep wanting to sing it, but I don't know the words. Doesn't really prevent me, usually. Something you should know. Did George Michael get in trouble for like hooking up with a dude in a movie theater or something? Wasn't there something weird? Do your thing, man. Just, get in the back row or something. Live and let live, Jeff. That's what I say. All you have to do now. Jeff, can you play this at the club?
Probably the Beach Club around like 3 o'clock.
Don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah. Turn it up just for the chorus. Freedom. Sean Jones says, JP, we can't hear the music, so you sound extra terrible when you're singing. Sorry, bruh. Landville, you like this one? Brian Twitty says, stop singing, daddy. I am really curious. Some dude commented on here to draft Bo Nix, but I think he paid $2 or something to make it like a bigger comment. Check that out. This is the first super on a live stream. I don't know what the hell that means, but if somebody's willing to pay $2 for me to say they want to draft Bo Nix, I'm available for sale. I mean, I don't know that $2 is the going rate, but Michael Rodas, you win. You're the first dude to pay $2 to say draft Bo Nix. I kind of think you're kidding, but that's cool. I wanted to run through some other draft stuff. BetQL. Oh, no, not BetQL. BetOnline.ag always send me odds, and they make it really easy, so then I pay attention to it. To all the other betting places that get mad. So I like some of these. We'll run through them. Landini, you can make picks with me because Jeff left. So Nick Saban and Bill Belichick are going to be part of the draft broadcast. What do you think happens first? Nick Saban smiles or Bill Belichick smiles? Saban is the favorite on this, minus 150. Belichick at plus 110.
Yeah, I would go with Saban. I feel like Saban Saban, at least he does commercials where he appears happy, and Bill Belichick, unhappiness is just who he is.
Well, Saban also added, Saban left of his own volition, right? And Belichick was fired, and then Robert Kraft conspired to keep him out of the league entirely. While you've got the cluster buster in there, ask him if I get the $2 that guy paid to make a super comment. You microphone, please.
I'm thinking we split it. Can't we split it? B's not here. We can split it like 5 ways, 4 ways. What do we get?
I got to stand up for B.
Okay.
We'll split it 5 ways. What is $2 split up 5 ways?
All right.
40 cents.
40 cents.
Okay, that works.
Hey,
Ain't that in my gas tank?
We're 40 cents closer to the Finley girls going to college. Shelby needs Invisalign. Has anybody ever done that? Dropped a super comment?
No, but they should.
Yeah. We're pro super comment. How do you think we're doing so far on the stream, Cluster Buster, Boss? CK?
I think we're doing great.
Okay.
Kind of a soft launch. I think we're doing well.
Okay.
It'll be even better tomorrow.
Do you care if we hang up the poster from the porn convention?
No, that's fine.
All right. Jeff, get some. We couldn't find any tape.
I'll bring some thumbtacks in tomorrow.
All right. Boom. We're getting, it's a hell of a poster. So tune in tomorrow because we're putting that thing back up. All right. Number 2, which highlight will the ESPN NFL Draft broadcast show first? Marvin Harrison Sr. making an NFL highlight of Marvin Harrison catching a pass from Peyton? That's a heavy favorite, minus 1,000. Or Drake May's older brother, Luke May, winning a title playing for Carolina basketball? The only reason this is interesting is because I think Drake goes ahead of Harrison.
I think that's kind of a question as to who gets picked first. I mean, I honestly think that's who wins.
No, because I think Drake May can get picked, and there's so much to talk about, dissect with a quarterback, especially if he gets picked ahead of Jaden, or if he gets picked even like ahead of JJ. There's so much quarterback specific B-roll they can run, VO they can run, that you don't have to lean on the deep cut Luke May highlight. Whereas wherever Marvin Harrison gets picked, even if it's after Drake May, 1,000,000% they're showing a clip of his pop.
I think it could also be, I mean, does it like pre-show count? Because if they're doing the pre-draft show and they'll be talking about the top prospects, when they mention Marvin Harrison Jr., they're probably going to also mention his dad and show a highlight.
Yeah.
Whereas I think you're kind of right. Drake May's brother is probably not one of the top things about him, because nobody knows who the hell that is. But at least if you're over the age of 30, you got to know who Marvin Harrison is.
I imagine these odds only start when like Roger Goodell steps to the podium and is like, all right, hey, Detroit, we're on. Whatever his official like announcement is. This one, I think I would take yes, frankly. Will Jim Harbaugh draft a Michigan player? How many picks do they have?
At least late, you'd think there's got to be at least somebody.
Yeah.
Like the 7th round. Right. It's a Michigan guy, 7th round.
Maybe this is only specific to the first round, because otherwise, of course he's going to. Like, this has to be specific to the first round, because the Chargers have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They have 9 draft picks. 1,000,000% they're taking a Michigan player in the 9 picks. So that must only be in the first round, in which case I don't think they're doing it. There's like this weird school of thought that he might draft J.J. McCarthy and try to trade Justin Herbert. I don't see that. I don't really understand this, but I guess this is because some of the prospects watch from home. Over under 2 dogs shown on the broadcast during round 1.
Oh, yes. I saw the list a few weeks ago of guys that were going. It didn't seem to be that many of them.
13 guys.
Yeah. So a majority of these guys will not be there. They'll have the home cameras, though, obviously. And, I mean, everybody's got a dog.
Jeff, over under 2 dogs? You going to 3?
Over 2 for sure.
All right. They call this the Ben Standig prop. Over under 1 cat shown.
There'll be a cat. Yeah, somebody will have a cat. Yeah, absolutely.
And it'll probably be like a lineman with the cat.
Yeah.
I think I'm going under on cats.
If there's a giant
Thundercats,
man
Thunder
holding a
on
cat, that'll be shown.
It's gonna be like a offensive tackle, offensive guard.
Olu Fashanu is 6'8", 330, and he's just gonna be holding a little calico.
Exactly. Just a little baby cat. They'll show that 100%.
Gonzaga College High School alum and Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams. What color nail polish will he wear? Now I'm gonna give you your options. Black plus 150, orange plus 200, white plus 500, pink plus 600, blue plus 700, green plus 1,000.
I think he's going to have either blue or orange with bears painted on his fingernails.
Landini, I got no dog in this fight. I don't know.
My two thoughts were either orange and blue, or red, and I guess they didn't have red as one of the options.
Jeff, you are the youngest among us, and you're not that young, but you're younger than me and Lampville. Are dudes painting their fingernails? Is that like a thing now? Is that a LA thing? I'm not judging. I'm an old guy, so I am removed from things. I don't.
JP. I actually am judging. You know how like the older guys, y'all get on us about wearing slippers with socks. I think that's like
I really only give you a hard time when you wear a purse.
My older or the man bag. My older guy thing is I do not like the fingernail painting. I'm not judgy. I'm just not a fan of it.
Or more like is Caleb Williams the one dude doing it, or is that a thing?
It's like more of the younger guys, like that 20. I would say that 18 to like 22, 23 range.
Well, of which Caleb is right in the middle.
Yeah, it's like even the artist did it. NBA YoungBoy did it.
If we had to look at, if we had 100 young men between 18 and 22, like how many of them are painting their nails? Like 20 out of 100, 30, 50, 10?
I would say about 25 to 30.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck. You know who likes to paint their fingernails? My 5 and 8-year-old daughters. And I support them. And if you're a 19-year-old man and you want to paint your fingernails, God bless you. Live and let live. Landfill, you must be enjoying the prop bets because you're not even yelling at me that I need to go to break. But in fact, I need to go to break. We'll be right back. It's B. Mr. Finley. So Landville wanted to play this song for Jeff. Is this Barracuda? Jeff, why did you want to hear this song?
I didn't want to hear it. I don't know why that guitar riff just came through my head.
It's a good riff.
It just came through my head, and I was like, dun 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 dun, dun. And then Landfill was like, "You don't know that song." Oh no, he said, "You don't know who sings that song," and I was like, "I don't," but I don't know why that just popped in my head. But I remember it from Guitar Hero.
Okay, did they play that in Swingers, Landfill?
I don't think so.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. Couple more things I want to get to here. A lot of people are watching on YouTube. This is our first day streaming. It's been kind of fun. Chris Kynard, the cluster buster extraordinaire, said, "Don't worry, they're going to fix up the studio." Over under 2.5 months till that happens, fellas.
Way over.
Under.
Week 1 of the regular of the football season.
Under. You want me to tell you why it's under?
Because people are paying attention?
No, because they're going to leave it to the producers.
Oh, they're just going to make you do it.
Yeah, we're going to have to do it, so might as well knock it out now.
Well, I'm not going to do it, just so we're clear. We have gotten more people sending in money, which I didn't even know was a thing. Our guy, Chef Cooks, sent us in $2, but then he told us that YouTube takes 30% of the $2. So that's, what is 30% of $2? $1.60 we've now made, right? No, 30% of $2, $1.40 we've now made. Thank you. But this dude, Quentin Shibusawa, I hope I'm saying that right, Quentin. He sent us $5, and he wants me to prove. Listen, it is a prison cell, but I can open the door. Ready, everybody watching? Door opens. I don't know if you can see anything back there. Yeah, we made it, Jeff. Look, I'm showing everybody. Jeff, come walk in this door so people can see. Little Jeff cam, real quick. And then I'm actually going to read a little bit of football news. Look, here comes Jeff, and we'll give each other 5 so everybody knows this is real and not the Matrix. Boom. All right. I wanted to read this from Ralph Vacchiano, who is I guess he covers the NFC East now for Fox Sports. He's a longtime Giants, Jets, New York guy. And I think this speaks well to the nature of the beast with the NFL draft. And what I always say about the draft is whatever your thought was on the last day of the college football season, especially with the quarterbacks, like try to just burn that into your brain and not pay attention and then get to draft day, because generally that's how it's going to shake out. So listen to this. J.J. McCarthy's draft ride has been wild. He was never, rarely, if ever, a first rounder during the college season. Then Jim Harbaugh said he might be the first QB off the board, and suddenly he was in everyone's top 10. Eventually, he was a possible choice at 2 or 3. Now I keep hearing that the Vikings at 11, who everyone thought would trade up for a QB, might not even have to trade up to get J.J. McCarthy, unless the Raiders jump 1 or 2 spots ahead of them. I know the ride is media business fueled, but it has still been wild. I think there are a lot of these things. I kind of think we're going to get to the draft tomorrow night, and the first couple picks will be relatively as expected based on how people played last year on the field. And I to me, if you're going off what we saw last year on the field, it's going to be Caleb, Jaden, Drake. That I am not guaranteeing anything. Certainly crazier things have happened. Surprises happen. Trades happen. This Commanders group's been incredibly tight-lipped. They haven't let any information out. There was a big surprise in the coaching search because a lot of folks thought it was going to be Ben Johnson, and it ended up being Dan Quinn. However, I think a lot of that was because Ben Johnson pulled himself out of the running. The comments we've now heard from Jaden Daniels in Detroit, he's like, yeah, I'll happily play in Washington. I'll be blessed wherever I go. You know why? He's going to make $40 million. You'd go wherever they tell you to go for $40 million too. The people that didn't, Eli Manning, John Elway, they were coming from different circumstances. Like Eli Manning, and I don't know anything about Jaden Daniels' family. Maybe they're super rich. Maybe his grandfather invented the light bulb or something. Maybe. But like Eli was coming to the NFL as the kid of Arch Manning, and his brother was already a number 1 pick. Like there was a different leverage there that I'm not sure exists. I think it's been way more made than necessary. We're going to find out tomorrow night, which I am really excited for. What I am really excited for right now is to make some bets. That's definitely the wrong sounder, Landini.
I thought that was the right one.
I wasn't even singing, man. Jeffrey.
Okay, so I know I'm sitting at 1-1 because I wasn't here and I didn't bet.
Where were you? Everything all right?
Yeah, yearly checkups. I wanted to get them in before football season and things, so I got it done now.
Before football season, it's April.
Yeah, but football season after the draft, and then they start doing different things. I know the minute I leave the studio, it's going to be Jeff chose to leave as this happened or this happened. So I got it done early.
Good for you, dude.
Landfill hit his bet. I don't know where you're sitting at for the week. 2-0. He's lying, but we'll give it to him.
I am 2-0.
You are 2-0. I just looked up your score, and tonight,
what did B have yesterday?
I don't know, but it don't matter because he's not here, so he takes an L.
Fair point. I think he takes an L for tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm taking the Rockies tonight because TBD is pitching. And I get sized.
Gotta love TBD.
Rockies plus 1.5.
You got Rockies plus 1.5 with TBD on the mound?
With TBD on the mound.
All right.
Give me Dallas tonight.
Hoops.
Stars.
Okay. What hoops do we have tonight? Heat Celtics. Celtics are 14.5-point favorites. And then OKC, New Orleans, the Thunder are 7.5-point favorites. It's chalky, but would either of you not take Celtics Nuggets finals right now? You think?
Oh, no.
Who would you take? Thunder? I don't know. I watched some of Mavs Clippers last night. Luka got hot. It was kind of fun to watch. T-Wolves play really good defense. It will be interesting if defensive basketball comes back in vogue. I'm not sure it will. All right, I got to make a pick.
Parlay mine with the Yankees, too.
Boy.
Minus 1.5.
I'm going to take the O's to win against the Angels. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you big time to Charles Davis for joining us from Detroit. Of course, make sure you check out NFL Network. A ton of draft coverage all week. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Denton Day. Thank you to Chris Russell. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I'll be live tomorrow, D-City Smokehouse. Doc Walker going to join me there. If you made it this far, I'll you a beer.
and get a free appetizer with any $25 purchase. Head to LidoPizza.com for locations, menu, and more information. Lido Pizza, a family value since 1955. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny on this Wednesday, April 24th, 2024. We are 1 day away from the NFL draft. We've got an excellent show planned for you today. Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl, is an expert on all things NFL draft. He'll stop by at 3. Our buddy Logan Paulson, nobody sharper in town, breaking down film than the longtime Redskin and NFL tight end. He will be on the show at 5 o'clock. The Caps are down 2-0 to the Rangers. They're coming home for back-to-back games Friday and Sunday, games 3 and 4. We've got tickets to game 4 of round 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Caps, Rangers. Who am I? We're going to do that today in the 3 o'clock hour, 60 minutes from now, the first of 3 hints to whittle down which capital we're talking about. It's going to be a great show.
It is. It's going to be teams lose. But my biggest concern is the elbow of Artemi Panarin. Is it okay? Like, you saw the dirty play that TJ Oshie ran his face right into it. Like, I can't believe 77 had the audacity to do such a thing. I mean, I suspect any moment there'll be a fine from the league. Of course, I'm being facetious. If somebody's smart enough, and by the way, just real quick, Rangers are the better team. They're probably going to win this series. They deserve to win last night. You can't have a power play where you give up a garbage turnover, turns into a tic-tac-toe shorthanded goal and expect to win a playoff game. The Rangers are better. This is not an excuse. They deserve to win, and again, they probably will win. If you can explain to me why TJ Oshie had to leave the ice when the concussion spotter spotted contact that would result in a concussion, and then there are no repercussions. If you can explain that to me, adequately, you deserve a prize. If that's your rule sucks. No one gets to leave the office till we change it. If that's the correct application of that rule, everyone should be fired who wrote it, and we should start over. Start the whole thing over. That was so unbelievably egregious to me last night. It's the only thing I can think about. Again, Rangers are better. They deserve to win last night. They're up 2 games to none. That is the correct result. They deserve to win. That was so stupid and so apoplectic. I'm apoplectic. I cannot think about anything other than how stupid that sequence was. Back to you, Grant.
Yeah, it's outrageous to take away a penalty and to say that nobody's going to the box in terms of the Rangers, Artemi Panarin. It's more egregious to me, though, that out of that sequence,
the one result, yeah,
very, very normal in hockey, guy gets hit. In this case, it's a guy you're already wanting to protect because of all the concussions and all of the upper body trauma and all of the back and neck issues that TJ Oshie has had. His boys are in their fields. They're going to take his back. Generally, you're going to take a capital with you to the box, but you're going to penalize Artemi Panarin more minutes, and so there's going to be a power play because they were the team that started it, essentially. For the Capitals to go to the penalty kill after a headshot to Oshie was an outrage. I mean, it was just utterly preposterous. To your point, starting with that or only focusing on that feels like we're saying that's why they lost the game, and that's not why they lost the game. They lost the game because their power play has been bad. In fact, it was a liability last night. They're lucky they only gave up the 1 goal on the OV turnover.
Yeah,
on a power play, which looked more like a penalty kill at times. They did score a goal on the power play, so you'll look at the numbers after last night and go, oh, it was fine. It really wasn't. I mean, it was a real problem again for them. And special teams is so lopsided in the Rangers' favor. Coming into the series, Danny, we talked about this. Washington had to play at even strength, where they are still not as good as the Rangers, but you could get some bounces, you can muck it up, you could slow it down, you could trap in the neutral zone, you can be annoying and heavy and be within a goal enough in this series that some things could bounce your way. The top 3 power play unit and top 3 penalty killing units of the Rangers are just decidedly better than you are on special teams. And the parade to the penalty box by this team has been a joke. A lot of the calls are very obvious, easy calls. Now, I am annoyed in general by the number of penalties both ways. This does not feel or look like the playoffs. It feels like an October-November game because there's constantly a team on the power play. Somebody gets called 2 minutes after that. The other team gets theirs, and we even it out. Enough with the whistles. Just let's play some 5-on-5 hockey. But some of the penalties the Caps are taking, you can't not call them.
Absolutely.
I
thought that Nick Dowd penalty was garbage, to be honest with you. I thought hockey happened.
Yeah, they
call roughs.
I think there were a couple bad calls last night.
And those are the ones where and again, if a Ranger's doing the same thing, I'd go, let's swallow it on that one and let the boys play a little bit.
There was an early call. It led to, I think, the Rangers' goal on the power play, their first of the series. Early last night on Obey Kubel coming back.
The hooking penalty.
They called a hook. That's a terrible call. But a lot of them, like the high stick, even on Oshie that got missed, should have been a penalty. I thought that the John Carlson cross-check, very obvious.
Yes.
Like there have been a couple where you go, sorry.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do, right?
Go over there and sit down for a couple minutes. You did something stupid. The Ferravari penalty was a dumb penalty defensively that they took. But they've done it too much. They're in the box too much. I will say that playing on the road at the number 1 seed President's Trophy winning team, being in the box as much as they were, to lose by a goal 4-3 and to basically have the puck in the offensive end for the last 90 seconds trying to tie the game, there's a lot you can take out of that. I think if you're Spencer Carberry coming home now to say, guys, we're right here. If we play a little smarter, a little more disciplined, we can beat this team, and it's a 2-1 series, and now we're right back in this thing. So I don't feel nearly as down as I did after game 1, where I just thought they kind of got dominated and couldn't get anything going. Their first several minutes last night were excellent. McMichael scores the goal. LaPierre flied around, played great. There was a lot I liked last night, actually. But my God, man, enough with the penalties. This is one of the most disciplined teams in the league this season. You wouldn't know it watching this series. They are taking stupid penalties over and over.
And I wonder, how the Rangers deserve credit for that. Maybe putting you in an adverse spot. Maybe you feel like you got to do too much. I don't know.
You're right. You're outskilled.
Right.
They got more speed. Some of that's going to happen.
But yeah, I don't know. That Oshie Panarin sequence, I can't. It short circuits my brain to the point All I want in life, and this is in life, dude. This isn't just a sporting thing. In
You
life,
said in hockey, right?
This is life. This little thing that we're all doing for as long as we get.
Movie with Martin Lawrence.
I need for a great pull and Eddie Murphy. And there's also a movie called Life with Ryan Reynolds and Jake Gyllenhaal and a couple other guys about like this thing in outer space that evolves really quickly and eats people and got to Earth, and it was a bad scene.
Not familiar.
Anyway, point of the dude's story is I need it to make sense. Whatever it is, whatever your rule is, I want an even application of the standard. Whatever the rule is, we'll all figure it out. We'll all figure out what your rule is. The whole point of this exercise is to prevent what happened. You got the concussion spotters. You got the guys that are going, hey, there's contact to the head. You don't get concussed on the chest shot. You don't get concussed because someone hit your shoulder.
Well,
you don't get concussed because there's a knee.
But what they said was, incorrectly, in my opinion, was that the head came after the body. And that's kind of their point.
Well, yeah, when your elbow's going up towards the head, it might end up happening. You might go up the escalator one time. I'm not yelling at you. You're doing your job. You're very friendly. You're very nice. We get along really well. You're a good person. Kiss 100% of my butt with that. I don't care what was first. The head was hit by the elbow of the man. Sit his ass down for a requisite number of minutes. Put him there. And if you're overzealous with it, okay. If Tom Wilson had done that, and I hate this line of argument, but if Tom Wilson had done that, they would have taken his pads and his stick away and suspended him for the next 6 years. And they maybe would have jailed him, would have put him in some basement gulag where he had to write notes on toilet paper that he freeze-dried in order to get the word out that he was starving and in need of someone to come rescue his ass. Ridiculous. I will not get over it. I'm so upset. Back to you.
Yeah. If they took the penalty away and said, we think he hit chest before head, my reaction would have been, what a disaster. You've got to be kidding me. Please do better. Wes McCauley is the Angel Hernandez of the National Hockey League. I'm so over this guy. To send the Capitals after the commercial break to the box, and only Mikey's going, so you're on the penalty kill, blood boiling.
Locker's reaction was perfect.
What did Locker say?
He screamed, what? Not like Little John, like announcing his presence. He screamed, what, at the top of his lungs. And as Joe B's going, so they're going to send Connor McMichael to the box. He's going, you've got to be kidding me. Like losing it.
The reason I didn't hear that is I had clicked over to the national ESPN telecast, which, by the way, and I hate what I'm about to say, but we sound like homers already, you know, and I think everything we're saying is correct for the record, if I may. The ESPN telecast is so unbelievably pro Rangers. It is insane. Have you listened to any of it?
I haven't. No, I've watched the boys.
Again, everyone does this where they think you hate their team. I'm not saying they dislike the Capitals, but the amount of OV trolling. It's like, I wonder if Ovechkin will make a contribution tonight. Thing actually said out loud. Fox is one of the Rangers. His name's Fox. They called him Foxy in the middle of the play-by-play call. They're like, Foxy with the puck behind the net. I'm sorry, who?
One of your best buds, one of your pals.
Foxy, get the hell out
Foxy
of here.
Cleopatra from Austin Powers.
Anyway, but I clicked over just to see what they were saying because I know how I feel. I know how Joby and Locker are probably going to feel. We're seeing this thing, I think, correctly, but also through some red-colored glasses in a way. Let me see what they're saying nationally. And they also thought, well, not nearly as adamantly, that they're pretty surprised by how the minutes got dulled out.
Well, Panarin's such a good guy. Like doing that bit. Yeah, and
but I always come back to, you just said this. What if Tom Wilson did that? And everyone goes, well, he's got a priors and a past history. Part of the past history is flawed for the same reason. Every time he does something on the borderline, he gets life for the speeding through the school zone. Whereas Artemi Panarin's just like, oh, your driving record's good, you get off. You get pulled over 6 times and never get a ticket because your driving record's good. You're not that good of a driver, but Panarin you got nothing to show for it.
He had to stay on the ice for the power play. Like, what? Like, I won't get over it. And again, if you're just tuning in, the Rangers are better. They deserve to win. This is not why the Capitals lost. The Rangers are better. I will not get over that. Like, I need, like, the NBA, as flawed as it is, and there's a billion flaws, and to me, I've never been less in love with the product. I love basketball still tuning into the NBA playoffs, which actually been pretty good here this first round.
Been very good.
At the end of that Knicks 76ers game, at least the NBA comes out and they're like, hey, man, there was a couple fouls that went against Maxey that weren't called.
Hockey
it was really bad.
Have that club in the bag.
Bring me that now.
Double down, triple down, quadruple down. Them in baseball went to the same university when it comes to admitting your mistakes.
Say our bad. I'll live with it. I'll live with it. Just say it. Say it right now. Say it today. Bettman, whoever's in charge up there, find a spokesman. Find someone that's really handsome, that takes great questions and is like, looks really good in his suit to tell me. Break the news to me that you messed up. Then I'll be fine. It's the idea that people are skipping to work today like they did their jobs correctly is infuriating to me.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. More on the Caps and the Rangers as we continue today. 2 days off now in this series. They're home Friday. They're home Sunday. I've got to determine. I really want to go to the game Friday night and figure out a way to get into the arena. But you got rounds 2 and 3 of the draft.
Yeah, you do.
So do you want to multitask? Commanders are picking 313 times in those 2 rounds.
It'll be easy for you if they trade into the first round. Maybe they don't have a second round pick.
I agree, but then there's still. If I traded into the first round, I would still move back and add more picks in rounds 2 and 3. Like I'm trading 36 and something else, as long as it's not 36 and 40. If they trade 36 and 40 to go up and get Amari Mims or something, the Georgia left tackle who's only started 8 games, but I think some absolute menace in waiting on the left side, which I would love. Then you probably aren't going to pick in the second round, and they don't pick again until the third round. So it makes Friday night a little cleaner, but I got to sort that out. I'd love to be there at least once, if not twice, this weekend. You just don't know how many more of these games you get this season. And if we really want to get big picture with this thing, how many more OV playoff games you get? Got to take advantage while you can here. Just one shot on goal for the big fella, by the way, in these 2 games. Laviolette and his staff.
They know what they're doing over there.
Lavi doesn't know his tendencies and the scheme and how they try to get him open. But they've done a whale of a job at keeping him from getting going offensively. Where to begin on the draft front a day ahead of the pick. So all signs are now pointing to Jaden Daniels. We were here about a week ago. Then his agent made a bunch of loud noises, and I think things for a couple of days got sideways where there was some thought maybe it wouldn't be Jaden Daniels. But we are back to him being favored to the extent larger than he has been at any point this season to go number 2 overall to Washington. I tweeted this last night. I just want to get your thoughts on this. Considering that the team has seemingly done a really good job keeping their plan secret, it sure seems like Jaden Daniels to the Commanders has become a really badly kept secret. The team, by all accounts, is saying absolutely nothing. And I can tell you as someone who has been around this organization for 20 years and has been in the business really for the last 15 of them or so, trying to get information and build relationships and talk to people in the building. It's basically never been more difficult to figure out their thinking on anything than it is right now. And that's a compliment. I'm not knocking them.
Yeah, that's their policy.
But considering that and the fact that they're keeping their plan a secret, everyone seems to know what they're doing, which is one of 2 takeaways for me. Either other teams, the agent, the player himself is kind of getting the word out on how they feel, or everyone's just potentially guessing and nobody really knows what Adam Peters is actually thinking. But this is a great secret they're keeping that everyone is in on somehow. Figure that out.
So here, this is going to sound really stupid. I've tried to workshop this all day in my brain, and I know it's going to come out really dumb. So there are going to be some qualifiers after. Here we go. If it is Jaden Daniels, it's not because everybody that's saying so was right. You follow me? Because they'll end up being right when they predict that it's Jaden Daniels.
I don't think that's fair, though, but finish what you're about to say.
My point is, the people that know aren't telling you. The people that know it's going to be Jaden Daniels have not said a damn word to anybody.
True, but 2 things can be true. Adam Schefter doesn't know that it's Jaden Daniels because Adam Peters or Lance Newmark told him as much. But Adam Schefter might be talking to the GM of another team, picking 3 through 6 or whatever, who has a really good feel for what the Commanders are doing because they get paid millions of dollars and their staff's getting a lot of money to figure that out. And by way of conversations with Peters, how they staffed certain events, how they've conducted their interviews, all the digging they've done and talking to the agent and other agents.
It's all circumstantial from outside sources from the people that are making the decision.
It is circumstantial evidence, no doubt. You cannot convict on that. What I'm saying, though, is Schefter suggesting that he thinks it's Daniels and not being told it's Daniels, like, there's other ways to do it. So if they pick Daniels, he had a pretty good indication from his sources they were going to do that. I don't think it's just him guessing and being right.
No, it's not a guess. It makes sense. It tracks. This is a highly touted prospect, won the Heisman Trophy. That's got a huge
so what
upside.
is your point? Just that
My-
Peters hasn't told them?
Partly, I suppose, but again, like every fan that's tweeting that they know, or it's locked in, or every blog, or every a mock draft that's got Daniels going, and that's what they all do. Every betting odd is basing it on something that's not coming from the source. Whereas before, you'd find something out. There's a tell. My point here is only, I guess, to say there are no tells. It's not just what Peters is thinking. It's what Newmark is thinking. It's what Sammy the Scout is thinking. It's what guys that have been here, quite frankly, in other regimes. It's always somehow kind of gotten out there a little bit more with some more oomph behind it. All the things that are happening are from outside this organization in terms of, well, this makes sense, so I'm just going to keep mocking it. So once you mock it, I mock it, Darius mocks it, Ryan doesn't mock, what's it going to include? Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall. That's and now we write it in Sharpie. If that ends up happening, it's not because all the copycats and all the different people were like, well, this guy's saying it, so now I should probably say it, otherwise I'll look stupid. They may end up being correct, but they're not right. See the distinction? They end up being correct that that's the pick.
Sure.
But it's not because they knew. It's not because they knew. It's because it sort of made sense, or they're sort of guessing over everyone else.
Good information from outside of the building.
I just don't think. Well, that's where we're different. I just don't think that exists.
I do though, because teams know what other teams are doing, oftentimes, without being told. Also, there are a lot of people that know Peters and who know Newmark and know their proclivities. So if somebody, let's just say as an example, has been around you their whole life, like when it comes to radio, I know a lot of days what you're going to want to talk about, what you're not going to want to talk about. I could guess more often than not what your take's going to be on something. Someone could come to me and go, hey, what do you think Danny thinks about this?
You got a great chance to get it right.
Yeah,
sure.
It's an opinion. But if I was then, in addition to that, responsible for figuring out what you were going to say, and even though you wouldn't tell me, I was able to talk to people close to you, or someone says, yeah, I actually talked to Danny last night. This is going to be his take on that. And then I tell this third party, the info's pretty good. You're getting to talk to people who know how they view this. Kyle Shanahan and Adam Peters, it's a lock, have talked about Jaden Daniels. Adam Schefter calls up Kyle Shanahan and goes, hey, when you talked to Peters 6 months ago or whatever it was, what did he say about Jaden Daniels? Oh, dude, he loved him, or he didn't like him. Whatever it is. And I think that information does matter. You can listen to the show all day long, obviously, on 106.7 The Fan. We are coast to coast on the Odyssey app. And for the first time ever, for 4+ hours today, we are streaming on video as well on YouTube. So just make a note of this. I don't want anybody necessarily to stop listening to the radio. But if you're at home listening to a smart device or whatever, and you want to throw us on your TV and watch our video stream of our broadcast starting today and moving forward, we are live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page.
Thank you, audience. Thank you.
In high definition, crystal clear. You can go check us out there. We're Grant and Danny. Next, Jaden Daniels was asked how he'd feel about playing for the Commanders. You'll want to hear what he said on The Fan. Hey, I'm Grant. The wait is over, DC. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is officially live. Right now, new customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Then you can bet on all your favorite teams, doesn't matter who they are, and it doesn't matter what sport. You can bet on all the sports. It's all on an app that I love because it's safe, most importantly. It is secure, very significant, and it is really easy to use, which is vital as well. Do not miss out on $150 in bonus bets, whether you win or lose with that $5 bet. All you got to do is place the first $5 bet, and you get $150 in bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. To make every moment more with FanDuel, you got to be 18 in DC. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Let's ride together. In baseball tonight, the Nationals take on the Dodgers. Game 2 of the series. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. It's a rematch of the pitching matchup from last Wednesday. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin. In basketball tonight, a pair of Game 2s. The Heat take on the Celtics. The Celtics lead that series 1-0, and the Pelicans take on the Thunder. Oklahoma City leads that series 1-0. 3 games tonight for hockey. The Bruins take on the Maple Leafs. That series is tied at a game apiece. The Golden Knights take on the Stars. Vegas leads that series 1-0, and the Kings take on the Oilers. Edmonton's up 1-0 in that series. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We are taking you up to 6:15 this evening. Remember, the Nats' weekday start times have changed this year to 6:45, so we're out a little bit early on Nats game days. Coming up next hour, 30 minutes from now, your first of 3 hints. Caps, who am I? We're going to give them out each segment throughout the hour. If you know which capital we're talking about after the third and final hint, you call in. First person to answer correctly wins tickets to go see Caps Rangers Game 4 Sunday night at Capital One Arena. We've got Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl at 3, and an outstanding conversation, to be sure, with Logan Paulson at 5 o'clock, who studies the film and has thoughts on all the quarterbacks. I don't want to bury the lead here, but I will tell you, Logan is a big J.J. McCarthy guy.
He likes one person a little bit more than most.
J.J. Hardy. Nope, McCarthy. He might also like J.J. Hardy.
He could be a huge J.J. Hardy fan. Did you see, by the way, that J.J. Hardy's in the news?
I did.
Did you see this story?
Tell the story. It's hilarious.
So you may have the details better than me, but my wife did the thing where she goes, did you see this thing about J.J. Hardy? And I'm like, you got to be more specific.
J.J. Hardy, former Orioles shortstop that I used to like a lot because he was a vacuum cleaner at short.
Always fielded the ball with one hand, but still had a great exchange. I never could quite figure that out. Anyway, the point of the dude's story is this. I guess he lives in Arizona now. Does that sound right?
I'm going to bet on yes because he's a baseball player.
I think that's what it was. So he's minding his business, and he goes, well, I'm Jay Hardy. I should probably build a baseball field in my yard. He goes full Kevin Costner Field of Dreams on this thing. Like he's building a baseball at his house.
Not like I would build a field or you would build a field.
Yeah, a bigger
where
field.
It's like, our kids could play and we'll call it a field. He's building, minus the seating, a legitimate, incredible baseball stadium with massive construction and big trucks.
And so, like, one day, one of the neighbors is like, what's going on over there? What is that? What's happening? And then they find out that he's building a baseball field, and they're pissed. The whole neighborhood, the whole community is rallying against J.J. Hardy because he's building a baseball field.
So funny.
He's enemy number one in, like, whatever Maricopa, blah, blah, blah county.
It's not just because they don't want a field. Like, it's very loud. There's massive construction. It's the equivalent of if someone just started building a baseball ballpark, like, right next to your yard.
Yeah.
And people are like, how about no?
Can you not do that?
The lights going up. They're just going to be shining out your back window.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Team J.J. Hardy in most things. I don't know if I would love that.
This one's tough. Now, again, it's his yard, but, man, I don't know. It's a big impact in the neighborhood, apparently.
We will not be talking to J.J. Hardy today. We will talk to Logan about J.J. McCarthy. Jaden Daniels was asked about playing for the Commanders. There was a video online. I'm going to just kind of read the transcript. Reporter says, there's speculation that you may not want to go to Washington. Do you want to just squash that? Jaden Daniels said, quote, I'm blessed to go wherever I'm called. Whoever calls my phone, when the commissioner gets up and says my name, I'll be blessed, and they're going to get my all. Reporter, to clarify, would you be okay being drafted by Washington? Jaden Daniels said, yeah, 100%. It was a long interview. That was one answer. That good for you? Squash all that?
Good for me.
Fine for me, too.
Yep.
I have never once thought he didn't want to play here. which is not in any way what he said, that I want to play there more than everywhere else. I believe that Jaden Daniels wants to play in Vegas with Antonio Pierce, and I've said this for several days. Good for him. I got no problem with that. He worked for and with him at Arizona State. They were together when Pierce was on that staff and Daniels was his quarterback. His proclivity, and if he has his druthers, would be to play for a guy that he really, really likes. No harm, no foul. You can have a preference as long as he actively isn't trying to avoid Washington, where like him and his agent are going, I don't like the Commanders. They did the Topgolf thing, man. We're not going there because they made you swing a golf club. That would annoy me. But because this isn't that, and this is more just he has other interests. That's what Schefter has said.
Mhm.
There are other teams that he wants to play for. Okay. A lot of guys probably have that. He wants to be a Raider. That's what Diana Rossini has said. Okay. A lot of guys probably have a place they'd want to be. Very different than I don't want to go to Washington. This answer is not, I'd prefer the Commanders. This answer is, if they take you, are you fine with it? And he said, yes.
Yeah. So just to offer an example, Tom Brady was a Northern California guy. All he ever wanted to do was play for the 49ers. Ended up with a pretty nice career. Went somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't really matter to me as much. The only thing that I raised my ire a little bit, or kind of made me notice, I'm going, this is all within a 48-hour period where we get emoji gate. Then a report that leaks out that they weren't thrilled with the Topgolf thing, or whatever you want to call it. And then we find out then there's that like the third blow there is Adam Schefter going, he would really love to play in Oakland, or no, Las Vegas rather, for his old coach. So, okay, fine. But when it's all taken together, I'm kind of going, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here, but now there's a little bit of smoke to this where you guys are pushing back a little bit too hard. That was all. It wasn't one thing independently. It was all put together within like a 48, 72-hour period.
The only thing that I take issue with is that the stories keep coming out even today, and Rossini's big, here's the latest buzz leading up to the draft story in The Athletic. She wrote, the quarterback is, and this is in quotes, cool with Washington, I'm told. In his dream world, he would reunite with Raiders coach Antonio Pierce. I'm just over this. You know, I am annoyed and tired of this. Shouldn't keep coming up constantly. Whoever is saying this, I don't think it's Jaden Daniels responding to Diana Rossini's text saying, I'd be cool with the Commanders. But in a dream world, it's his agent, right? It's people in not specifically Butler, the one agent who was liking the tweets, but it is someone in his camp, if you will, that is putting the word out there. And it's just unnecessary. I wonder if anybody like me is annoyed by it at this point. Like I tweeted this, I said, this should not keep Washington from picking him. Take the guy you think is the best. Number two, it's very reasonable if his preference is to reunite with Antonio Pierce. Fine. But number three, can we please just acknowledge that the constant attempt to put the, I'll accept Washington, but story out there from someone in his camp is a little bit annoying. It is less than ideal. It is kind of weird. Do you think J.J. McCarthy doesn't have a preference? Do you think Drake May doesn't have a team? He wouldn't love to go to the Vikings to throw to Justin Jefferson or whoever it is. Somehow we haven't figured it out. You see what I'm saying?
Of course.
There's just a difference in how the other quarterbacks, Michael Penix, Bo Nix, whoever it is, and maybe Nix doesn't count because he's too low down the board. But these guys are all handling the situation one way, and Daniels is doing it another. And you may not care about that at all. And I'm not saying that it should affect whether they draft him or not. But if you're asking me, does it register? Is it a little bit annoying? This has been more off-putting than I want it to be. That's all.
That's a great way to put it.
Like I can go out to dinner with someone, I leave and I go, I didn't love everything about that.
We don't have to do this again next month. We can wait until next year.
It's just not as warm and fuzzy as I would like it to be when I'm about to crown someone. I'm giving them the gift of the number 2 spot and running my entire organization for years. It feels like a lot of, I'd be fine with that. But it's just not ideal.
No, I think that's a great way to put it. It doesn't change anything for me. If I'm on the board at 2 or on the clock at 2, I'm taking him. I don't think twice. But still, it dampened my enthusiasm a little bit, is the way that I thought about putting it. I thought you put it really well. It's not anything to change what's happening. It's just I'm kind of going, why are we still doing this? There's no who's benefiting. Is anybody happier? Is anybody more frustrated? Is anybody down? Is anybody who's gotten better because of this? You know what I mean? Like, is anyone in a better spot because of any of these tweets or reports? That's what I mean. What's the upside there, right? If you're agitating the team that might pick you at 2, you don't think you're agitating the team that might pick you at 3. Like you're not doing anything to take yourself off the board. It's not like you went 150 miles an hour and run PCP or something. We're not even to that level. It's not like a crime or anything. But it's like, why are you irritating? Why are you irritating the team that's about to give you all the responsibility in the millions?
There's 5 guys.
Yeah.
If you count Williams, maybe let's not do that. Although it is a delicious burger.
I would love 5 guys right now. Do we have 5 guys?
There's 4 guys that you could potentially take between 2 and trading back to the back end of the top 10 or top 15, whatever. With 3 of them, it just seems like it's been normal and seamless. And with Daniels, there's been a little more explaining away things. Shouldn't alter the decision if he's the tops on your board. But it's also not nothing. And I think if you're pretending it's nothing, you came in with a take. That's where I'm at on it. Like, you are excusing what is a little bit odd and not ideal because you like the player, which is fine, but just acknowledge that. So here's the question on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Does any part of you think that the Daniels, I'll accept Washington, but stuff is less than ideal, weird? Is it grating on you at all, or do you not care? He's on record. He was asked. He said, yes, I will play for the Commanders. I'm 100% going to be fine with it. Is that good enough? Close the book. 800-636-1067. You're listening to The Fan. All right, Danny, I am back in the saddle, ready for the rest of the show. Behind the scenes, I got a call from my wife right at about 2:00 that my daughter had put a bead in her ear, and I've been a little bit of a mess.
Yeah.
You're just waiting for the update to figure out everything's fine. Took the doctor apparently like a minute less to get the thing out. They just took tweezers. We're good. So no more scream crying. Got the video saying everything's fine, Daddy. So we're good to go.
There we go.
Next stop, NFL
back at
draft.
We're back at it. We're
Next
in.
stop, Jaden Daniels, QB1. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
The worst kept best secret in football or something. Question for you guys at 800-636-1067. We're going to hit the MGM National Harbor listener lines here. Do you find yourself in any way perturbed or annoyed by the constant reporting being done? But you could be mad at the reporters if you want to. I know that's the fun thing to do in the country at this point is to get mad at the media. But somebody is telling them things in Jaden Daniels' camp that you're not hearing from the other quarterbacks. As far as, I'll be okay in Washington. I'm happy in Washington, but ... Rossini today, the quote is the quote. I mean, it's right there for you. While the quarterback is, quote, cool with Washington, I'm told his dream world to reunite with the Raiders. And this is not me saying I want the Commanders to be his number one preference. I don't care about that. Just stop talking about it. You're going to Washington. Why is this still a story? They're trying to steer this. It's just a little bit annoying to me. I would love for the Bears Caleb Williams situation where he's eating deep dish pizza and putting together a video with their social team right now about how much he loves the Blues Brothers movie. You know, and everything Chicago. He's wearing his 1990s Bulls gear. Let's go to Jared in Rockville on G&D. Hey, Jared.
And I'm glad your daughters are. I can only relate all too well on that little uneasy
Appreciate
feeling.
you. All is well.
It's so helpless. It's the pits.
It's the worst feeling in the world.
You're right. I can completely agree. Going back to Caleb Williams, like, it's so easy what he's doing. Like, it's so easy to do it up big for who you know you're going to. You're right. Just stop talking about it for Jaden Daniels. Look, you know, just play the game. It's like the most important month of your life. Just play the game. Act super happy, super appreciative of whoever. It's such an easy thing to do. Like, all this makes him come off as very selfish in my eyes.
Let's go to Thomas in Chesapeake on Grant and Danny. Thomas, what do you think?
Hey, Grant and Danny, man, love y'all's show, man. Love the way y'all bounce it around and dig deep into it, man.
Appreciate you, bud.
That's nice.
Hey, you know, my thing is you know, you listen to what Jaden Daniels says, and you got to believe him and his agent are talking, and that why would his agent release anything without talking to him? But anyway, his perspective of wanting to play for the Raiders, and when they interviewed him, you know, his face lit up. You know, you really could tell, man, that's where he wants to be. And so my thought is we're investing a number 2 draft pick in Jaden Daniels if he's the guy, and then 5 years down the road when his 5th-year option's done, he's like, now it's time for me to go where I want to go all along. And then so we invested all this stuff. We train him, we develop him. In 5 years, boom, he's gone.
Could be, but here's the thing: you hold still a lot of cards.
Sure,
you've got the rights, you've got right of first refusal. He could also love it here, right? That's not crazy. Guys are from all over the country, right? Contracts get signed even when you're not from Boston, when you're not from Minneapolis, when you're not from Jacksonville or Tampa or whatever, right? That's a normal course of events. If you present the best case, the best offer, you can lock the guy up. You can also franchise tag some people, extend the window. You could trade the player. I understand your point. If his eyes are elsewhere, what's to stop his eyes from always being elsewhere? Nothing really, but you have to have a conversation. You have to know that he's if you glean, whether from him, agent, somebody else, yeah, man, I'm just biding my time till I can go to LA. Okay, well, that's something to consider then, right?
Whatever their rankings are should have nothing to do with who is telling you how badly they want to be there. You don't get to say. And this is not John Elway. This is not Eli Manning. He is not saying I won't play there. I don't even get the sense, and if you take him at his word, it doesn't even sound like he'd be disappointed to play here. That would be a problem. This is not that. I'm just tired of noise coming out of his side of it in what should be a really warm, fuzzy, good situation. Cindy, Springfield, how are you?
Hi, guys. Huge fan. This team has been such a poop show for so long. To me, it's disturbing because I want someone who wants to come here and like be here 100%, no reservation, no nothing. Because this is an awesome fan base, and we deserve somebody who wants to seriously be here 100%. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So again, it's always so
Do you
tough.
care about the I need to feel loved? He needs to want to be here, because that just doesn't. It's not a high priority for me, but obviously for Cindy, it matters a little.
So imagine this. Imagine the Atlanta Falcons had the number 2 pick. You know what I mean? Like does he have to love? To me, he loves going number 2. He loves being the second pick in the draft. He loves being up at the top and being a potential franchise changer, right? A good executive. It's less about is he gonna live in Ashburn or Sterling? You know what I mean? It's hard for me to say that. So I understand your point is that you don't want someone that's aloof and has one foot out the door already and is disinterested. And I think the point you and I are making is he's not that. Hey, wouldn't it be cool if I got to play for my college coach? Yeah, that's as far as I think we're going with it.
Agree or disagree? This has not been warm and fuzzy on his front.
Agree.
It has been on all the other quarterbacks.
Agree.
They shouldn't make the decision based on that, but that's not ideal.
Something to note.
Notable is a good word.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, just file it away. Maybe we'll never think about it again in 2 years. Maybe we go back and say a little bit of a precursor for
Remember
what was
we
to come.
learned, yeah.
Jim Nagy runs the Senior Bowl. He's awesome talking draft. I'm really, really excited that Darius got him on. We'll talk to him next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Lido Pizza. Lido Pizza never cuts corners. In the NFL, the Lions have gotten a couple extensions done with some of their star players. Amon-Ra St. Brown agreed to a 4-year extension, and Penei Sewell agreed to extension as well. Tomorrow, the NFL Draft Round 1. You can hear a live draft show from Dudley's with Grant and Danny right here on the Fan following Nationals Dodgers. In baseball tonight, the Nats are going to look to bounce back as they lost Game 1 of the series last night. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan as they take on the Dodgers. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin in a rematch of the pitching matchup from last Wednesday. The Nationals made a couple of roster moves today as well. They recalled Trey Lipscomb. He's batting ninth today and playing first base. Lane Thomas heads to the 10-day IL with an MCL sprain. In hockey tonight, 3 playoff games on the slate. The Bruins take on the Maple Leafs. The series is tied at a game apiece. The Golden Knights take on the Stars. Vegas leads that series 1-0. And the Kings take on the Oilers. Edmonton leads that series 1-0. Tonight, playoff basketball. The Heat take on the Celtics. Game 2 of that series, Boston leads 1-0. And the Pelicans take on the Thunder. The Thunder lead that series 1-0. Lido Pizza is going wacky on Wednesdays in April. Bring your friends and family to Lido Pizza on Wednesdays and get a free appetizer with any $25 purchase. Head to LidoPizza.com for locations, menu, and more information. Lido Pizza, a family value since 1955. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Your first clue for Caps, Who Am I? We're going to give out 3 of them this hour, one at the start of each of these first 3 segments. Each clue added up equals only one Capitals player. You wait till the third clue, you piece together the puzzle, and then you win the race at 800-636-1067. You'll win tickets to Game 4, Caps Rangers at Capital One Arena. We got a pair of tickets to the first round Sunday night, 4th game for the Caps and the Rangers. So make sure you get the first clue in just a moment. We are a day away from the Commanders drafting a generational QB, hopefully. Don't forget to think about your next generation. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kondorian Murad, will guide you and your family in the right direction. They will help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them G&D sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Hint number 1, Caps, who am I? I am a defenseman.
I am a defenseman.
Pretty good one there.
Yeah.
We're slashing a bunch of options.
Just a whole bunch of people. Not a goalie, not a forward.
I'm a defenseman. That is hint number 1.
There you go.
Hint number 2 coming up in about 25 minutes. Logan Paulson, nobody better at studying the film in town than him. He's a big J.J. McCarthy guy. He will join us coming up at 5 o'clock. But right now on the BetQL guest hotline, the man who runs the Senior Bowl, who is one of my favorite folks to hear talking draft prospects in the country, Jim Nagy, is with us. Jim, it's Grant Paulson, Danny Rouillet in D.C. Thank you so much for the time. How are you?
Yeah, good to be on, guys. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Pleasure.
You bet. We're a day away from the NFL draft. I'm just curious, as someone who works year-round with prospects, what you think of this draft class generally compared to those over the last several years.
Yeah, we're finally here. Thank God. There was something funny on Twitter going around yesterday, and it was a picture of people like, here's me at the Senior Bowl, and they were all like cleaned up and looking fresh, and then it was me now at the draft, and they were like soaked in blood or whatever. Like, this is such a long process. My big picture takeaway from this draft is it's really strong in the first 4 rounds at most positions, like especially the first 3 holds on pretty good through 4 through most positions. And then day 3 is going to get rough. We saw it here at the Senior Bowl. We build our rosters in November, get guys signed up. Obviously guys get hurt in late games, bowl games, they get hurt training. So we're having to backfill the roster and add some guys in January. And when we went to do that, guys that we had 5th, 6th, 7th round grades on, every time we made a phone call, oh, well, he transferred here. He took NIL money. He's staying in school. It got wiped out day 3 got wiped out. So I think that not just happened on our board, it happened on NFL boards as well. So next year is going to be an incredibly deep draft, seeing as the bulk of day 3 went back to school. But those first 4 rounds, I think teams can make their hay.
Jim, who's your favorite player in this draft? Not necessarily the best, but the guy that makes you smile when either you think about him or you turn on the tape.
Oh man, that's a great question. There's a lot of them. I love Byron Murphy from Texas. I love Roma Dunze from Washington. I love Ladd McConkey. There's a lot of them, and really a personal favorite just from what he did blowing up down here at the Senior Bowl is Braden Fisk from Florida State. Usually when people ask me that question, I think about like who would I want in my locker room if I were a guy like Adam Peters. And Braden Fisk from Florida State is certainly that guy. I mean, he's going to be a whatever they call him now, a force multiplier. Whatever room he's in, whatever D-line room he's in, whatever defense he's on, he's going to make people around him better. He's just it's had a ridiculous process. It's hard for Power 4. I guess it's Power 4 now, not Power 5. It's hard for those guys to jump more than maybe a round even if they have a great process. But when we were putting this thing together in November, most teams had 4th and 5th round grades on Braden Fisk, and now there's a chance he sneaks in the late 1. I think he'll go in the 2nd. But would I put it past Dan Campbell to shock the world like he did last year on draft night and take Braden Fisk? I wouldn't. I think that'd be fun to watch that kid and Aiden Hutchinson on the same defensive line. So those are a few names.
That would be an awesome fit. Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl, with us here on Grant and Danny. Wide receiver position. Everybody talks about the big 3 at the top. I want to start there. Am I crazy for thinking Malik Neighbors will have a better career or could have a better career than Marvin Harrison? I just think the world of Neighbors.
Well, you're not crazy. There's some guys in our office that think the same thing, and people have asked me, well, what's the differentiator there? It's the run after catch. Just more explosive with the ball in his hands. And, I'm partial to Dunze. I think he's the best one. It's hard to find big guys that are that good with the ball in their hands. He's got great size and he can really run with it. So, and I really buy into the person of Roma Dunze, like, talking to the guys at Washington, because he was our top rated senior receiver. We ended up not getting him. Our number 2 guy was Ladd, but no, you're not crazy for it because there's not a consensus in the league right now. Some teams do have Neighbors 1. That top 3 isn't just Marvin Harrison at the top of every board.
Going back to when you were scouting, I mean, as far as you can remember doing this for a living in any capacity, do you remember 3 receivers this good in a draft class?
I'm sure there has been. We've had some good drafts. I'd have to go back and look at it, but off the top of my head, no. That's a really good top 3. And it's not just those guys, like there probably is a shelf after that to the next group. But like we had 7 Senior Bowl guys go on, 7 Senior Bowl receivers go on day 2 last year. So like Jaden Reed and Rashee Rice and some of these guys, we had Puka go on day 3. I think out of this year's Senior Bowl, I think we could have 11 or 12 go in the first 3 rounds. So This is even a better class than last year. If we had 10 or 11 top 100 receivers out of our game, it'd be probably the best Senior Bowl wideout group we've had. But no, it's a really good group. It really is.
We don't know if the Commanders are going to grab a wideout at 36 or 40 or not. They may have to go up and get a tackle. But let's say they grab one there, or maybe it's 67, 78, either of those tiers. Any names that you like outside of the first round that could be instant contributors to help a young quarterback early on that go in round 2 or 3?
Sure. I think Ricky Pearsall from Florida is a no-brainer. I mean, he's not going to be there that second group you said. I think Ricky's going to go. He's going to be one of those guys when you sit around, and we used to do this after the night 1 of the draft. You sit around in the draft room, or you go in the GM's office and you're sitting around, you're looking at the next day and talking about guys. Okay, if we're going to trade up, who are we trading up for? Is there anyone worth it? I think a lot of teams are going to be doing that with Pearsall. So, he can play inside and outside, super explosive, tore it up down here at the Senior Bowl, goes to the combine and blows it out. And he's got really, really good tape. I mean, there's not really a hole in Ricky Pearsall if you're trying to poke holes, and that's where we're at this late in the process. That's all you're trying to do is poke holes. And so Ricky would be a really good one. But there's a number of guys you're going to be able to get immediate help in the second and third rounds. Like I said, I rattled off like some of those names just from our game last year. You can get immediate contributors, somewhere in the second, third, sometimes fourth, fifth round.
Jim Nagy with us here on Grant and Danny. I want to talk tackles. Where's that line of demarcation for you? Because Washington's in dire need of one. They kind of did everything else in free agency, at least with some stopgaps, but they kind of left a big vacancy there at left tackle. Where do you feel the line of cutoff is? You know what? This guy could be a starter on day one, or at least pretty soon. And like, basically my question is, Jim, how long can they wait?
They could probably wait into the mid-second round and get a day one starter, maybe late second, early third. Some of these guys might fall a little bit. It just depends. It's a really varied group. You know, I don't see a lot. I don't think there is a line of demarcation in this group. I think Joe Alt from Notre Dame is probably the safest. I think Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma probably has the highest ceiling. I think if I had to pick one, I'd probably take Fuaga from Oregon State, just because I love how the kid's wired and he's nasty and he's big and powerful and he moves people. But so it's a really diverse group. But like Roger Rosengarten is a guy from Washington who I want to say Kuiper just mocked him late in the first round. He was the right tackle at Washington with Fatanu on the left side. Roger repped at left tackle down here during the Senior Bowl and looked like he was a natural at it. Some guys come down and play the other side during Senior Bowl week and they look like a fish out of water. Rosengarten looked like he'd played there his entire life. So a guy like that, if he doesn't go late one like Mel's mocking him to go, then he's probably going to go, early to mid second. And to me, that guy's a slam dunk day one starter for whoever drafts him.
How many tackles do you think could go in that first round here, Jim?
I mean, as you know, it's going to depend on that run. I was just talking to a GM this morning about, where these runs are going to take place at tackle. I mean, I think everyone's anticipating quarterback, tackle, and wide receiver. This particular GM was really hoping a quarterback thing happened because he has a good quarterback and he's hoping some good position players get pushed down. But I could see maybe 6 or 7 in the first round. I mean, you got Jordan Morgan from Arizona and Kingsley Suamatia from BYU. I mean, there's some good names in there. So I could see legitimately 6, 7. I've seen people say as many as 8 or 9. I think it's probably about 7.
Jim Nagy basically runs his own scouting department. He's putting together reports and tape on players all year long, and then they invite the best seniors to come play at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, which I've covered many times. And frankly, when I was on the beat and traveling, it was my favorite event of the year. It's just a great opportunity. Watch practice next to coaches and GMs over at, I don't know if it's still called Lad Peebles Stadium, but just an amazing, the whole venue is awesome. Love everything about it. I bring that up to say you guys put together a hell of a roster with quarterbacks this year. Off the top of my head, I think you had Pratt, you had Rattler. I know you had Sam Hartman from Notre Dame, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix. Maybe paint with a broad brush before we dive in on some of the guys that could be in the first round mix. Penix and Nix. What did you learn about them in that experience?
Yeah, well, I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, we're not in Lad Stadium anymore, man. We're at a brand new stadium, 4 years old now. But so we've been out of old historic Lad People Stadium for a while. But I do appreciate those kind words. Yeah, the quarterback class was good. It would have been great to get Jaden Daniels, but once he won that Heisman, that ship had probably sailed.
New phone, who dis?
Yeah, yeah, his stock took off. But Penix and Nix had really good weeks. Rattler was the MVP of the game and had and probably the best week from beginning to end, in terms of just overall consistency. But with Bo, I talked to a couple teams today. Like they think the floor on Penix is the Raiders. They don't like the teams in the league don't think Penix gets by Las Vegas. And then there's a lot of buzz in the league that Bo Nix is going to Denver. So that would be great. We've had a long run of, I think last year we had it broken. We had like 7 or 8 straight years with a first round quarterback. Had it broken last year because it just wasn't a great quarterback class. But hopefully we can get these two guys. It's Bo's thing is just, football family, followed his dad's footsteps to Auburn, just is immersed in football. He's just a football junkie. He's super smart. All the coaches that he's meeting with are loving just how he's wired. He's been through a lot. He's overcome a lot of adversity leaving Auburn and going out to Oregon and doing his thing. Really good athlete, accurate. There's a ton to like there. I know that he's killing the interview part. And then you're hearing Penix's name being pushed up over the last month or so. That's because the coaches have got involved in the process. I think the scouts probably picked him apart a little bit for some of the underneath accuracy stuff. But then coaches look at him and they're saying, what can I coach? I certainly can't coach that rocket of an arm that he's got in that deep ball accuracy. And I can tighten up some of the other stuff. And you guys know, I mean, coaches always talk about trying to find guys that can win from the pocket. And certainly it's great when you're a Jaden Daniels or or some of these guys that can get outside the pocket and create. I think you have to have some of that in the NFL these days. But coaches want guys that can sit in there and just pick you apart. And Michael Penix can do that.
Yeah, I'm in love with Michael Penix. So I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here, Jim. I wouldn't take him at 2. The age part I don't care about because these quarterbacks play until they're 39, 40, or close to my age. So whatever, that doesn't matter to me.
Yeah,
it's the injury. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I'm kind of going, what are people missing on this guy? So give me a skeptic's view of what he can't do, or is it just the injury history with the knees?
And this is just my personal take on it. I think that with the medical stuff, there's a lot of stuff that the average fans and the media and us outside of team buildings don't know on these players year in and year out. Like, we don't know their character. We don't really know what people at the schools are saying about these guys. And we certainly don't know the medical stuff. And I feel like because Michael's medical stuff was so widely publicized and everyone knew about it, that was just like an easy thing for people to glob onto and be like, oh, he's hurt all the time. He's fragile. I just felt like that was kind of a lightning rod for people that wanted to hate on this kid. But I'm with you. It's a roll of the dice. It always is. It's a total roll of the dice. I remember my first job in the league in 1996 with the Packers, talking to some of the guys in the front office back then. People forget Brett Favre was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons in the first round, and they traded him the very next year. So, but when Ron Wolf went to make that trade, the medical people in Green Bay tried to block the trade. And he stepped in. He was like, no, you're not. This is my trade. I'm making the trade. Brett Favre's going to be a Packer. Because coming out of college, he had a bad car accident. He had half his intestines taken out. Like, teams failed Brett Favre medically. And what did he go on to do? He was the all-time Ironman and started like 280 straight games or whatever. So you just don't know. You just don't know. If that's what you're picking apart, I mean, again, to me, it's all a roll of the dice. When you watch the tape, some of the escapability is the one thing I would maybe point to. But again, I feel like we got cheated in this draft cycle a little bit. None of these guys worked out. We've got all these guys, Bo Nix, Michael Penix, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams. All these guys are really good athletes. J.J. McCarthy. None of them worked out except Penix. And everyone would have thought he was the least athletic, and he ran in the mid 4.5s, which, comparatively to most quarterbacks, that's rolling pretty good. I mean, this guy's not a bad athlete. So, but when you watch the tape, if you're going to pick him apart, it's just maybe lack of escapability.
Jim Nagy on Grant and Danny. Couple of moments left with the director of the Senior Bowl. I know maybe this isn't quite in the purview because you weren't scouting him for what you do, but I'm just curious at number 2 with Washington's pick, what you would do. They're debating, it seems like, between May, Daniels, McCarthy. Do you have a guy that you like the most just from your scouting background?
Well, I scouted all those guys because they were all eligible to play in the Senior Bowl. We can bring juniors now. So I did watch. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I did watch all those guys. So, Caleb's going to be out of the mix. So if I was at 2, I mean, again, I worked with Dan Quinn in Seattle, and I worked for a long time in New England with Adam Peters. So I kind of know both guys. And it's just, for me, I was at the Baton Rouge Pro Day, and we're having, we were all in the hotel together the night before, talking about this quarterback class. And, they're 2 different players. It's just going to decide. I have a hard time imagining a defensive coordinator like Dan watching Jaden Daniels and saying, man, I want this guy on my team because I sure don't want to try to defend him. He's going to keep defensive coordinators up at night for sure. And then I've been around Drake May. He was doing all his pre-draft training here in Mobile. I actually got to play a round of golf with him, been around the kid a little bit. Like, I could see both those guys warming up to Drake, the competitor and the kind of guy he is. I mean, I love the way he's wired. Nothing's going to be too hard on this guy. Like, we've seen some quarterbacks go to certain markets and get, chewed up and spit out if they don't have early success. Like, that is not going to be Drake May's problem. He's wired right for that. So it's going to be interesting. I can't wait. To me, that's the most intriguing spot in the draft is what they decided to do at number 2, because they're 2 really different options.
It's been, I know, a long time since you were working with Peters, but do you perceive him to have a type? We're trying to figure that out still.
Yeah, it's been too long, man. I want to say when last time Adam and I were together was like 2009. So yeah, we talked players when he was with the 49ers. He was a guy that I talked to quite a bit about, putting our roster together and stuff like that. But no, I mean, it's in terms of quarterbacks. I mean, all you got to do is look at the 49ers track record and have they had a type? I don't know. So no, I can't. I wish I could help you on that one, but I can't.
They really haven't, I guess, is your point, right? Because they've gone Lance and Purdy in the same draft. I mean, Those are pretty extreme differences, yeah?
Right.
In terms of the top of this board right here, how far is the separation between, say, 1 and 2, then maybe 2 and 3, 2 and 5, in terms of the quarterback spots? You see what I'm saying? Like, how close are these guys together in your mind and your eval?
Oh, they're really close. Yeah, they're really close. And a lot of them have, like I said, the one common denominator with all these guys, they're all really good athletes. Even Drake.
Yeah.
I mean, Drake's a big dude now. I mean, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to get up on him. I mean, he's all of 6'4", 235, 240, whatever he is. And when I evaluate quarterbacks, I always start at the feet. And I went over there and saw those guys throw one morning in January before the Senior Bowl. And whoever was out there filming these guys, they just did like a waist down shot of these guys going through some drill work. And I wasn't really thinking about Drake's family background at the time, but his feet were ridiculous. I'm like, Drake, did you play hoops growing up? And he was like, yes, sir, I played basketball. And I'm like, were you one of those guys that gave it up in junior high, or did you play all the way through? He's like, no, I played all the way through. And then it was either Bo Nix or one of the guys that was training with him too. He was like, Jim, the whole family played hoops at North Carolina. Of course he played basketball. So I felt kind of stupid, but I've forgotten that. But he, and that's why, if you're picking Drake apart, people are, pointing to some, longer release, accuracy issues, some of the same stuff they said about Josh Allen. But if you're a good enough athlete and you have feet like Drake May, you're going to get that cleaned up, just like they did with Josh Allen. Like when you have feet like that, that's where accuracy issues stem from. So he'll be fine. So long-windedly, man, like they're all good athletes. They all do. And then they also have some unique qualities too. Like Jaden, I sat in the press box at the Alabama game and watched him run through Alabama like a hot knife through butter. Like it was a super impressive live performance of a quarterback. I mean, he blew me away that night. So it is, but it's close, man. McCarthy's in there. There's a lot to like about McCarthy. A lot of people think that this is kind of a manufactured guy and they're pushing him up boards. Like that's not it at all. This kid's really talented too. So it's a packed group.
Follow Jim. He does a great job of breaking down the prospects, put a lot of guys on my radar this year at Jim Nagy _SB. He is the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl. Thank you for the time right before the draft here. It means a lot. We appreciate it.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me on, and hope the Commanders pick the guy you want.
Yeah, well,
thank you, Jim.
I don't care if they pick the guy we want or not. I hope they pick a guy that's going to win them some football games.
What? Remember those where you score more points than the other team?
I hear that.
We want those times again around here. Thank you, though, and hopefully we'll see you in Mobile.
All right, guys. Take care.
Be good. There's Jim Nagy, runs the Senior Bowl. My favorite event to cover for a few reasons. One of them, the barbecue in Mobile, Alabama.
What's it? The Pit something or other? What's it called?
Well, Brick Pit, which I don't think is even open anymore.
Okay.
So do you remember Chris Samuels was from Mobile, Alabama?
Yes.
That's his hometown.
Mm-hmm.
There were these little pictures on the wall of like all the dignitaries that had come through at different points.
Then there's a big picture of Chris Samuels.
Chris Samuels,
bigger
like
gentleman.
15-year-old
Yeah.
Chris Samuels with like 11 plates around him is in like when you go to the bathroom is up there on the wall. But that was like the iconic famous one. I don't know why it's this way, but like it's just different. Like Alabama, you got it's almost like Louisiana with the bayou food. There's a lot of stuff from
little country
anything
food,
from the water, right? You're getting seafood and stuff. But all I can remember is every barbecue place we went to just hit different. It was so good.
I think people sleep. You never think of Alabama barbecue because it's not like known. You got Kansas City style, Carolina style, Texas style. I'll tell you this, some of the best I've ever had has been in Alabama.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It was part of that trip every single year.
Alabama white sauce for your wangs.
The access. It's a week long. There's only a handful of spots like in downtown. It's not like you're in DC where you can go to 100 restaurants and bars. So you walk in and it's coaches and GMs. Everyone sitting at a table is just the guy you see on TV on Sunday, right? So that's why the media loves it, I think, because you're just mingling with those folks. It's a really good time. But he does a great job running that event. You heard him talk about McCarthy there at the end. And Logan's going to join us at 5. He's a big JJ guy. Can we rule him out? Can we put a Sharpie through McCarthy's name and just make this a Daniels very likely, and if not, May? Or do we have to keep McCarthy in the conversation for the possibility of a stunner? Next on Grant and Danny. I'm Grant. The wait is over, DC. FanDuel America's #1 sports book. It is officially live in the nation's capital. Right now, new customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Then you can bet on all your favorite teams and all your favorite sports, all on an app that is safe, secure, and easy to use. FanDuel Sportsbook, live in D.C. Been waiting for this, and finally this past week, dreams do come true. Don't miss out on $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, when you bet that first $5. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Must be 18, present in D.C., first online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by Potter's Potties. Tonight in baseball, the Nationals take on the Dodgers. Game 2 of the series at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin. It's a rematch of the pitching matchup from last Wednesday. The Nationals also made some roster moves today. They recalled Trey Lipscomb from AAA Rochester and put Lane Thomas on the 10-day injured list with a MCL sprain. Tonight in hockey, 3 games on the schedule for the playoffs. The Bruins take on the Maple Leafs. That series is tied at a game apiece. The Golden Knights take on the Stars. Vegas leads that series 1-0, and the Kings take on the Oilers. Edmonton's up 1-0 in that series. Tired of dirty potties on your job site? It's time to upgrade with Potter's Potties, your local solution for clean portable toilets and office pods. And remember, for a job site as spotless as your reputation, choose us. Be proud to walk into Potter's Potties knowing you can sit down again. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It's close, man. McCarthy's in there. There's a lot to like about McCarthy. A lot of people think that this is kind of a manufactured guy and they're pushing him up boards. Like, that's not it at all. This kid's really talented too. So it's a packed group.
That's Jim Nagy, who just joined us, who runs the Senior Bowl. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to the Fan. Danny, do me a quick favor.
Yes, sir.
Take a sip of that drink real quick.
The tea or my water?
Either one.
I'm gonna do the tea. Here we go. This is my tea. Keep myself the throat calm.
Okay.
Feel good. Here we go.
That's a little bit. As who do we do? De Niro? A little bit. So, who was it on the chat here? I got a guy.
You got a guy
who's telling me on our we're now streamed on YouTube. He's in the chat and he says Danny holds his cup with his pinky finger out when he.
Oftentimes I do, yeah. So watch. This
Ed Swain is joning a little bit on how you drink your drink.
I have done that.
Or as my son says, bink your bink.
Mm-hmm.
He's big. He goes, I'll bink my bink.
Joan away. I have. I would say probably half the time I'm pinky out.
Now Walter says it means you're fancy and that he needs to leave you alone.
Well, either way, leave me alone.
You are very fancy.
I would consider myself pretty fancy. Yeah, but the pinky sometimes will come off. Sometimes it's on.
I have many leather-bound books. My apartment smells of rich mahogany. For you, your version of that is like, what are your guilty? You wear pink pants sometimes.
Sure,
that's pretty fancy.
Yeah, you
wear shoes without socks and high water pants to your you are
events,
a fancy boy. You'll never go anywhere dressed up without a
pocket square.
Pocket square. Well, what else do you got? That's Danny is fancy.
Sure.
Are you the guy that holds your drink in your left hand at all times?
No.
So that your right is free to shake hands?
By the way,
they teach you that at like St. Albans High School.
Yes, they do. That is great etiquette. I don't always do that. And I try to make a habit of doing so to make sure, for example, you need to know certain things. Like the name tag should be on the side of where the hand is going to shake. So your left shoulder, your left breast is where the name tag is going to be, right? So you follow that across, you can see someone's name closer, looking them in the eye. If you're at an event where there's a name tag.
Not familiar with that.
Yeah, you want your left hand with the cocktail, if there is one, whatever your beverage. But yeah, I mean, those sorts of things.
Between the hand and the glass so that the hand isn't cold.
Well, right? Yeah, obviously if you can help it. I mean, you're not going to take an appetizer or a cocktail without a napkin.
You wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that. I mean, we're civilized people, for goodness sakes.
As Jim Tomsola would like to say, you wouldn't do that, but you wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it either.
Can we put a Sharpie through JJ McCarthy at number 2?
No. Well, let me say this. Sorry. If you buy what I'm selling that nobody really knows yet, and they're going to do their own thing, then no.
Well, I don't think that's something you're selling. I think that's a fact. I mean, that's binary, like fact or fiction, yeah? That Peters has not told anybody what he's doing. So if somebody's found out, they've gleaned some information, they've passed it along game of telephone, but nobody has reported what they're doing because nobody's been told definitively what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what you're saying is correct. Like, we don't know. And are you saying if so facto, then you can't put a Sharpie through anything? Are you doing that?
Fair enough. No,
to me, you could put a Sharpie through Bo Nix.
Yeah, I'm not doing the Kyle Shanahan, man. We don't even know if the sun's coming up on Sunday. Like, I'm not doing that.
Which is so good.
Which is a great bit. But to me, again, we're all a product of our environment and our experiences. My favorite athletes of all time are Cal Ripken Jr. and Art Monk. You know what I value in sports? Consistency. I wonder where I got that from. I'm a product of my fandom, of my environment, of the schools of thought, right? Every coach I ever had valued working every day versus highs and lows and undulations, right? So that's how I'm wired as a sports commentator, a talking head, whatever you want to call me. That's where my proclivities are. He comes from 3 different places where he has cut his teeth: San Francisco, New England, and Denver to a degree, where it wasn't the runaround Sue type quarterback, where it was more, we win because we execute better, we're more physical, we have winning traits with quarterbacking. I wonder, how did the Trey Lance experience scar him, right? Where he goes, I don't want a dude that's the world-class athlete. I want predictable Peter that's going to follow exactly what the coach says. We have no idea is my point.
I do think they're taking Jaden Daniels, and I would go as far as to say I'll be very surprised if they don't. But I think it's important that we keep coming back to home base, which is they could take Drake May. How do we know? And I don't think you can cross J.J. McCarthy off the list. My reasoning for a potential stunner, as low a chance as there is at this point, we have an ownership group that'll be in the draft room for the first time ever.
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea how and what they do when they operate as running a football team. We have a general manager who has never done this before. We know what he is as a scout. There's a track record there. We know what he is running a department, putting together a board for John Lynch. This is a whole new role. He's never done this. Newmark in this role. Brand new. If there's ever a time when a club could stun everyone, it's when you don't know how they think, how they operate, how they act. All of our predictions and assumptions, which is really what they are right now, are based on conventional wisdom, like common sense, and then what a couple reporters are hearing. But where did that get us with the coaching search? And I think this is different because you weren't trying to keep a secret for 3 months then, where it seems like as much as they've tried, they haven't been able to keep the Jaden Daniels secret as we get closer and closer to the draft. But I'm just saying that while I don't think they're going to go McCarthy, in a situation where a team took someone and shocked everybody this high in the draft, I would say it would be more likely than not that the team that everyone got wrong what they were going to do is just the team we've never seen them do it. So we didn't know what to expect. How could you possibly know what Peters thinks, what Newmark thinks, what this ownership thinks? This kind of screams everybody's guessing. And that's why I'm saying I don't think you can rule out McCarthy. Put the Sharpie away.
Mm-hmm.
You can't write. You could say 80% chance it's Daniels or whatever the betting market says. Fine. But there's got to be some May and there's got to be some McCarthy in there until you hear them say Jaden Daniels, LSU, because nobody knows.
Yeah. I mean, to me, just my quick add-on, again, is just an expounding on that one point. Once you've got a track record for a guy, right? For example, Scott McCloughan, we know he didn't mind a bigger linebacker that was going to come downhill. Football player, like football players. So, okay. So when you get to our 3rd or 4th draft, if you'd gotten there before they fired him and then planted embarrassing stories about him, but had he gotten to the 3rd or 4th draft, we'd have gone, hey, this linebacker that's 230 pounds and runs is probably a hybrid safety. Maybe he doesn't like him. Maybe he likes this big linebacker. Again, I'm just sort of making up an example. We don't have any of that. We have no data. All we have are previous stops where Peters was obviously heavily involved in various ways in terms of the discussions. What did he learn? What did he glean as his philosophy when it was his turn to run the ship? We don't know yet. We think we've heard him be very gregarious and gracious, thanking everybody in the room, but we still don't know how he runs it.
We'll give you a clue for Caps Who Am I before we get out of here in just a moment. Let's squeeze in Shane, who's in D.C. on Grant and Danny, though. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Commander Danny and Grant? How y'all doing on this beautiful day?
Hey, buddy.
Chilling.
We are one day away from either
Yes.
our disaster or a fantastic for the future. So
No big deal.
I'm excited, but, yeah, I mean, that's where we're at. I mean, look at last year's draft class. How many guys got on the field last year? That's what we cannot have. We cannot have a repeat season like that. But I think they're going with May. I really do. I think that they're going to mess up and do what we want to do. They're going to do the opposite, of course. But I'm curious to see what they're going to do in the trenches. It's all about the trenches this draft. You got to get somebody, a corner, and you got to get a left tackle.
Appreciate you, dude, as always. Yeah, I still have a little bit of confidence that they can, stick around at 32, or not 32, rather 36, and end up with somebody. but I still think they're trading Mack into the first round if I had to bet on it.
Yeah, they might be able to. Do you really want to risk that? I might be able to go to the store an hour before Halloween and get the bag of candy I want to give away.
You'd rather get a couple days in advance, wouldn't you?
But I know if I go there a
Yeah.
week early, I can get everything I want. I might be able to wait until the night before to get my wife an anniversary present. What if I go to the store, they don't have the thing she wanted? I'm just not willing. To me, the juice is not worth the squeeze on that. I've got to get a left tackle. It's the same as the Vikings. You could sit at 11 and maybe get a QB.
You might.
But there's a little desperation there when you're looking at starting quarterback Sam Darnold after you just let Kirk Cousins walk to make sure you got your guy of the future with 11 and 23. They don't have to come up necessarily. They might be able to get Penix at 11. But is it worth the music stopping and not having a chair to sit in? Probably not. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Danny, give your Caps Who Am I hint.
Ooh, I am a left-handed shot. I am a left-handed shot.
So that's hint number 2. Third hint, as soon as we come back, at which time you will be able to piece together the puzzle. You will know which capital we are hinting at, and you will try to win tickets to Game 4, Caps Rangers, Capital One Arena, Sunday night. This is the Fan. Our double play each and every day at this time is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. We are going to give you a double play in just a moment. But right now, our third and final hint, Caps, who am I? 3 hints added up can only equal 1 player. I had over 15 points this season. Add up all 3 hints this hour. You get 1 player. That Capitals name's got to be given to Ryan. First person to call in and do it at 800-636-1067 is going to win a pair of tickets. It is time for our double play.
So I had a meeting this morning with a good buddy that got canceled last minute, right? No problem. Beautiful day outside. I went to one of my normal haunts, and I got a couple hours of pickleball in. Gentlemen, little game show music, Darius. You don't know, pointing at you, Grant. You don't know, pointing at you, Darius. I don't even know where Ryan is. But no, none of the 3 of you know who I played pickleball with today. Here are your hints, and we'll give more if this game goes on for a little bit. Good athlete, friend of the show. Good athlete and friend of the show. Who did I play pickleball with today?
Frank Hanrahan.
That's an incredible guest open. That's a great guest open. It is not correct.
Eric Bickle.
No. I said great athlete. I'm kidding. Come on, I'm kidding. I love you, B. Darius, what do you got?
Ooh, friend of the show, good athlete, Fred Smoot.
First of all, you guys are guessing way better than I thought you would. That is not correct. Ryan is busy. Back to you, Grant.
Local television?
I can't tell you yet. I can't tell you where we know them from yet.
I'm going to say
Rasmussen.
Channel 7, Scotty.
Oh, it is not Scott Abraham. He is a racket sports extraordinaire, but it's not Scott Abraham. Christian Darrisaw.
That's a good guess.
It wasn't a good. So far, the guesses have been great.
Yeah.
Friend of the show, great athlete.
Doug Cameron?
It is not Doug Cameron. This guy also handsome. I gave you 2 hints there.
Kia
Guy
Condori.
and handsome. Who?
Kia Condori?
No.
Condori and Murat.
Another outstanding guess.
He, show sponsor, was like, I think, a super good tennis player.
Yeah, he was like a ranked tennis player.
We're talking a little trash about getting together at the Caps game we went to. So I figured maybe it'd be him.
These guesses are great. So, friend of the show, handsome, okay, and really good athlete. Terrace.
Nick Ashew.
No.
Dang it. That was a good one. Man, I'm stumped, man. Logan Paulson. Did you randomly run into Logan?
Good guess, but no. Next hint. We have had this person on pretty recently.
Chase Hughes.
No, it is not Chase Hughes.
So Wes Hall.
It is not Wes Hall. Again, very impressed with your guesses. You guys are doing better than I would do here. Friend of the show, very handsome, good athlete, really good athlete, obviously world-class athlete.
Adam Peters.
It is not Adam Peters. It is not
World
Adam Peters.
class. Are you a little bullish on that?
Maybe not this second. Maybe not this second world class, but can boast something that most people don't get to say when it comes to athletics. Most people don't get to say this.
This is tough.
Handsome, friend of the show, has been on recently. He's been on recently. Handsome. Really good athlete.
You're putting a lot of emphasis on handsome.
Handsome.
I don't know.
Grant, go ahead.
You got me.
I don't have anybody. I'm out.
Baseball. Your hint is baseball.
Kevin Franzen?
Kevin Franzen is the answer. A 2-hour run with Kevin Franzen. What an unbelievably pleasant surprise. I roll up to my spot. I do a triple take. He does a triple take. He's like, do you eat? Are we play? End up playing together the whole day. Fran and I did really well. We ran into one little tiny buzzsaw, a couple of 5.0s, whooped our asses, but we won all the rest of our games. Franny, really good pickleball player, outstanding hands, as you can imagine. You played infield in the show?
Probably decent.
Yeah. His hands are ridiculous. We complement each other pretty well. It was a blast to play with my guy, Kevin Franzen.
Kevin Franzen?
Franning.
So you guys ran as a pair the entire game?
We did. So
the entire day?
The entire day, yeah. So it's a little bit awkward because we're like, we're staying together. We're buds. But it was cool. He was laughing at me a lot because like when I mess up, and I do mess up, I scream and lose my mind and curse a lot and like call myself names, and other people kind of turn around and he's like kind of chuckling because he's like a California guy.
Than you?
I'd say he's better than me. Yeah. Not a ton. I mean, he's a better player than I am. More solid, more sound. But we played well together. Well, our style was I kind of went for it. Some of the, trying to hit the winners.
Where
he
was
recovered.
it? Why was Franny there?
He apparently goes there sometimes to
right.
this spot. It's in Arlington. It's this little pickleball hub. And, I don't expect to see him. It's a nice day. I knew I'm going to be able to get a couple pickup games in there. Expecting
So you
the
didn't
usual
go
crew.
with people?
No. I rolled over there, but knowing there's a couple different online chats to let people know, like, hey, are you going, or whatever.
It's so nerdy.
Well, the thing is, it's a nice day out. People are going to be pickling.
Yeah.
And Franny was pickling.
Pickleball Rouye.
Yeah, pickleball Franzen.
Our boss came in to let us know that he guessed it 30 seconds prior to us guessing it in the YouTube chat. So there we go.
Oh, did he?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. How was CK on Franzen? He was not on my radar. I'm a little impressed by that.
He's a mark of the show, so he knew we had him on recently.
CK is?
He knew he's
That's
handsome.
good.
Yeah.
He's a Marco. Some days probably
That's
more
nice.
than others.
Yeah.
Logan Paulson's going to stop by at 5:00. He is a big JJ McCarthy guy. Does he actually think the Commanders could take him at 2? And what does he think they're going to do? Daniels versus May. Next, we're going blitzing. We'll cover the Caps loss last night, how they get back into the series. Got to cover the Nats and the Dodgers, as well as the NFL draft tomorrow night. We'll be out at Dudley's Sports Bar for a 4+ hour extravaganza. We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Lido Pizza. Lido Pizza never cuts corners. In the NFL, the Lions have agreed to extensions with two of their star players, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell, both 4-year extensions, making them the highest paid players at their position. NFL Draft Round 1 tomorrow. The Commanders have the second overall pick, and you can get live reaction right here on the Fan Draft Show with Grant and Danny following Nats Dodgers. In hockey, last night, the Capitals fell to the Rangers 4-3. The Rangers lead the series 2-0. Now the series shifts to D.C. Game 3 is on Friday at 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Tonight in baseball, the Nationals take on the Dodgers. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. The Nats looking to bounce back from the 4-1 loss yesterday. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin. It's a rematch of last Wednesday's pitching matchup. Knack went 5 innings, gave up 2 earned runs. Jake Irvin went 6 scoreless innings. Also, some roster moves today for the Nationals. They recalled Trey Lipscomb. He's going to play first base and bat ninth tonight. Lane Thomas heads to the 10-day IL with an MCL sprain. Lido Pizza is going wacky on Wednesdays in April. Bring your friends and family to Lido Pizza on Wednesdays and get a free appetizer with any $25 purchase. Head to LidoPizza.com for locations, menu, and more information. Lido Pizza, a family value since 1955. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. We are on social at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny on X, at Grant H. Paulson at Humorous Danny on Instagram. I put the setup what I was talking about yesterday with the kids and all my Caps gear that I've been watching the games. I might have to take everything down.
Why don't you just put it down?
It's not working.
No.
So maybe everyone change seats, FP style. The Commanders are looking to draft their generational quarterback soon. Don't forget to think about your next generation. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murat, will help you do that. They'll get you and your family going in the right direction. They'll set up a will, revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, whatever you need. Schedule a consultation. They've got estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. It's kmlawyers.com. It is time for your Beltway Blitz, covering the 3 teams in town you care the most about right now, the Nats, the Caps, and the Commanders. Let's get it popping. Voice of the Nats right here on 106.7 The Fan is Charlie Slows, and he joins us on our Beltway Blitz. Charlie, why don't we start with Jake Irvin, who pitches tonight against L.A.? He has been nails last 3 times out and really 2 straight gems. What are you seeing from him?
Well, he's throwing strikes. He's going right after hitters. On this last start in L.A., his only 2-ball count was a 4-pitch walk to Freddie Freeman in the first inning. And he never went to 2 balls on anybody else over the 6 innings he's pitched. So you really like what you see. I mean, he's mixing his pitches well with his fastball, his changeup, and his breaking pitches. And, I think sky's the limit. This guy's got a chance to be really, really good. He's very kind of slow heartbeat, very calm in demeanor, but he's very, very competitive. And I could tell you, if you brought up the fact that he was at a low pitch count, 73 pitches in 6 innings, he wasn't too happy about coming out of that game, but that's how you want him to feel.
Charlie, what happened in the 9th there? C.J. Abrams singles through the right side, hits it pretty hard, but looked like an easy send. Joey Gallo overruns second base because he thought he was cruising into third. How did that go down? That was a tough way to kind of take some momentum out of that inning.
Yeah, it was, because Ricky Gutierrez was giving Luis Garcia the send sign. He wanted him to round third as he was making a decision whether to hold him, and then he did hold him, and I don't know that Gallo saw the second, indication that he was going to stop Garcia, because he was head down and well around second when he realized Garcia was back to the bag at third. So that was unfortunate, because you'd have had nobody out in that situation and a great chance to come back in that spot in the game. So you hate to see those things happen. They've happened a couple of times. You got a new third base coach this year, and still probably working some things out in terms of the comfort level with base runners, knowing how he's going to use his arms and his signals to runners. So unfortunate. The good news today is, Lane Thomas was probably a best case scenario. It's a grade 2 sprain of his MCL, which is on the inside of the knee, a little bit of strain to the outside, but nothing torn. And so there's no surgery, and we're probably looking at weeks instead of months in terms of him being back.
It's great news.
That's good news.
And that's a big deal. There's no doubt about that. Along those lines, Lane goes to the shelf. They called Trey Lipscomb back up, and I got no problems there. I'm happy to see the kid recalled. But I am curious about that corresponding move. Am I to believe that Gallo maybe plays more outfield and that Lipscomb plays some first? Like, how does that have anything to do with Lane Thomas getting hurt?
Have you seen the lineup tonight?
I have not.
Well, Lipscomb is starting at first and Gallo starting in right field.
Let's go.
So
all right, I can do
Grant
this.
Martinez over here.
Well, no, but I love that. I mean, Lipscomb
I'm in.
played some first in the minors. Get his bat in the lineup, and let's let the kid play.
Yeah, and he actually had to play first in a game earlier this year, late in the game. So that's happened. He did it some in spring training. He did it in the Arizona Fall League. And if you're a really good third baseman, you should, as Ryan Zimmerman would say, if you could play third, anybody can play first. As he said the other day, he goes, anybody could slide over there and play first. Not really anybody, but if you can handle third base, in most cases, first base is not going to be a big issue for you. He's got great hands. He's got great hand-eye coordination, great footwork. I don't think that'll be an issue. But, Gallo's mostly played outfield in recent years, even though as he came up, people forget, as a third baseman with Texas, who later moved to first and then later moved to the outfield. A couple of years ago, he won a Gold Glove in the outfield for the Yankees.
Chucko Chain, speaking of Ryan Zimmerman, what do you make of what was it like getting all the guys from 2019 back in the booth, telling stories? You guys were interviewing them seamlessly between pitches. What was that like?
I wouldn't say it was seamlessly. I think we missed it. I think we missed 4, 5, 6 pitches in a row when Anibal Sanchez was on with us. But yeah, it was a blast. I think it's the most fun we've had in a long time. And when you get Kurt Suzuki and Brian Dozier together in a room, and I think those guys are more ecstatic than anybody to be back near the game. I mean, they're retired now; they're away from it. And even Zim says, even though you're done and there's other things you want to do, there's still that pull. And so they were ecstatic to be back. Adam Eaton's doing a little bit of work with Michigan State in baseball, and Howie Kendrick's doing some stuff with the Phillies. Kurt Suzuki isn't doing anything yet, but I wouldn't be surprised down the road. He's still got little ones, but he said it was the most fun he's had in a long time. This was his favorite place that he played, his wife's favorite place that they lived during a baseball season. They took their kids and drove them around to the house that they lived in, the park they took them to in the neighborhood. So it was a fun weekend for those guys.
Charlie, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great call tonight.
Thanks. Talk to you soon, guys.
Appreciate you, pal. Hit that Capital sounder, please. Smoking out. Time for Al Kogan to join us to talk about those Caps. Are down 2-0. I thought more competitive than they were in game number 1 last night, Al. Give me your thoughts on the 2 up in New York.
My biggest takeaway, Danny, is this is, as you said, a very competitive series. To me, I didn't see a single thing that said the number 1 seed is so far superior to the 16th seed in this series. When the Capitals don't make mistakes, and let's give the New York Rangers credit, when the Capitals have made mistakes in these first 2 games, for the most part, the Rangers have capitalized on it. But at 5-on-5, an improved power play last night, all the things that Spencer Carberry said after game 1, the adjustments were made and the players picked up on it. I think this is still going to be a very competitive series. Tomorrow night, obviously, is going to be the key. They win this game, I think we have an extended series.
Yeah, it feels that way. Smoking, I promise I'm not trying to pretend like this is why last night's result happened. But I think it is a big story. What did you make of the Panarin hit on Oshie not being a penalty and then subsequently turning into a penalty kill for the Caps?
Bizarro world. How many times, Grant, Danny, have we heard from the National Hockey League when they hand out suspensions, the primary point of contact or the primary source of contact was the head? I still have yet to see any replay that shows me anything different. It was, whether it was the shoulder, whether it was the elbow coming up, doesn't make any difference. The primary source of contact in my mind and in everything I've seen was the head. So it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever that A, when they called it the major because they have to do that if they're going to look at it. But the quick review, did Toronto really see something the rest of us hadn't in about 30 seconds? Because it was on the phone and off the phone. That, to me, was going to require the Zapruder tapes to slow it down frame by frame, see what happens there. I didn't see anything that would have changed my mind. And the fact that Connor McMichael just went up as sort of an obligatory FU to Attorney Panarin, that got a minor penalty. That was ridiculous. I agree with you, Grant. It didn't really necessarily overly change the outcome of last night's game, but is a factor. And I hope the Capitals use that to add to their us against the world mentality.
Al, I give the Rangers credit here. Coach Laviolette and company have done a really good job neutralizing Alex Ovechkin. What do you see them doing to slow down the grade 8, and what can Washington do kind of as a counter that chess match?
Well, definitely time and space. They've got an outstanding checking line. They've got big physical defensemen like Trouba, like Keandre Miller, Ryan Lindgren, Charlie's brother. They've got size back there that can, take away that time and space. But then it's up to Ovechkin and obviously to Coach Carberry now to find the matchups that work to his advantage. One thing I'm a little curious about is I've seen Alex go games obviously without goals, and there's been the occasional game where you don't see him get a shot on goal, but I rarely see him go games where he doesn't make his presence felt somewhere, whether it's a couple of thunderous hits. If things are being taken away from him, he usually then goes out and tries to create his own space by going through somebody, by a defenseman. Okay, you want to stand up to me? I'm going to go run through you and see if I can create something. That's been the bit of a mystery to me. I got to imagine that's been weighing on Alex, and something tells me that's going to change in a big way on Friday night.
Al, any changes to the lineup we could anticipate? I don't think they'll sit Pacioretty. For the record, I would.
Oh, no.
Any chance that Miroshnichenko or Skarabosa maybe over Abe Kubel, like anything at all?
There's a possibility. I know there was some time that, in yesterday's morning skate, there was a little bit of Miroshnichenko working with the second unit, but obviously, of the power play, but obviously he didn't get in last night. See, Grant, I thought, again, I had no complaints about that team's effort 5-on-5 for the most part, and their power play looked better too. I just don't see the crying need there, where I do think if this is going to be an advantage for the Capitals, if at some point you can get either or both of Jensen or Sandin back in, that's going to be a huge factor. I have to be perfectly honest with you. I thought if the Rangers were going to come out and look like the dominant team, it was going to be because they were taking advantage of a very inexperienced Capitals blue line. When you look at what happened on game one, right? You had Carlson with, I think, 123 playoff games. I think Trevor Van Riemsdyk had about 32. Everybody else, Alexei was playing his first playoff game. Iorio was playing his first playoff game. Dylan McElrath, who's a veteran, was playing his second playoff game. And then again last night, Lucas Johansson comes in for Iorio, his first playoff game. That inexperience, I thought, was going to be a factor. It hasn't so far, and that's why I think if the Capitals can get some more experience back there with either Sandin or Jensen, that could really also help flip the script in this series.
What are you hearing about their timetable, Al?
What am I hearing about what, Dan? I'm sorry?
The timetable for Jensen or Sandin.
Oh, well, again, both of them, as I talked to yesterday, say they're getting closer. They're feeling a little bit better. But, these are injuries that you really just can't put a complete timetable on. The fact that they have been skating, the fact that they have been on the ice, to me says good things. But I think they really need to see tomorrow when it's going to be a full practice, not a skate around. If these guys are still in non-contact jerseys tomorrow, it's going to be kind of tough to then expect them to be in the lineup on Friday. But if one of the two are out of those non-contact jerseys and are practicing, that would be a very, very good sign.
All right, Smoke, and I guess broad brushed here, I'll leave you with this. I mean, you said already tomorrow determines if this series is long or not, probably, which seems fair. Give us a couple things to watch in the first few minutes, first period of the game that could be indicators for whether or not the guys could finish first.
Do exactly what they did last night. They came out and were the better team in the first 5 minutes. The problem continues to be the mistakes they make at the worst times. That penalty kill where they had three guys on one side of the ice, leaving it wide open for the other. Then again, that shorthanded goal. A shorthanded goal in the regular season is always a backbreaker. In the postseason, it is absolutely the fatal blow. So you can't continue to give the New York Ranger team, as I said, you got to give them credit for taking advantage of the capital mistakes. But if they come out and carry the play to the Rangers, but don't make these glaring mistakes, They are very equal in many regards to this New York Ranger team. They also have got to get that boost from the crowd. Being in that Madison Square Garden building, I mean, you can feel the energy just through the national anthem alone. They are a crowd that brings the Rangers in before the game even starts. This Capital One crowd tomorrow night has got to do the same for the Capitals. They can't wait for a thunderous hit or a big scoring chance. They've got to be the loud team that reminds the New York Rangers, you don't have the comfort of home anymore, boys.
Al, thank you as always, buddy. Be well.
And it's Jaden Daniels.
I like that. Daniels
saying,
at 2. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right,
Al.
boys. Good being with you.
You too,
as
buddy.
well. We'll catch up soon.
Hit that local 53, Darius.
Did he just say, can we break this news right here on the Fan? Jaden Daniels will start on the blue line for the Capitals tomorrow night.
He
Is
might
that
help.
what he was referring to?
It's probably better at hockey than he is at golf, from what we hear of that Top Golf thing. JP Flame with us from this newer radio program called the Sports Junkies.
I actually got to hear these. This is the new show in the morning.
It's the new morning show.
I heard them this week for the first time. These guys are very young, very raw.
Mm-hmm.
Look, they're not seasoned enough yet to really know what it's going to sound
Right?
like.
How could you know? But you could tell
they got a shot.
They have something.
Is what I'm going to say.
A little something there. JP, are they trading back into the first round to get a tackle?
What's up, boys? I don't think you know, and I don't know. I'm going to say they're going to stand pat and hold on to their picks.
If they do, what's the JP Flame blueprint for 236 and 40?
Well, I think that you have to go with an offensive lineman. I think that is obvious. And then I think they have some freedom. And, I heard you guys talking about it earlier. What they did via free agency, loading up with all these guys, these might not be guys that are going to be here 3 or 4 years down the road, but it gives them some flexibility. So then I think they go best player available. I always like going with an offensive guy, maybe a difference maker. So maybe they find a wide receiver or tight end with that second pick. So we'll go offense, give me a tackle, and then give me a tight end or wide receiver.
Is there something that would irritate you that they could do? Because I'll just give you my take real quick on this, JP. There's very little that would make me upset. Like any realistic scenario, even if it's a quarterback that I wouldn't have taken, this group to me has the benefit of the doubt for a while before I kind of slam the gavel and say, okay, your privilege is gone the way it was for Rivera and company where I'm going to buy what you're selling. There's very little they could do to piss me off. Could they do anything to make you go, that was pretty stupid?
I think that's a very reasonable take, and that is how most fans should be. Give this team, whether it's Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, all of them together, give them a little break and see how these guys fare. But if you want to give me a scenario that would really be disappointing, and I think that this fan base, there was a fan base, that would call in and say, well, we got to take care of the offensive line before we draft a quarterback. If somehow they traded back and take a quarterback and loaded up on offensive line, well, then I think I would be upset. But I think everybody knows they're going quarterback at number 2.
Where do the junkies come in? If you could speak for all the guys, you've got a feel for this after weeks of debating it. What side are they on here in terms of May versus Daniels?
All right, well, you can go to our Instagram page, Sports Junkies Radio, and you can see all 4 boards. We each have a board. We are locked in. Now, EB won't stick to his board. It's very
He's all
hard
over the
to
place.
pin him
What do you
down.
mean he won't stick to his board?
It's
For
every day it's something
example,
different.
He's got Jaden Daniels at number 1 on his board. Let's say the Bears shocked the world and took Jaden Daniels. One would think you would take number 2 on your board, right? He wants to maybe jump down to number 4 and take J.J. McCarthy. So let's put EB to the side. Jason is adamant. He is a Drake May guy. I also prefer Drake May over Jaden Daniels. This was just a little assignment we did, looking at highlights and looking at tape, who we think stacks up. I think Cakes is a Jaden Daniels guy, and EB, like I say, hard to pin down. He does have Jaden Daniels number 1 on his board, so you would think if Jaden Daniels is there, he would take him.
Now, is Daniels off his board after an alleged bad Topgolf experience? Because Eric was very proud of himself this morning when he believes he got to the bottom of the entire saga, that Daniels was emasculated, I believe were the words, by how good Drake May and the tight end from Iowa were at golf. So isn't he off the board now?
That is the theory. No, he remains atop his board.
Oh, remains atop. Okay.
My point is, we've had this debate on the show. EB has a couple of boards, it seems like. So one would not know what he would do if he actually had the pick. He's the panicky Pete, like in a fantasy draft, that thinks he's going to take one guy, and in the moment of truth, he bypasses, takes somebody else, and then a minute later, he's like, oh, why did I do that?
I can relate a little bit to being confusing with my quarterback takes in this regard. I was on with Sheehan today, and I gave a really convoluted answer. He asked me, well, if you like McCarthy, then you would take him at 2 over Daniels. And it was very hard for me to answer that because here's my thought. I am confident in saying that if one of those two guys is good in 2 years, it'll be McCarthy, not Daniels. But if you were to tell me that one of those two guys is a superstar down the road, then there's no way it's McCarthy and it's definitely Daniels. I just think Daniels is petrifying and also has the massive ceiling. That's kind of where I'm at. So I don't think I could take McCarthy over him at 2 based solely on you got to swing for the fences at 2. You're not just trying to pick the 17th, 14th best quarterback in the league. So I know a thing or two about confusing people.
Yeah, and to be honest, look, Jaden Daniels was unbelievable in college last year. Why he won the Heisman Trophy. His statistics are absurd, and he gives you that running threat, and maybe he will be the best of the bunch. Personally, when I looked at film, and I'm not some sort of Mel Kiper, okay? I'm not watching college football every weekend breaking down film. Drake May wowed me, and I think that he could be the best down the road. So I think that you got to go with the guy you think is going to be best down the road. We also have this debate. People talk about, well, they brought in Marcus Mariota. That seems to be an indicator that they would take somebody like Jaden Daniels over Drake May. I think Adam Peters just has to take whoever he thinks is going to be the best in the long run, not necessarily for the fit in season.
Did we lose
JP?
His phone was
I'm
silly.
still here.
Oh, there you
got
go.
you, buddy. Well, actually, we have to say goodbye now anyway. So that's a weird way to end it.
Perfect timing.
Now it got awkward. But luckily, he understands a thing
Yeah,
or
he
two
gets it. He's been in this
about
radio
the
game for a
structure.
couple of weeks.
JP, you have no interest in coming out and eating wings with us, but just so you know, in case you decide that you're bored tomorrow, Dudley's in Shirlington, your pals, live from 7 to 11, doing a little draft show and hang for the draft.
That's pretty sweet. Unfortunately, I will probably be on carpool watch Thursday night. That's a swim practice night. Got something every day. Got
Relatable.
track tonight.
I know it, dude. And congrats on the new show, buddy. Seriously, I think you guys are going to make it.
Likewise, man. You guys are 10 years in the books, acting like you're rookies.
Appreciate you, bro. Take care.
Thanks, pal.
That's our buddy, JP Flame. Check him out. And the Sports Junkies each and every morning. They're on 2 stations in this town.
Yeah, they are.
They're on the FM dial and the AM dial.
I went up, but they're on 3. They're on television, too. How about that?
I was thinking radio, but you're right.
Yeah.
They are very much on television.
They're in the morning, you're going to find them.
And in the Monumental re-airs it like 9 times.
That's a good point, too.
Afternoon, evening, late night.
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
All right.
I've got a draft-related quick audio vault for you next.
Oh, I like it.
I've got 2 draft clips I want to play for you. Drake May was asked, does he know where he's going? His answer was actually kind of surprising. And then Dave Canales said something super funny. He's the new coach of the Panthers. He's extremely handsome, by the way. Have you seen this guy?
I've had enough of this handsome coach thing. Like, are there regular looking people that,
He's one of
do
those
this?
guys. He wears like it's not called Under Armour. I refer to it as Under Armour,
But it's like that style.
dry fit
Mhm.
shirts, and he's got the shoulders that are shaped just
Right.
so they kind of come to a point at his neck. He's got like chest
Muscles
and
everywhere.
and you can kind of see the outline of a nipple every time he wears his shirt. You know what I'm talking
It's not
about?
even his fault. It's not like he's wearing some form-fitting
No.
bit of nonsense.
Name the movie. Quit trying to look through my dress and see my nipples. Name the movie. Quit trying to look through my dress and see my. What?
I don't know that one.
You ever heard of The War?
The War.
Elijah Wood. Is that the name of the actor?
I know who Elijah Wood is.
Okay.
He was Frodo.
James Wood's little brother.
Yep.
Elijah Wood.
Yeah.
Actually, his little brother is Elijah Green, who strikes out every at bat.
Hello there.
He sons him as a prospect.
Eee.
Hello. Elijah Wood.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that played the quarterback in Friday Night Lights.
I don't know that actor's name, but of course you know him. He's been in a million
That was
things.
the joke? The Friday Night Lights line?
No, it was for the one before.
I'm a little late.
The strikeout
no?
one. Well, the drummer's
The
asleep.
in-studio band is a little behind.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
You know what I'm talking
I
about.
know exactly what you're talking about.
It's Kevin Costner. I should probably point him out. He was the dad.
That's a pretty big star. Okay.
He was I don't know why. He gets third billing.
Where's the lead? It's underground, damn it.
Anyway, if you've seen The War, tweet me. It's kind of silly.
Okay.
Kevin Costner like dies. He goes in caves with
Spoilers, bro.
A helmet on and a light, and he's like looking for things.
And this is called The War?
Caves in on him. Yeah, they get into a fight.
Who's they?
The family. They're like, there's a family for some reason.
Okay. I gotta say, it sounds great.
This is a Ryan explains it all description. In fairness, I have not seen this movie since I was probably 8 years old.
Okay.
I used to watch it as a kid. I've
All
seen
right.
it 2 or 3 times, 15 years. And now that's a dated reference.
Yeah.
25 years ago.
Okay.
Did he bounce?
The War.
Shut up, Danny. Grant was talking.
Are you going to go home and watch it tonight after that breakdown?
I don't know if I'll be able to find it. It sounds pretty obscure.
I don't remember how we got there. Anyway, Dave Canales, good looking guy. He
Handsome.
is going to be heard in our audio vault next.
Carolina. Carolina.
Do you know where you're going?
I wish I did, and I wish it was that easy. Not
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by Potter's Potties. In baseball tonight, the Nationals take on the Dodgers. Game 2 of the series, 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin. It's a rematch of the pitching matchup from last Wednesday. Knack went 5 innings and gave up 2 earned runs in his major league debut. Jake Irvin went 6 scoreless innings. He'll look to recreate that tonight. The Nationals made several roster moves today as well. Lane Thomas heads to the 10-day injured list with an MCL sprain, and they recalled Trey Lipscomb. He's batting ninth and playing first base tonight. Tonight in hockey, 3 games on the playoff slate. The Bruins take on the Maple Leafs. Series tied at a game apiece. The Golden Knights take on the Stars. Vegas leads that series 1-0. And the Kings take on the Oilers. Edmonton leads that series 1-0. Tired of dirty potties on your job site? It's time to upgrade with Potter's Potties, your local solution for clean portable toilets and office pods. And remember, for a job site as spotless as your reputation, choose us. Be proud to walk into Potter's Potties knowing you can sit down again. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Whenever I'm wearing my hat frontwards and then I turn it around and go backwards now, I say I'm going Dan Quinn.
You're going full Quinn. Yeah. I was about to do a thing, by the way.
All the way Quinn. I only really wear a backwards hat at this point if I'm on the air and headphones are a factor.
Mm-hmm.
Because for whatever reason, backwards easier with the headphones.
Put it on front ways. Does it get in your way?
A little bit. Yeah.
Let me see it front ways.
For
the people on the
I've been
tubes.
doing it all day.
Yeah, that seems fine.
That's
Is
fine.
it if you bend down, like hit the
It's-
mic a little bit?
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I like to mix it up. But it's easier with headphones to go backwards.
Yeah. That is full Quinn right there, though, by the way. It's like, what's up, man?
But what he does, I'm now snapback Paulson. You know that. He goes like fitted hat. And that's just, to me, it doesn't work as well. I'd almost rather you do like fourth grader style where you grow out your hair a little bit, pull it through. So you have the hair through the front of the hat over top of the snapback. That'd be full Quinn.
So
Quinn doesn't have hair, so I don't know if he's going to pull that off.
My little guy, and it drives me crazy.
He's got good lettuce.
Well, he's got a full, not one of those side salads. He's got a full meal salad. He won't get his hair cut, and just that drives me crazy too. But he wants his hair to be down, and then his hat to go over it. So not have the hat, which the purpose of the hat is to keep the hair out of your eyes.
Yes,
that's like 96% is to keep the glare away and the hair out of your eyes.
Things.
And he will not let me like have his hair go back and have the hat get the hair out of his eyes. He basically has like a shade down, and then like the hat goes. I'm like, you can't see.
My daughter does a thing where whenever we put on her socks, she says, I feel like a pointy part. Any part of the sock that is like not resting just perfectly.
Man,
end of the world.
The sock.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? So we'll put them on and off 7-8 times before we leave the house.
There's a bump.
I feel it. Yeah, bump. That's kind
there's something in my shoe. No, there's not. Nope, it's good.
You're George from Seinfeld.
It's time to go. We gotta leave, Jerry. The kids are late.
That really, I don't know why you went all the way.
I didn't mean to go full Costanza.
Here's my audio vault on the NFL draft. Let me open the door. I got it. I don't have my key to the.
Here's the key. Here's the key.
Give the key to the vault. Will you come over here for a second?
There it is.
I never remember the key to the vault.
We always try to put on the little key hanger, but you never remember the hanger.
Drake May with Dan Patrick today on if he knows where he's going.
Do you know where you're going? I wish I did, and I wish it was that easy. Now I think I'll know once I hear that phone ring.
But do you have an idea? You don't have to tell me, but do you have an idea?
I think I have an idea.
Okay.
Now it's so funny because right away all the people that like think Drake May is going to Washington go, Adam Peters has already told him, and everybody else goes, he knows it's Jaden Daniels to Washington, so he's going third. Tinfoil hat though. If he thinks he has an idea, how could he know if it's not Washington where he's going? In other words, the third pick is New England. but there's a decent chance they trade back. There's also major reports right now that they're in on McCarthy, who had the one-on-one meeting, some dinner with Bob Kraft, right? Could he know where he's going?
I don't think you could know.
If it's the third pick or beyond.
You can have an idea.
When he says, I think I know. Was that Washington at number 2?
That's interesting, right?
Hey, man, everyone's going to be saying crazy stuff for the next week. Everyone's going to think it's Jaden. Keep your head down. We're calling your name. Get ready to work. Maybe.
So anything, to me, this is what the agent is telling him. In other words, the agent who's done this before, right, has gone through this whole thing, has seen the ups and downs, the undulations. He's seen the noise that leads up to it, the noise from before, the fake noise, the flush the report down and see what comes out on the other side stuff. He's probably given him some assurances. All right, it could be Washington. I'm just saying for the sake of argument, making this up. Could be Washington at 2. It could also be Minnesota, who trades up with Arizona at 4, who ends up selecting you. And they're hot and heavy. They love me some Drake May. You're probably going 4. And if it's not there, it could be the New England. If they stay put at number 3 and it's not, Daniels goes 2, you could end up there. I think there's a pretty good idea of who's got the steamies for old Drake May. I think that's what
But is that what he's saying? It's a short clip, so let's play it again really quickly. Is he possibly suggesting, I think I have an idea, meaning I'm probably going 2nd through 4? Or is he saying, yeah, I think I know, meaning I know what team I'm going to end up on?
Do you know where you're going? I wish I did. And I wish it was that easy. Now I think I'll know once I hear that phone ring. But do you have an idea? You don't have to tell me, but do you have an idea?
I think I have an idea.
Okay.
Where you're going is kind of specific, I would say. I think I have an idea where I'm going to end up, is what he's saying. That's real interesting. All right, next in our audio vault, Dave Canales, the new head coach of the Panthers. Now, follow me for a second. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. You probably haven't. Xavier Leggett, who's one of the guys I love. Now, find a wide receiver who's supposed to go in the 2nd or 3rd round. I probably have a man crush. I think I've named like 9 different guys over the last month that are my guy at wide receiver.
I think you said, if he's there, ...
But this is one of them, without a question. I also really like Ricky Pearsall, who we actually got a rave report on earlier in the show today from Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl. There's others, but we don't need to get into them now.
I'm happy fair to say.
Thanks, Coach.
But here's why I bring this up. Leggett was on some podcast with some dude in Charlotte. I don't know where the guy was from. I'm assuming Charlotte, but maybe somewhere else. And they were asking him about like the Panthers and what kind of interest have they shown. And he said, they told me if I'm there at 33, they're going to pick me, which is kind of a big statement. Like if you're a Panthers fan, you're like, damn, if he's there, we're going to take him.
All right.
So today, Dave Canales met with reporters and they asked him about that.
I saw the video of Leggett saying that he's met with you guys 4 or 5 times, and you guys have told him if he's there at 33, you're taking him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was, it was a great conversation. I definitely said that to him and about 50 other guys, man, so we take you at 33. It's actually a lead-in question. So when we draft you at 33, what happens now? And then there's a bunch of questions that happen after that, so part of the process.
I told him that and 50 other guys is a funny line.
That's a great line. That's a great way to salvage it, right? Because now, who knows how many you told it to?
Yeah, now it's back open to, did you tell him you're taking him? Because it's very different for a player to say, they told me if I'm there, they're taking me. And then what he was suggesting, he said, he's going, I think something was lost in translation there. I guess we'll find out at pick 33.
We certainly will. If Xavier Leggett is still on the board at 33 and Carolina goes a different direction, we're going to go, oh.
Vin in Pittsburgh, which oddly is the home of Russell Wilson. What's up, Vin?
Hey, how you doing? First time calling you guys. I've listened to you guys a long time, but all right. Hey, I heard you on Kevin Sheehan, and that was a great analysis you had today.
Oh, thank you.
Finally, somebody gave May some love and the fact that he didn't have a lot to work with versus what Daniels had. Now, I think his statement, he has to make that statement. He's not going to say, I don't want to play for Washington. There's a lot more to this. And I'm telling you, if Peters takes this guy, I think he has a chance to bust here in Washington. I'll put it out there.
Which
right
one,
now.
Daniels or May?
That could be anybody.
No, Daniels. I think there's just too much there. The attitude, there's everything that I don't like about this. Okay? There's nothing here I like about it. I think it's a huge mistake if Peters takes him.
You're not getting good feels as we get closer to the draft. Thank you for the call.
Thanks, buddy.
I think there's a lot of that going around, but I also wonder, like, I'm not feeling good about the pre-draft Daniels process. I was already super nervous about Daniels before the last 10 days. Is that a confirmation of my prior? You see what I'm getting at?
Of course.
If you looked at Jaden Daniels like you do or someone else and you go, he was the Heisman Trophy winner. He put up 50 touchdowns in the SEC. What else is there? And you just love the guy and you want to take him because he runs a 4.4 and he can make every throw. Then maybe you go, I don't care if there's a story about his mom being a pain in the butt. I don't care about him maybe not preferring to be in Washington. I'm not worried about his agent tweeting like a angry listener who's mad at Danny. So what? You just kind of dismiss a lot of these things.
Right.
Whereas if you're me and you already had your antenna up a little bit, you're going Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Like, see, isn't that it right there? Is
Right.
that kind of what I'm worried about? And maybe that guy was in my camp 2 weeks ago.
Right, but I think it's a good assessment. I mean, to me, the deposits are in the bank, and this last week was a withdrawal. He did an overdraft, though. You know what I mean? I think that's the way I think about it.
With Danny, I'm Grant. You are listening to The Fan. You can check us out at Grant H. Paulson and at Funny Danny. At the top of the hour, Logan Paulson on what he thinks the Commanders should do it to and what he would do if he was a GM. And my guess is J.J. McCarthy's name could come up because he really likes him. That's at 5. Lindsay Chevy. Truck season has arrived. What's up, guys? It's GP. Lindsay Chevrolet is over in Woodbridge. Truck season's awesome, and I'm going to tell you why. They've got 2.9% financing for 72 months on new Silverado trucks. They've also got popular Equinoxes. You can snag insanely low 1.9% plus $1,000 cash allowance. They've got Corvettes, Camaros, Tahoes, Suburbans. Lindsay Chevy has everything priced. Oh, God. They've got everything. Danny that was loud, man. Lindsay Chevy's got everything priced to go. Only Lindsay's going all in on your trade. Lindsay Chevy. I love Lindsay Chevy. I love it more than when Danny does what he just did and then runs out of the studio. The best part, every car, truck, SUV they sell is backed by the Lindsay family name and reputation that you know and trust. So take it from me. LindsayChevy.com. Go over to the Lindsay Chevy headquarters in Woodbridge. Ask for the guy that runs the show over there, Danny Dimes. He's the new top dog. I love it at Lindsay. You will as well. LindsayChevy.com. G&D on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Logan Paulson joins us at the top of the hour. We'll ask him about the number 2 pick. It's finally one day away, by the way.
Thank goodness.
Cannot wait. Tomorrow night, by the way, we're at Dudley's. It's a sports bar in Shirlington. If you've never been there, it's awesome. They've got a rooftop. It's supposed to be warm enough, I think, that they'll be cooking up there, so that'll be good. We're going to be right when you walk in, I think, in the main entrance. So nice setup for us. They've got a massive movie theater size screen as well. They've got great food. Have you been there? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah.
Wings, burgers, just the works. I mean, they got everybody.
Place is awesome.
So cannot wait. It's going to be a blast. We will be there tomorrow night. Live show 7 to 11. We've invited a bunch of people from the station to stop by and call in, and we'll get the junks on after the pick. We'll get B. Mitch and Finley. Hopefully, we'll get everybody to call in and kind of break down what happened. But you can hear us, I think, both on 106.7 The Fan and on our sister station, the Team 980 as well.
The Deuce.
We are double dipping tomorrow night, so make sure you're listening. I see you smirking over there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I do want to apologize to Lindsay Chevrolet.
No, okay.
It's not their fault.
Nope.
Nothing that you did was the problem. It was me, not you. Every now and then, I feel like I can keep it all together. But to peel back the curtain just a little bit, you are a believer in just doing what you have to do whenever you have to do it.
Bad stuff out.
I don't do that. I believe in, like, we're in a small room and I don't need anyone else to know what's happening there.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't like to hold anything in.
No, especially now I got a little cough drop for the throat. That's an accelerant in the biosphere.
I'm sure.
No, it is, man. There's science there.
But like I would say 75% of my reads generally, as I'm reading, Danny's across the room, like typing an email, doing whatever he's doing. I can hear him pass gas.
Yes. Now, it's 75% of the time, that's a little high.
I would
like
say
70.
a lot of the time when I'm doing a read,
yep,
that's when you like to do what you do. Not to like make me laugh or anything, but just because you just do whatever you're going to do and you're not talking at that moment. That one was so loud, though.
It was a loud one. And I'm sorry about that. It was unprofessional.
Did you know right away?
Yep. As soon as it left, I went, uh-oh. Like, that might mess my guy up. He's trying to focus on the specials.
I mean, so then you go in the other room, you're dying. I'm trying to hold it together a little bit. It was, it was not
our finest
my
hour.
best read for Lindsay Chevy, but we're extremely immature. And it's hard not to laugh at that, right? That's kind of funny. But I asked Darius to go back and pull the audio.
Like, can we isolate it? Can we actually hear it?
Could you hear it at all? So that, like, as the average listener at home, as they just listening to me doing my spot, do they know what Danny just did, or are they just hearing me laugh and react and wondering what's going on? Did you find the audio yet, Darius? Were you able to grab it? They've got Corvettes, Camaros, Tahoes, Suburbans.
No.
Lindsay Chevy has everything priced. Oh God!
You turn the volume up on that.
Did you add any volume to that?
No, that was.
Oh, come on!
That was directly from the logger. You know, we pull our podcast audio directly from the stream.
So
that's where it came from.
That's from my biscuit all the way across the room to Grant's microphone.
I've got to say, if there's such a thing, like when someone robs a bank and there's a witness, right? And they see a bunch of people, running out, and they're like, "Oh, that's the guy." Then they'll bring me in and they'll be like, "Give me a list of 10 people," and they're like, "Here's the guy that did it." If this was an exercise where I had to listen and relive that shame and hear like 8 or 9 different noises, I could have picked it out.
Could you pick it out of a lineup?
I think that's the one. I think they've got Corvettes, Camaros, Tahoes, Suburbans.
That's
Lindsay Chevy has everything priced. Oh God.
That's my favorite part, by the way, is when you went, "Oh God," I had to leave the room.
But there was no way out of it at that point.
Right.
So the whole thing is you've got to punch through and let no one know, specifically you, that you got to me. It's like when you're injured. Like if you're TJ Oshie, you got to just find a way to
He's like, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm scared off. Don't rub it."
I lost. And we're very immature. Logan Paulson is next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Lido Pizza. Lido Pizza never cuts corners. In the NFL, the Lions agreed to extensions with two of their stars, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell, both signed 4-year extensions today. NFL Draft Round 1 is tomorrow, and there's a live draft show with Grant and Danny right here on the Fan following Nationals Dodgers. Rounds 2 and 3 is on Friday, and rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. Live draft shows over on the Team 980. Coverage throughout the rest of the week right here on the Fan. NBA playoffs tonight, 2 games on the slate. The Heat take on the Celtics. Celtics lead that series 1-0. The Pelicans take on the Thunder. Oklahoma City's up 1-0 in that series. In hockey tonight, the Bruins take on the Maple Leafs, game 3 of that series with it tied at a game apiece. The Golden Knights take on the Stars. Vegas leads that series 1-0. And the Kings take on the Oilers. Edmonton leads that series 1-0. Tonight in baseball, the Nationals take on the Dodgers. Game 2 of the series, 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin. Also today, the Nationals recalled Trey Lipscomb from AAA Rochester and placed Lane Thomas on the 10-day injured list with an MCL sprain. Lido Pizza is going wacky on Wednesdays in April. Bring your friends and family to Lido Pizza on Wednesdays and get a free appetizer with any $25 purchase. Head to LidoPizza.com for locations, menu, and more information. Lido Pizza, a family value since 1955. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. The Commanders are one day away from finding, hopefully, their generational quarterback. Don't forget to think about your next generation as the exclusive sponsor for our show. The law firm of Condori and Murad is willing to guide you and your family in the right direction. They will help you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them that we sent you. If you mention the show, you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Coming up in about 25 minutes, we're going to both pick a side. Danny will be the defense for Jaden Daniels to go second. I will defend Drake May as the worthy recipient of the number 2 pick. You guys will then serve as the jurors and pick Team May or Team Daniels. But we have prepared our opening arguments and our thoughts on why our guy should be the number 2 pick. We can cross-examine each other as well. So that'll be fun coming up in a bit. But right now on the BetQL guest hotline, bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. We're joined by Logan Paulson, longtime tight end in D.C., who was also a 10-year NFL tight end in the league. And nobody's smarter watching the film. Logan, thanks for the time. You know this like we do. Everybody thinks Jaden Daniels is the pick at number 2. Are you buying that?
I think at this point, yes, I do agree. I think, obviously everyone has their own personal rankings, and my personal ranking is probably JJ. That's probably who I'd end up taking, but I do understand the Jaden Daniel argument. I think here's a guy with excellent mechanics, excellent vision down the field, the playmaking ability as a runner, obviously not like a true scrambler in the sense that he doesn't run to create from the pocket or create to throw. But I do think like all of those things coupled with the improvement he saw over the last, 5 years in college football kind of make me think that's the direction you want to go. The work ethic that he's showed is storied at this point. He's the first guy in, last guy out. The way his coaches talk about him is exemplary. He just seems like the guy, all signs pointing in that direction. But I do think that's all still hearsay at this point. I think that's what people need to understand is that whoever is making the decision, in this case, Adam Peters, has not told anybody anything. So that's all speculation. But, I understand kind of why it's moving in that direction. I think that kind of nice foundational floor for him, coupled with his tremendous upside, seem to make a lot of sense there too.
So I want to come back to Daniels and further discuss that with you in a minute, but we're burying the lead. You just said something that I perceive to be a bit of a bombshell. You just said you would take J.J. McCarthy second overall.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think a
And
single person that we've had on the show has said that. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the thing with me is that, like, when I watch him, I see it's familiar to me. Like, when I watch his film, like, I see the drive, I see the drive concept, I see CO, I see mesh, I see NFL concepts, and I see him executing them at a high level. Like, I see his eyes in the right position. I see him manipulating defenses. I see him understanding coverages. I see him making tight window throws. I see him anticipating and throwing guys open. He's throwing to space. He can throw that Y-high cross at an extremely high level. Those are all NFL throws. And am I aware of his limitations as a player? 1,000%. The throw volume's not there. The throw variety's not always there. I'm with that. He wasn't asked to carry the team. I'm with that. But when I see a transfer from what he does in college to what he's doing in the NFL, it just works for me. And again, like, that's my own personal opinion that projection is easier for me. And I just want to be clear, that doesn't mean he has the highest ceiling. That doesn't mean anything other than I like what I see from him, and I like his leadership qualities. I like that he made Michigan a winner. He was part of that process. But I think the other two guys have higher ceilings. I feel very comfortable with what I see from him. I like the way the ball comes out of his hand. I think he's got a much better arm than people think. I love his ability to run the quarterback design run game, the zone read, the quarterback powers, the quarterback counters. I like that element. I think people sleep on his athleticism. But yeah, that's what I like about it. It's familiar, it's comfortable, and I see the transfer at a very, very high level. And it makes that projection element from the college game to the NFL game a little bit easier for me. But again, that doesn't mean he's going to be the best pro.
So look, let me give you my take here, and I want your thoughts on this because I'm fascinated with what you're saying here. So to me, he's a first-round quarterback, and we're picking nits and we're putting him in a hierarchy, but he still deserves to go in the first round for me. I couldn't take him in the top 5, though, and here's why. These one-score games, like against Penn State, where he didn't throw it, against Alabama, where you end up winning it in overtime, they won those games, and that's awesome. He won it when it was called upon, made some great plays, but at no point in time was it, hey, maybe it's a good idea to take our top 5 quarterback and throw on first down. Just to let him do some of those things that you're talking about. I understand that Harbaugh's got his own way of doing stuff, but that would scare the hell out of me because we didn't really see it anywhere near enough at that level, and they didn't win because of him, really, right?
Yeah, well, what I'd say to that is two things. One is, first off, in got-to-have-it situations, meaning red zone and third down, I think, are backed-up situations. You see Michigan does lean on him. They lean on him at very specific moments, very high-leverage moments. I think he does execute in those moments at a very high level. The other thing I'd point to also is that's like a Jim Harbaugh philosophical approach. Like, one of the reasons Andrew Luck loses the Heisman to Robert Griffin III is because they run the football too much at Stanford. Now, does that diminish Andrew Luck as a prospect? Does that diminish what he can do? No. And again, I'm not comparing. I am comparing Andrew Luck to J.J. McCarthy, but only in terms of usage in the context of a Jim Harbaugh offense. Obviously, Andrew Luck is significantly better as a prospect. But I do think that is something that people probably were obviously very aware of when they were voting for the Heisman. And I think it's something that you can be aware of here with J.J. McCarthy as well. But I think you need to be aware of it in the sense that look at the situations where he is throwing the football. So on third down, red zone, backed up, and those are situations where the windows get tighter. The defense knows you're throwing the football. He's thrown that. If you watch the game against Alabama in the Rose Bowl, like, that's an NFL defense. And you watch that same version of the defense. Obviously, Michigan's running it versus UW a couple weeks later. Like, Michael Penix has no idea what's happening. And I think, like, that just speaks to his awareness of what's happening. And it just speaks to a guy that understands defense at an NFL caliber level. And I even hesitate to say that because it's not, he still has a long ways to go in that regard. But I do think you see all of those traits. And so for me, the way what I point to is everyone says, oh, you can't take him at 5 or you can't take him at 2 overall because he's not a top 5 player. Like, if I trust my evaluation, I trust my interview process, I think it's entirely likely I could take him. Now, I understand that the Commanders probably won't do that. A lot of teams won't do that, but if Logan Paulson's the GM, that's definitely something I'm considering. And I already said that I think I'd probably err towards Jaden Daniels because I think his ceiling is higher, but don't get it twisted. I'm a big J.J. McCarthy fan and supporter in this draft.
Yeah, we can tell. That's Logan Paulson on Grant and Danny. I still will circle back to Jaden Daniels, I promise, but I want to go to Drake May. Now, you and I have not talked about quarterbacks specifically in several weeks, but I remember initially when I hit you up after I started watching these guys and we talked, right away you were, I don't want to say anti-May, but You were not a big May guy, and I kind of fell in love while watching him. And I am readily admitting, like, people always are like, well, I don't understand what you're saying. Logan is smarter than me, knows more than me, watches film better than me, all those things. But I still, like, it's an inexact science, right? Adam Peters is smarter than all of us, and he doesn't get it right every time. So I'm acknowledging the holes in my game here, that I am not a GM, and you're way closer to one than me. But I do see this differently than you. So with Drake May, I love him. I'm smitten with this guy. What am I missing?
So I'll say this: I love Drake May too. Like, that's the thing, is I love all three of these guys, and they're just ever so slight differences that I'm having to kind of call out, that I would kind of differentiate, because everyone likes this vertical ranking. But in terms of if Washington selected Drake May, like, I'm doing backflips, because dude's insanely talented. I think when you look at his big time throws, like, he can do it. He can do it all, man. And I think he's probably the best creator outside of Caleb Williams in this draft, and I love that, man. I love, like, the Farvian kind of, let's let this sucker rip into a tight window. Let's, scramble and do some off-schedule stuff and off-platform throw and deliver an absolute dime. Like, I love that. I think the thing that kind of has shook me with him, and I can't get by it, and some people can get by it, and I think that's why people love this quarterback debate, and why you said that great, it's an inexact science, is there's inconsistencies to his play that I just don't understand. Like, I watch, and I've talked to quarterback coaches, and they've watched film of him, and they've kind of saying, like, this throw should be completed based on his mechanics. And if they can't find a correction, and I can't find a correction, and I have no reasonable explanation as why you're skipping a hitch to a receiver who's wide open, or the ball placement's a little bit off in these certain situations, I have I don't have a great level of confidence.
So let me double click on this with you. I want to redirect on this, because I know exactly where you're going. And I want to tap in your expertise. Am I right in saying, like, his flaws, some of the mechanic stuff, the misses, the bad layup percentage, all that stuff, I think that's more coachable, fixable, easier for me to see corrected than some of my Jaden Daniels concerns. Is that crazy?
So it's not crazy, but I think the thing that I've come to is that I've talked to quarterback coaches about him, and they've been like, I don't see any issue with his fundamentals. Now, that's not universal across the board. There's certain guys you talk to, like, oh, if he does X, Y, Z, everything's going to be fine. But I think the fact that there's certain coaches that think everything's fine, and then I'm like, if everything's fine, then how do we resolve the inconsistency? So that's the thing that I kind of came to there, is like, some people think it's correctable, some people don't think it is. And when I watch his big time throws, when I watch his misses, there's not a huge discernible difference between the mechanics in one versus the other. And I think that's the thing that gets me, is like, maybe it's just like how he throws the football. And again, if Drake May got signed here, I would be doing backflips, because the high level stuff, like, he's an excellent playmaker with the ball in his hand. Excellent. His ability to run, all that kind of stuff is excellent. It's just the inconsistency, and it's your level of comfort with that level of inconsistency. So I look at a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who I think is a really good comp for him, right? He had some of these same inconsistency issues in college at Cal. He sat for a year, sat for 2 years, gets all that stuff corrected, and becomes the player that we know and love, right? So my thought with him is that if he had to start tomorrow, I think he could start tomorrow. It's just the offense has to be limited and encourage a growth cycle for him. And could Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury do that? 1,000%. But I'm just a little bit, I have my reservations about him reaching the pinnacle, him being, Justin Herbert 2.0 or Josh Allen 2.0, because of the type of inconsistency we're seeing. And I think, Sims kind of articulated it the best. It's like, when you watch Josh Allen, even though he was terribly inaccurate or terribly inconsistent with his completion percentage, the ball was where he wanted it to be. And I don't feel that same way when I'm watching Drake May all the time. And again, you said this already, it's inexact. So maybe you get with a coach who says he can get it corrected. If that coach tells me he can get it corrected and we can get this guy more consistent, I'm in, right? I'm excited for Drake May. I think he's an excellent football player. It's just, for me personally, as of right now, I don't understand the inconsistency. So then therefore, how am I supposed to correct it? And that's the thing that I keep coming back to with him. Everything else you love. It's that level of inconsistency that makes you a little bit worrisome.
Logan Paulson with us here on G&D. So let's get to Daniels. I'm infatuated. I know there are negatives and there are things that scare me about him. Most of all, his frame and the shots that he ends up taking. I'm just terrified that can't be coached out of him. And I've got shades of 2012, which we don't have to get into. But to me, the high, the ceiling, the those playmaking things. I covet it so much. I want defenses to be terrified of us. I want other fan bases to be jealous of us. And I see it there, but I realize that I've got my Looney Tunes, heart glasses on. I'm doing the ahooga kind of thing when I look at him. What are the flaws? What are the things that worry you? And where do you see that ceiling?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the $1 million question with him is I think one of the things that gets me excited about him is I think he's been pretty consistent with his improvement since he started his college career. Obviously, he's kind of a part of this Arizona State program that's exploding. He has the COVID year. He transfers to LSU. He has a new offensive coordinator, the new offensive coordinator in 2023, and somehow manages to continue to progress. And I think that's a testament to kind of his work ethic. And I think when you hear people saying he's an ascending player, I think it's not an ascending player in the sense that obviously the circumstances have improved, but also I think he's kind of made his own luck in that regard. So that's something that gets me really excited about him. Now, there are issues with what he does that make me very, very nervous, and I think one of the things that I keep coming back to with him that I can't shake is the offense at LSU is insanely simple, right? I was talking to a guy, we were talking about receivers, one of my NFL buddies, and he was saying, Ryan Thomas Jr. runs 8 routes. 8 routes. That's so unconventional for any level of offense, right? You have a receiver that runs 8 routes over the course of the season. So
there's no way that's true. Is that a real number?
That's a real number. So 8 routes, meaning you run a go, you run a hitch, you run a 5-yard out, you run a 5-yard in, like that. The sequencing of those routes.
That's scary to hear, though. I mean, it's that simple.
It's crazy, right? And when you watch the film, you see that. And I think I've told people to go do this, watch Jaden Daniels' explosive throws. They're all big box fades. Go watch J.J. McCarthy's explosive throws. There's a vast variety to them. Go watch Drake May's explosive throws. There's a vast variety to those. I think that's the one thing that gives me pause about all this. Now, I think the playmaking ability, they got to have it situations. In 2 minutes, dude just finds ways to make plays. He's layering throws in a very specific context, specifically the big box fade. He can scramble with his feet, but he finds ways to make plays in those critical moments, which I love. But the simplicity of the offense is something that gives me a lot of consternation. Now, when you talk to people about him as a person and talk to people about all of these guys, JJ, Drake, Jaden, they're all kind of they're exemplary human beings. And so I think that's something that I kind of go back to, his work ethic, the fact that he continues to improve, the fact that when you hear Kelly talk about him, the head coach at LSU, he always is talking about how he is always hungering and striving to get better. And he did improve every single day he was there. So maybe you're betting on the fact that even though this offense is crazy simple, you bet on the playmaking ability, you bet on the playmaking moxie, the willingness to make those plays in conjunction with the fact that he's continuing to improve. And I think that's what I'd point to there. But in terms of things you can't shake about guys, like the offense there, it gives me a lot. It gives me a lot of nervous energy, very similar to what I was talking about with Drake May. But I do hope that because of the stuff you hear about him kind of taking on this VR, getting 250 extra reps a week using this digital system, that he's willing to and is going to improve in a way that kind of suits the NFL game at a high level. So
Logan Paulson with us, Grant and Danny here on the Fan. I mean, some of the statistical issues I guess I have relate back to taking sacks, turning pressures into sacks. And then for me, I love mobile quarterbacks. I like quarterbacks that can run, but I need my quarterback to be throw first, throw second, run third. And when I look at Daniels, you look at highest scramble rate under pressure, dating back 10 college football seasons. Malik Willis, 29%. Some guy named Dustin Crum, I don't know who that is, 27%. And then Jaden Daniels and Hendon Hooker are next on that list. If you look at percentage of pass attempts when moved off your spot, so how often when you're moved do you reset and throw the football? Penix, 71%. Caleb Williams, 65%. May, lower than I'd like, but 48%. Daniels was barely 20%. Lowest in FBS, NFL high, 74%. Average, 57%. The lowest in the NFL this year was 38%. Daniels was half that. When moved off his spot, the number one rusher in the class and the 33rd passer among quarterbacks coming out this year. These are things that I just have a hard time getting past.
Yeah, 1,000%, man. And I'm totally with you on all that stuff. And I think it's important to bring that stuff up. But if you're drafting a quarterback based on analytics, you're drafting Bo Nix at number 2 overall. Like, analytically, he's the guy that checks all those boxes. Now, there's something about Bo Nix that tells you he's not the number 2, not the second best quarterback in the class, right? Like, when you watch the film, there's like the playmaking ability. He's obviously insulated by the offense. And I think with the stuff with Jaden Daniels, when you look at him and you watch him play football, again, what you bring up are 100% valid concerns. And that's why, to me, all these guys are in the same tier, right? JJ, Jaden, and Drake. They're all in the same tier because there's no perfect prospect, right? So when I look at him, I say to myself, you're going to take more sacks because you are a scrambling quarterback. Because you have the ability to work with your legs, you're going to do that a little bit more. I also look at the offense, and there's not always great answers in the context of the offense for him to distribute the football. Like,
That's a good nugget. That's good to know.
What's that?
That's a good nugget. That's good to know. So, like, they didn't make it easier for him to solve the riddle.
100%. And so, again, like, just like he's throwing to Malik Neighbors and, Brian Thomas Jr., who are going to be top 20 picks in the NFL draft, like, they're not giving him great answers versus pressure all the time, right? So that's one thing, right? I don't love the fact that instead of becoming running to throw, he's running to run. I don't love that. But again, like, when he does do that versus Alabama, when he does do that versus Missouri, that's 2 of the best college defenses this last year. Like, he makes plays. And I don't want to rein in his playmaking ability, kind of saying, I want that to be at the forefront of what he does, essentially is what I'm saying. So with a scrambling quarterback, that is something that's a stat that's going to be a little bit higher. Also, I think the other thing I look at too, just like there weren't great answers, not all sacks are created equally, right? So in the context of what you're talking about, sometimes the offensive line has free runners. Like, I'm watching a play versus Missouri last night where he throws a big box touchdown to, I think it was Malik Neighbors, right? Again, I keep going back to this big box play, which is great at throwing, but I'd like to see more variety of throw, but they don't block the blitzer. Like, they just don't block him. The O-line sliding to him, they don't block him. Now, he makes a great throw and delivers the ball, but there's times over the course of the season where those turn into sacks. So I think not all sacks, not all statistics are created equally. Now, do you need to be aware of it? Sure, but I think you need to go back and kind of watch all those plays and kind of make a decision for yourself where you're saying, like, is this going to be a fatal flaw? Like, when you watched, the kid from Liberty last year, what was his name 2 years ago?
Malik Willis.
If you watch Malik Willis, that was a glaring issue with him. You could tell his eyes and his feet just didn't match up to concepts. Like, he'd start to his left and just go right down the read, right? He'd go 1, 2, 3, 4 to the back. And you could just tell he wasn't seeing it very well. With Jaden Daniels, he sees it fine. Again, I go back to the simplicity of the offense. Like, she should see it fine because the offense is very simple, but he's not doing that. He understands where space is. He's delivering throws, and now does he take sacks? 100%. But I think that's something I expect from a guy who runs a lot. And when I watch all the sacks, not all of them are his fault. Some of it's offensive concepts, some of it's mental mistake by the offensive line. It's something that I've come to be okay with regards to an alarming statistic that I don't think is telling the whole story when it comes to how he's playing the game.
Logan, excellent as always. You've earned two full portions of arugula to go with your bone broth today, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yep, you did it.
Logan, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, pal.
Appreciate you guys.
Logan Paulson on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Always good to talk ball with him. Next, Decision 2024. Team May or Team Daniels will both be defending one of the players and making the case for them as the worthy recipient of the number 2 pick. You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rougier here for my pals, the Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt guy. They won my business many moons ago. They've done that for a lot of folks, to be frank with you. They've been doing this for more than 60 years. And right meow, this minute is a great time to spring into a new Ford from my pals over at Ted Britt Ford. Score a new 2023 Ford F-150 from Ted Britt, your F-150 HQ in Fairfax and Chantella, with a super low 1.9% APR for 72 months. With a little Ted Britt for life discount of $11,000 off the MSRP. Take that MSRP right in the face. In the face! How about a new 2023 Mustang Premium with an available 0% APR for 72 months and a little Ted Britt for life discount of $5,500 off the MSRP. Here's your Stone Cold Steve Austin bottom line. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, new, pre-owned, doesn't matter, and in less than 100,000 miles gets it, you get Ted Britt for life. That's confidence for life, including battery replacement, powertrain coverage, complimentary service loaner, free Virginia State inspection, and so much more. It's the best buying experience I have ever had. In fact, I like it so much, I've done it 6 different times over there at Ted Britt Ford over the years. Go see him and tell them that Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Let's ride together. Tonight in baseball, the Nationals take on the Dodgers, game 2 of the series. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin in a rematch of the pitching matchup from last Wednesday at Dodgers Stadium. Also some roster moves today for the Nationals. Lane Thomas heads to the 10-day IL with an MCL sprain. They've recalled Trey Lipscomb from AAA Rochester. He's batting ninth and playing first base tonight. In basketball tonight, 2 playoff games on the slate. The Heat take on the Celtics. The Celtics lead that series 1-0, and the Pelicans take on the Thunder. Oklahoma City leads that series 1-0. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:15 tonight. Thanks to Logan Paulson. If you missed any part of that conversation or our draft discussion earlier in the day with Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl, who was awesome, you'll be able to podcast those segments when we're done at thefandc.com. Most notably from Logan, he has J.J. McCarthy at the top of his board. He would take him 2. Non-Caleb Williams, best quarterback in the class for him, or the guy he feels the best about selecting and getting quality results from. On Drake May, the concern that he can't shake, inconsistency within his play. He said, if I was a GM and my coach told me they could get it fixed, then I'm all in. On Jaden Daniels, who he would take above Drake May and who he thinks Washington will take, quote, one of the things I keep coming back to that I cannot shake is that the offense at LSU is insanely simple. That's the one thing that gives me pause. He referenced a coach who he's buddies with who told him that Brian Thomas, the wide receiver at LSU, ran 8 routes this year as an example. Basically 8 different combinations that he was asked to execute, speaking to the simplicity of that offense.
Which is, again, that's a nugget I don't have. I don't know. I mean, watching Jaden Daniels play, it's exciting because guys are, when they have a step, the ball's there. When they have 5 steps, the ball's there. So I don't know. If it was that simple, I would go, wouldn't SEC defenses, including some of the best in the country, like Missouri or Alabama or otherwise, be able to slow it down and stop it? But again, Logan knows more than I do.
All right, so let's get then to the people's court, if you will, the listeners' court here on Grant and Danny. So you were defending Jaden Daniels.
I am.
We're trying to convict someone of guilty of being the number 2 pick.
You're convicting him of a good thing.
So then we wouldn't be defense attorneys, would we? We got to rework this. You are arguing on Jaden Daniels' behalf.
I am.
To be the number 2 pick. I will be arguing on Drake May's behalf. So why don't you go first? You're the leader in the clubhouse. You get the opening thoughts.
One of the best seasons we have ever seen at the college level in the best college conference. I could stop there, but I won't. The highest ceiling in this draft may include Caleb Williams. I could stop there, but I won't. I know everything the other counsel I'm looking at right here is going to say against me. The sack percentage. What do I do? Here's what you do. You actually look at some of these numbers in the story that they tell you. Expected points added per sack. Jaden Daniels, this is going to be a negative number because they're sacks, minus 14.6. Caleb Williams, for example, minus 25.8 expected points added. And the precious jewel, the apple of the eye, Drake May, minus 17.3, a.k.a. Jaden Daniels a better number in this department than Drake May. It tells the story that I've always argued here all along. It's that what are we looking at these sack numbers for? Drives are killed, right? A guy's back there who can't process, who can't figure it out. He's overwhelmed, he gets hit, he's a disaster. It's not the case. Among the fewest yards lost per sack in the nation, again, infinitely better than Drake May, infinitely better than the number 1 pick, Caleb Williams. That's what Jaden Daniels has to offer. The expected points added covers all of the negative things that everybody keeps pointing out and looking at. He has nearly double the expected points added of Drake May, who in himself is a great prospect. I'd have no problem if they took Drake May. But Jaden Daniels is a better prospect now. Jaden Daniels is a better prospect for the future. So the numbers that Grant's going to give you, they're great numbers. I'm excited that he's found them all. I'm excited that he's got them and he's going to share them. Remember, the rebuttal is already there for you. The numbers that I've given you. The effect of those sacks is minimal. It is a result of a porous offensive line at times. It's a result of free rushers. It's a result of a guy that can generate outstanding plays. You have to take a couple more hits, presumably, a couple more negatives on a way to, again, incredible high-ceiling performances. Jaden Daniels is the pick at 2. The defense rests. Or the prosecution rests. Which am I again?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that he had one of the best seasons in college football history. I'm happy for him. That's why we gave him the Heisman Trophy. That's no longer relevant here as we move forward into the National Football League. You mentioned the EPA on those sacks and what happened on those plays, how many yards were lost, and what happened thereafter. His supporting cast helped him get out of some of the bad on those plays. You mentioned the porous offensive line that was the blame for many of those sacks, perhaps. That's an offensive line, I might add, that is led by a left tackle who's going to be the number 1 left tackle taken next year. As one of 3 offensive linemen expected to go in the first round who he played behind this year. That's not to speak to the 2 wide receivers, count them, 2 who could go in the top 15 and will certainly go in the top 20 in this draft class. His supporting cast was fantastic. So why Drake May over Jaden Daniels, you ask? Well, Drake May, not Jaden Daniels. Drake May, not Jaden Daniels, is the only quarterback in college football to have 9,000 passing and rushing yards last year. So everyone wants to talk about college performance and how much better Daniels was than May. And he was electric last season, that's true. But over the last 2 years, May, by the way, is just a boy at 20 and 21 years old in his first 2 seasons. 9,000 total yards. That's more than Jaden Daniels amassed in his 4th and 5th years as a starter. Jaden Daniels is going to be 24 this season. Not a huge deal, but there's less projection, less growth there. When you flash when you're younger, historically, it's a better sign. Same reason I'm lukewarm on Bo Nix, who's much older. It took you a long time to get good. See Kenny Pickett. When you've played 30, 40 games before you become a superstar, that can be a little bit telling. And everyone likes to say, what about Joe Burrow? Not the same. Joe Burrow never played at Ohio State. Joe Burrow's first time playing was at LSU. He didn't have 5 seasons as a starter like Jaden Daniels, who's got 55 starts to his game and to his name. Drake May just 26. Twice as much football played. We're comparing year 2 of Drake May to year 5 of Jaden Daniels. Imagine comparing a sophomore quarterback in the NFL, what they know, what they do, to a 5th-year veteran. I would like to bring up the size of my client, Drake May. Prototype size, built in a laboratory, 6'4", 230. This is what you look for. This is what you make and create for your player in a video game. Meanwhile, Danny's client is 6'3" and change, and really, really tried hard to eat a bunch of donuts and lift a bunch of weights and got to 210 at a combine that he'll never play at. The only quarterbacks in the history of the first round who have been drafted around the same height as Jaden Daniels, who are as light as him within a few pounds. Robert Griffin, Teddy Bridgewater, and Alex Smith. They stay healthy in their career. Which of those guys stayed the healthiest? He takes massive hits. You can't coach that out of someone. That's like saying, I'm going to coach Rex Grossman out of throwing interceptions. He is a guy that will take massive shots. I could continue, but I will turn things back over to you, Counselor.
That was a great case. I actually really enjoyed it. You didn't go with the numbers that I thought you were going with.
We'll get there. There's a lot more to do.
Well, I'm sure you will. This is all relative performance, right? Going up against the best players in the country in the SEC, of which there are tons that are going the first few rounds of this draft. The best teams reside there, with a couple of Big Ten exceptions. And the performance commensurate with that level was outstanding. Drake May, on a much lesser level against hot garbage, didn't perform particularly well against the decent teams. None of them could hold any of the jockstraps of the SEC.
Drake May's PFF quarterback rating, their score for him was a 90. Jaden Daniels was an 80 against Power 5 opponents.
Again, that's adorable. He stunk throwing the football against Clemson. Stunk throwing the football against NC State. Ran around, but that's not supposed to be our criteria. We're supposed to hold that against him unless it's for our guy. The point is, against good competition, he was not good. He didn't play particularly well in the pocket throwing the football, which is supposed to be his calling card. There's a lot of potential there. Don't get me wrong.
Team didn't play that well.
Right. A bad team against other bad teams. He's not that great now. He's a great project. And again, if he's drafted at 2, I wouldn't be upset because the starter kit is certainly there. I wonder why all the inconsistent misses. I wonder why we can't hit a check down simply. I wonder why the accuracy issues went away from him. I don't understand what happened if someone who's that good, who's ready to play right now, according to some, would be that inconsistent and struggle that mightily when he should have been the best player on the field every time he stepped on the field against the NC States, against the Pittsburghs of the world, Virginias, and so forth. They actually had a great game against Virginia.
The jury, I would just say, way overstated the issues on some of the layups. That is the flaw, is that he doesn't bat 1,000 on those throws. That's much easier to fix and much less a problem, in my opinion, than some of the things Danny's client's going to be dealing with in the very near future. But I go back to help. I go back to when you're talking about how he performed in certain games, wins above replacement war for each starting quarterback was going to try to go in the first round here. Caleb Williams, his supporting cast, running backs, receivers, tight ends, and O-line, was worth 2.5 wins value. Drake Mays, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix's comparatively. Jaden Daniels supporting cast worth 2.2 wins when you add it up. The performance of McCarthy supporting cast, 2.7 wins. Bo Nix, 3.6 wins. Drake May minus war from his supporting cast. They hurt him more than they help him. If you look at some of the lists that Jaden Daniels is on, I won't even use sacks and pressures to sacks, Danny, because I know that's not music to your ears. You get very upset. But Jaden Daniels, number one this season, coming into the year, you think, okay, well, let's see what he does when he resets, when he's off schedule, when he creates. Is this a guy who gets to the second read and extends plays? He pulls the ball down and he runs. That's kind of what he has done. I like my quarterbacks to reset to throw. He threw to his first read 75% of the time. When it wasn't there, he took off. He hit those throws, to his credit, 71% completion percentage on those first read throws. After that, 46% second read and beyond. He had the highest scramble rate under pressure among quarterbacks since 2014, other than Malik Willis, of guys drafted in the first 3 rounds. You look at percentage of pass attempts when moved off spot. Penix, 71% of the time, still throws. Williams, 65% of the time, still throws. Daniels, 20%. The lowest number in the NFL this year was 38%. He does not reset after he comes off of his first read and moves around in the pocket. He takes off. That's not a good thing.
What happens when we drop back? How do we measure it all? A good stat is QBR, adjusted total quarterback rating, which values the quarterback on all play types on a 0 to 100 scale, adjusting for the strength of opposing defenses faced. Jaden Daniels, number one in the country, 95.7. Give me a second. I got to scroll down to find Drake May. It's going to take a minute and a half. You can probably make a point here.
QBR, right?
QBR, yep. 14th in the country, Drake May. So again, all adjusted for opponents. So the idea that, he's got help or he's going against good teams, bad teams, it's all adjusted relative to who you're playing against. Who dropped back and did the most, did the best? It was Jaden Daniels. That predicts well for the future. Who did the 14th best against bad competition? It was Drake May.
Which I'm glad that it predicts well for the future, because very few things do, including leaving clean pockets, where on 9.4% of clean pocketed dropbacks, he took off and ran. That's more than Justin Fields at 8%. By the way, Penix, 1%, Stroud, 2%, Caleb Williams, 3%. Over 9% of the time, 9%.
9 times.
Jaden Daniels left a clean pocket. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in? We'll continue our cases next. Guys, it's Grant. The Defenders are back home this weekend. Noon game Sunday at Audi Field. Nice little double dip in the district. Go to the Defenders at noon. You got time to get over to the Caps Rangers at night. You stay in the city, do a little lunch between. How's about it? Let's welcome the Defenders back to Audi Field, where they've never lost before, with a packed house. It's going to be loud. You know it's going to be fun. The new United Football League's been great all season. Defenders have played a couple of really tight games the last couple of weeks. Won at the Horn, lost at the Horn on kicks. You do not want to miss the next Defenders home game. See the Beer Snake in action. The atmosphere is the best in the league. Single game tickets are available now. UFLdefenders.com. Don't miss a minute of the game. Noon, Sunday, Audi Field, UFLdefenders.com. Danny is representing Jaden Daniels. I'm representing Drake May. You can line up your rulings, Team May or Team Daniels, at 800-636-1067. We both think they're going to take Jaden Daniels. Danny wants him to go. JD, I want him to take May. Although you've said a couple times you'd be happy with Drake May.
Totally.
I'd be less happy probably than you with Jaden Daniels, but I'm not going to be upset. The ceiling, the apex, the possibilities. It's like, how do you view it, right?
Yeah, what would your happiness level be out of 10? 10 out of 10 is, let's say 10 out of 10 is May, because that's their best option for you.
Yeah, 6.
Okay.
Like, I'm not upset by any means. I'm nervous. I'm anxious.
See, I'd be an 8 with Daniels because I'm scared to death of everything. I'm scared of my own shadow, and probably like a 6.5 or 7 with May. So like I'm good either way.
To get back into my lawyer character, though, I'm not even going to bring up, Danny, that your client's agent is being a silly goose on social media.
That's not admissible.
I'm not even going to bring up that your client's pre-draft process has not been nearly as seamless as my client's.
Objection, hearsay.
Is that or any of the other stories swirling about our clients.
Objection, argumentative.
Okay.
Nailed that one.
Quarterbacks drafted in the top 3 rounds, taken with pressure to sack percentages over 20% on non-blitzes. This is over the top 3 rounds ever. Pressure to sack percentages over 20% on plays where there was no blitz. Will Levis, not Malik Hooker. Who's
Hendon?
Malik Willis? Hooker Hendon. I wrote Hooker.
Hendon Hooker.
Yes. Hendon Hooker. Who am I saying?
You turn Malik Willis
who hasn't gotten on the field, okay? Will Levis, Malik Hooker's friend Hendon, Desmond Ritter. This is the list he's on, by the way.
Yep.
Malik Willis, Kyle Trask, Mason Rudolph, Deshaun Kaiser, and Christian Hackenberg, and Jaden Daniels. Sandwich him in between Kaiser, Rudolph, and Hackenberg on that list. You want to talk about pressure to sack percentage on over 2.5 seconds in the pocket over the last 2 years. Penix at 6.8, Nix at 9, Richardson at 10%, Stroud at 12%. Scroll way to the bottom of that list. Jaden Daniels, 28% worst among the quarterbacks over the last couple of years. And I would just point to as well, look at what you do when you're pressured. May stands and delivers 55% of the time. Daniels, 36% of the time. What do you do when you're pressured? May takes sacks 14+% of the time. Daniels, 23+% of the time in his career. Daniels escapes more often, 18% to 15%. Not a big deal, but a little more. Scrambles twice as much, 18% to 9%. I want my quarterback to be throw first, throw second, run third. He is, as soon as it's not there, run. And oh, by the way, take shots along the way. Lastly, we had Benjamin Solak of The Ringer on the show yesterday. I call on him to let you know that Daniels actually had a higher interceptable pass rate than Drake May did, despite the interception totals this year. 4.5 to 2.9. A lot of people say, oh, Drake May threw too many picks. Jaden Daniels didn't throw picks. Well, that's true. 4.5% of Daniels' passes interceptable. About 3% of May's were.
Neither numbers are troubling, by the way, in terms of percentage. I would throw that out to you. Of the names of all the pressure to sack percentage guys, it's not a good list of names. Who doubled up the next closest competition and expected points added? None of them. Jaden Daniels did. The reason this is so significant, again, what's the point of tracking this stat? The point is you're going to find a guy that simply can't do it. You'll find a guy that's overwhelmed, that starts to see ghosts, finds the rush, can't process, can't get the ball out, can't do anything. That is not the case, again, with Jaden Daniels. This EPA number is the number we should all be focusing on because that covers what happens during those negative plays. His negative plays aren't as negative. It tells you that what should be a 10-yard loss, which Caleb Williams would take, which Drake May would take, are probably 1 or 2 yard losses due to some magical, incredible skills that Daniels possesses that nobody else in this draft does.
Still a bad play?
We should be, of course, but the play was probably doomed, and he made it less bad. That's special. He has the special skill and the highest ceiling.
Grant and Danny trying to sort out who should go number 2 here on 106.7 The Fan. It's a weird way to say it. Who should go number 2? Who does number 2 work for?
How about a courtesy flush over there, buddy?
Here's why I disagree with what we should be focused on, P2S versus EPA or whatever the number you're referencing is. Because when you actually look at who has had success and who hasn't, hits versus busts among what I'm going to call hyper-mobile running quarterbacks, the hits pressure to sack percentage in colleges were a lot lower than Jaden Daniels. Jalen Hurts, 11.7%. Lamar Jackson was about Drake Mayish, 17%. Kyler Murray, 16%. Josh Allen, 17%. Deshaun Watson, 11%. That's an average of 14.9%. Of the hyper-local running quarterbacks who didn't have pressure to sack percentages that were in those reasonable areas, Malik Willis at 30, which is close to Daniels's, only guy that's worse that I can find. Fields, 25%. Lance, 20%. Mariota, 24%. Average, 25%. Those are the guys that busted. So there is a pretty direct correlation right at the threshold of about 20% of the guys that have not had success in the league versus the guys that have. So to just dismiss the number, I'm not willing to do.
The whole point of what I keep trying to hammer here is that number is very real. None of those guys had the context or nuance or excellence that explain the stat away, like Jaden Daniels. So when he scrambles out of a dirty pocket or what should have been a sack, probably would have been a sack for anybody else in this draft, and barely gets back to line of scrimmage and it's a half-yard loss, it goes as a sack. And it's, oh, what a failure he is. No. That's why he has the fewest yards lost per sack of anybody in the country. It tells you the story. It's not that he's a disaster back there and can't figure it out and turtles up like Sam Howell. That's not what's happening. What's happening is he's maneuvering, he's moving, there's a chance for a play being made.
Sacked, that's still not good.
Of course it's not good. The point is it would be worse.
He'll be an outlier to that stat.
Absolutely. And because the numbers tell you.
Argument. But when you start with he'll be an outlier, you are acknowledging this is an alarmingly bad number and he's different because ... So if you want to put a flag in the ground and say, hey, there are a few guys that have allowed not a lot of sacks to hurt them, that have been a highly sacked quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson, and it won't come back to bite them in the butt, that's fair. But we're starting by acknowledging this percentage is a bad threshold, and he's going to have to be different.
Because there's a point to the stat, right? The point to the stat is drives are killed. It's a disaster.
The stat to me is he doesn't make his offensive line better, and when there's pressure, he can't get out of a sack.
And the story tells something else there, or the numbers that I'm referencing tell a different story. There's still too many sacks taken. Absolutely, that's the thing. Absolutely.
800-636-1067. We want to hear from you guys next. Team May, Team Daniels. The draft's tomorrow. We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Lido Pizza. Lido Pizza never cuts corners. The NFL draft is tomorrow night, and we have you covered with a live draft show with Grant and Danny at Dudley's right here on the Fan following Nats and Dodgers. Friday, rounds 2 and 3. Saturday, rounds 4 through 7. Live draft shows over on the Team 980. In baseball tonight, the Nationals take on the Dodgers. Game 2 of the series at Nats Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Landon Knack takes on Jake Irvin in a rematch of the pitching matchup from last Wednesday. Knack went 5 innings. He gave up 2 earned runs in his major league debut. Irvin went 6 scoreless. He'll look to replicate that tonight. Some roster moves for the Nationals today. Lane Thomas heads to the 10-day injured list with an MCL sprain, and Trey Lipscomb's been recalled from AAA Rochester. He's playing first base and batting 9th tonight. 2 basketball games on the slate tonight. The Heat take on the Celtics. The Celtics lead that series 1-0, and the Pelicans take on the Thunder. Oklahoma City's up 1-0 in that series. And in hockey, the Bruins take on the Maple Leafs. That series is tied at a game apiece. The Golden Knights take on the Stars. Vegas is up 1-0 in that series, and the Kings take on the Oilers. Edmonton leads that series 1-0. Lido Pizza is going wacky on Wednesdays in April. Bring your friends and family to Lido Pizza on Wednesdays and get a free appetizer with any $25 purchase. Head to LidoPizza.com for locations, menu, and more information. Lido Pizza, a family value since 1955. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Nats baseball at 6:45 on Grant and Danny tonight. Charlie and Dave's pregame, little over 10 minutes away. We're off in just a few. You just heard our cases representing our clients, me, May, Danny, Daniels. Now it's time for you, the jurors, to slam the gavel. What do you think? What team are you on? Team May, Team Daniels. Let's go to Chudy in Gainesville on the Fan. What's up, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, so after hearing all the arguments, I'm going to have to go with Grant and go with Team Drake May. I think that Drake May has all the intangibles. I think he also throws. I think the potential is actually slightly higher than Daniels simply because I think whatever pro stuff that you could get out of Daniels, you got out of 5 years. I think whatever potential he has left will pale in comparison to Drake May. I think Drake May has the strength and everything to do it. So yeah, I'm on Team May. I'm on Team May. So thanks.
Let's go to Aveen in DC on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey guys. I am also Team Grant and Team Drake May. I just have a couple quick counter arguments to what Danny was saying. Danny, that EPA number you keep saying, that number is really juiced up because Jaden Daniels threw a lot of these balloon pass deep balls to his all-star wide receivers, 2 first-round picks. And what we know about the NFL is that those throws are going to be way less available. That's the one thing NFL defenses are really good at, as taking away the over-the-top deep ball throws. So with Jaden Daniels, you have a guy who threw over in the middle of the field at a historically low rate among quarterbacks drafted first round past 10 years. Only guy lower is Justin Fields. And you have a guy who almost throws exclusively from the pocket. There's this misconception he's like Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson, but he barely throws outside the pocket, doesn't throw on the run. And also he's a reactionary runner. When he first senses pressure, his immediate instinct is to take off and run. This is just like a glaring injury risk. Like, we know the history of run-heavy quarterbacks. They all miss games. They all have recurring injuries. Why would you want to walk into this?
Thanks, Aveen.
Good call, buddy. My only response is some of the EPA points are worth that.
So
that come from that.
My understanding when you kept referencing EPA was EPA on sacks or negative plays.
Well, there's 2. There's EPA on sacks, but there's also expected points added, which his number was beyond
expected
absurd.
points added, EPA. I thought that was did you have one on the sack
Yes,
plays?
I had 2 separate.
Gotcha.
So his
EPA in general is no doubt. I mean, no one threw more wide open passes 25 plus yards downfield in the country than Jaden Daniels to 2 guys that are going in the top 15. But the sack one, I thought was that one. I'm not going to say is because of his receivers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But his overall value, yeah, he had 3 first roundmen on his line and 2 top 20 wideouts. Not too shabby.
Absolutely. So again, it's going to juice it somewhat, but the staggering lead he had, like the difference between 1 and 2 is greater than the difference between 2 and 15 in terms of EPA. So yes, some of it is due to that. The other part is his excellence. right? Like it's juiced some.
Yeah, I think it's juiced a lot by the value around.
Fine, he's still number one by a lot.
He was the best player in college football this year. He was the Heisman Trophy winner. Like, just evaluating performance, important, fine. Like, for me, how you played in college this year it sounds like lower down the board than it is for you when I'm putting my list of things I care about together. But if you're asking me who was the best player in college football, Jaden Daniels, and it wasn't close. I was touting him to win the Heisman before it was cool, about 5 weeks into the season. Stefan's in D.C. What's up, Stefan?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, buddy. I'm
team Jaden Daniels all the way. I'm kind of hoping that they go with me because if he does struggle, I'm going to have to – I'm going to hate listening for the next couple of years, you guys. Crucify him every Monday, so that's my fear. But
well, if May struggles, you got to do the same thing. So at least you'll get your guy. What's the difference?
I mean, but it's scary, because I had to admit I was wrong with Robert when you guys were telling the truth about him. I was wrong with Chase when you guys were telling the truth about him. But I do know you guys had a little bit more information than you could divulge to the public. With this is something where we're kind of going in guessing. Just from watching the film and watching both of them play, to me, I hear all the analytics and all the stats, but with Jaden, from the footage that I've watched, and I mean, I've watched his every throw of last year. I've watched Chase Daniel break him down, Warner break him down, and some of the things that people are saying with him being a run-first quarterback, that's false. A lot of this actually is because he's trying to continue through the progressions and gives guys an opportunity to get open. With Drake, I dig it. I dig everything that everyone loves about him. I just can't get over you were in a weak ACC. You got your teeth kicked in by Clemson. You got your teeth kicked in by North Carolina State. And your production from your great, his sophomore year, went down once teams got footage of him. So,
yeah, I mean, look, again, it wasn't like everyone acts like he was terrible. He had more yards passing and rushing the last 2 years than Daniels did. Having said that, though, I want to go back to a couple things you said. Number one, anyone who thinks Jaden Daniels is a run-first quarterback is wrong. My issue is occasionally he runs out of clean pockets, and when things break down after a first read, he scrambles too often. I would like you to kind of run, reset Russell Wilson style, and now throw downfield out of the pocket. There's not enough of that for me. But if anyone doesn't think he can make the throws, doesn't think he's a talented passer, doesn't see arm talent, they haven't watched him. They just don't have a feel for what he is. What I will also tell you is we're doing a lot of analyzing the prospects ahead of tomorrow's draft. Mm-hmm. When they take Jaden Daniels, as of draft night, I think the discussion becomes, sure, that we're going to talk about some of the challenges, the negatives, whatever, but it is more about viewing the positive. Right now, we're picking these guys apart.
Right, because no football's been played for months.
Sure.
So this is what we do.
But we're trying to figure out who's the right guy to take. So I don't think, your fear is like this negative assessment of Daniels. I don't think that's going to be the case unless it's just a disaster right away, a la, I hate saying this because he's no longer with us, but Dwayne Haskins, where you could just tell right away this isn't going to work. I don't think that's the case. The worst case scenario, he's Justin Fields, early on, where it's not very pretty. It's not aesthetically pleasing. He's not doing enough throwing the football, but at least he can make some plays with his feet.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was a shot at us or just people in general, but the quarterback of the football team is gonna get some attention.
I don't think it was a shot. I think his point is I don't want to hear people crushing the guy constantly.
Yeah, I'm all for patience, by the way. I don't know if I'm probably overly so.
Fun. But I can say to you right now, my vow to you is it's not going to be looking for flaws. How has the coverage of Dan Quinn been since they brought him in? I didn't like that hire. I didn't think it was a particularly good hire. I'm not going to sit here every day and remind people of that. It is what it is. We move along and we make sense of the decisions he makes. Derek's in Woodbridge. What's up, Derek? Derek, you there? You will get nothing, and you will like it. Hicks in Arlington. Skip, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys, man? No, I'd say it's a coin flip. I mean, all the guys up there are great. But really, as a Washington fan, I'm born in Arlington, raised in Arlington, love the Skins, or Washington my whole life. The Heisman Trophy in Washington just doesn't sit well, man. I remember reading the post about Heath Schuler coming here, being all pumped. He was a flake. RG3, loved watching him play. Saw him get hurt in Seattle and get knocked out. And it's just one of those things. I don't think the Heisman Trophy winner Yeah, I think there's a curse in Washington for a Heisman Trophy winner, and I think you got to go with Drake May. You just got to get away from that Heisman Trophy.
I don't believe in curses.
We got correlation at a minimum.
Let's squeeze in one more waiting longest. Michael in Germantown, how are you?
How you doing,
buddy?
Yeah. So my thing is, I don't mind either quarterback, but particularly with Drake May, he kind of had the same scouting report as Sam Howell. So I kind of did like Sam Howell. I thought he could get better, but they moved him out. And so why would you draft Sam Howell, Sam Howell, as opposed to Jaden Daniels?
The only thing he and Sam Howell have in common, other than good arm strength, and Mays is better, I would say, is that they both played at North Carolina. People love doing that because they're Tar Heels. I think if Drake May played at UTEP or Wyoming or Alabama, you would not have heard him comp to Sam Howell, but that's just my opinion. That will have to be it for our jurors. We can slam the gavel. Nats play the Dodgers tonight. Before we get out of here on Grant and Danny, let's set the lineup and your pitching pairing for this evening, presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com. Fairfax Showroom.
Batting first, superstar. Shortstop, see. Jake Abrams batting second in left field. Jesse Winker batting third. Designated hitter, Joey Meneses, the cleanup spot. Hello. Second baseman, Luis Garcia batting fifth in right field. Please take note. Joey Gallo batting sixth, doing the catching. Riley Adams batting seventh in center field. Eddie Rosario batting eighth at third base. Nick Senzel and batting ninth and playing first. Welcome back to the show, Mr. Trey Lipscomb.
Here we go. Lipscomb back in the big leagues.
Jake Irvin on the bump.
He was not all that comfortable at third, but I'll throw him at first. Let him get comfy. Let him play every day. Let's do this thing. Enjoy the Nats game this evening right here on the Fan at 6:45. Jake Irvin, by the way, 12 innings.
Been great.
Just one run allowed last two-time start.
He's been really good, man, including the start last week against these Dodgers.
So there you go. Your pitching and lineups for tonight for your Washington Nationals. Got to thank Darius and Ryan for their hard work behind the scenes. Remember, tomorrow, short show because of the Nats, but then we're giving you a double dip. Second end of a doubleheader. We're at Dudley's in Shirlington, 7 p.m. all night long. First round NFL draft live show. So plan on coming out and hanging with us. Grant and Danny back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow on the Fan.
CJ Abrams is him.
Thank you for coming.